Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2958. In the Land of Calamity, there was a tall shrine under the Black Mother Tree with a waterfall of divine power. It was majestic and solemn, surrounded by red stars. The divine power waterfall washed the shrine from top to bottom, and the shrine was located within the waterfall. This was Lu Yin's first time under the Black Mother Tree. He had passed through the Seven God Sky Tower and walked into the deepest part of the Land of Calamity. The shrine was no smaller than the Above Heavens sect, and behind it was a statue embedded in the Mother Tree. It was the one true God. Lu Yin looked at the shrine in front of him and the divine power washing over it. The closer he got, the more he felt an illusion of heavenly might. Even with his strength and identity as the master of the origin space, he still felt this way. This was not only the deterrence of the true God, but also the Land of Calamity, the Black Mother Tree, and the everlasting race. He looked at the statue and everything around him turned dark. Only he and the statue were standing in the dark space. The enormous pressure forced Lu Yin to bend down. He wanted to bow to the statue and he had to bow to the statue. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his head felt like it was about to explode. But so what? He had felt this way when he fought the Cyclops King, and this was not the first time he had experienced it. He did not want to bow to the one true God. He could endure it. Lu Yin's divine power boiled within his body and suddenly surged out. He suddenly looked up and stared at the true God statue. At that moment, a hand landed on his shoulder and instantly suppressed his divine power, bringing with it a cool sensation. Lu Yin's expression changed and he slowly turned around. The ancestor of the past looked at him with a smile. Lu Yin's eyes flickered and he said in a hoarse voice, "I can't control my divine power." The ancestor of the past praised, "You have been summoned by the true God. He likes you very much." Lu Yin blinked. Was that so? Not far away, Yuho was shocked. "Yibo, how long have you been in the Land of Calamity?" "I knelt the first time I came to the shrine." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Kneel? You would rather run away." The ancestor of the past retracted his hand. "Any creature that faces a true God for the first time will have to kneel if they do not have divine power protecting them. Only when one's divine power reaches a certain level can they face a true God. This is a privilege given by the true God. Captains like you can do it and so can Yibo. That is why he can be a captain." Yuho exclaimed. The first time he used his divine power, it went very smoothly. "I knew that Yibo is very used to it, but I did not expect him to adapt so much. Yi, maybe you can also try to become one of the 7 sky gods." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Don't listen to his nonsense. The strength of the 7 gods is far from what we can estimate. Just relying on divine power is not enough." The people from the Thousand Faces game came. Yuho let out a strange laugh. "That's because you don't understand how well Yibo has adapted to divine power. Just wait and see. As long as the position of the 7 sky gods remains vacant within 1,000 years, he will definitely have the ability to make a breakthrough." The people from the game of 1,000 Faces did not care and entered the temple. Lu Yin raised his head again and looked deeply at the true God statue. Now that he looked at it again, the statue no longer had that pressure. Was it because of the divine power in his body? Stepping into the shrine, the sound of the waterfall of divine power flowing was very loud, but it disappeared once they entered the shrine. The shrine was dark and the ground was dark red. As they entered, candlelight was lit and extended into the distance. Lu Yin looked around and saw that Yuhua was the closest to him, followed by the ancestor of the past. Even further away, under the illumination of the candlelight, the middle plate stood quietly. Opposite the middle plate was a stone with a black face on it. It was very strange, as Yuhua had introduced it on the way here. It was called the Stone Ghost. Further in, Blackie was leaning against a corner. A girl with long pink hair was illuminated by the candlelight, and she raised her hand to block it. "Is everyone here? I still want to play hide and seek with my brother." Lu Yin looked at the girl. She was very pretty, but there was a childish feeling to her. When Lu Yin looked at her, she looked back at him with mischievous and crafty eyes. A hand landed on her shoulder. "Don't be naughty, there's something important." The candlelight flickered, revealing a handsome face. It was a man with short blue hair, formal attire, and a long sword at his waist. He looked like he had walked out of a painting. Facing Lu Yin's gaze, the man smiled. "You must be Yibo, nice to meet you. I'm Dual Blade." Dual Blade was not a single person but rather a pair. It was this man and woman. They were a team and also one of the captains of the True God Guard. This team was very strange. They weren't humans but blades that had transformed into humans. Hey, big brother is greeting you but you don't even respond. How rude. The pink-haired girl was unhappy and glared at Lu Yin. The blue-haired man rubbed her hair. Don't shout, it's too quiet here. Who else is not here? The ancestor of the past asked, walking to the front and looking at everyone. The ancestor of the past answered, the boss isn't here. Lu Yin's eyes moved. The captains of the True God Guard were all equal, but according to Yu Hua, there was a publicly recognized boss who was the strongest. Yu Hua did not elaborate, only saying that even if the other 9 captains worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat Tiango. Lu Yin was very concerned about this evaluation, as even a sequence law powerhouse would not be able to withstand the attacks of 9 captains. They all had godly strength and could ignore the rules. Once the rules were restricted, the captains of the True God Guard were not weak and they were all very strange. Since Tiango was able to convince them, Lu Yin believed that it was not much weaker than the 7 gods. It's that thing again. It's always so slow. It clearly has 2 more legs than us, the pink-haired girl complained. Yu Hua let out a sharp voice, it's probably looking for food. Lu Yin raised his brows. Looking for food? Was this Tiango the same as Taotai? It's here. The ancestor of the past looked into the distance. Lu Yin stared outside the shrine. The captain of the True God Guard, Tiango, was definitely a great enemy. He wanted to see what kind of existence it was. After waiting for a while, a figure slowly appeared, its shadow elongated under the candlelight as it slowly entered the shrine. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn as he stared at the entrance. When he saw the figure clearly, his expression changed as he stared blankly. This was Tiango? At the entrance of the shrine, a half-meter-long Xiao Bai puppy walked in with its tongue out. It was panting as it walked and its tongue was lolled so long that it almost licked the ground. It looked wobbly and its stomach was bloated. Lu Yin was stunned. Whose pet dog was this in the disaster region? Wow, boss, you're so cute. The pink-haired girl leaped out and hugged the Xiao Bai puppy. The Xiao Bai puppy was startled and quickly ran away. The pink-haired girl chased after it. Boss, let me hug you. Just for a while. Oh. Lu Yin's face twitched. This bark had shattered his worldview. When Tiango arrived, the entire shrine's atmosphere changed. The pink-haired girl chased after it while barking incessantly. Yu Hua and the rest were already used to it and their expressions were calm. Even the ancestor of the past looked on with a smile. The blue-haired boy chased after it as well. Come back quickly. Don't mess around. Boss might get angry. Boss never got angry. Boss is so cute. I want to hug boss. Ah. Oh. The farce continued for a while before it stopped. The pink-haired girl still couldn't hug Tiango as it hid behind the ancestor of the past. She didn't dare to be impudent and could only stare at it as though she was about to catch it at any moment. Tiango's ears drooped, and its tongue lolled out even longer. It was very tired. All right, all captains have gathered. I will explain to everyone. The ancestor of the past spoke, and everyone's expression changed as they looked at her solemnly. The ancestor of the past swept her gaze around. True God Guard captains Tachibana and Lu Shan are confirmed dead. Heavy Ghost's fate is unknown after the battle at Heaven's Gate. We are currently missing 3 captains, and this is Yi Bo. All the captains of the True God Guard looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes were still on Tiango. When the ancestor of the past introduced him, Tiango's gaze swept over him. Its eyes were round and sparkling and no matter how one looked at it, it had a simple and honest look. Coupled with its dangling tongue and belly, Lu Yin really couldn't associate it with the captain of the True God Guard. This pet dog was something that the other captains of the True God Guard couldn't defeat even if they worked together? The man and dog looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, Tiango slowly walked towards Lu Yin. The ancestor of the past and the others looked at this scene. Tiango was the captain of the True God Guard, and if it didn't agree with Lu Yin becoming a captain, no one could say anything, including the ancestor of the past. Tiango's status was rather special. Under everyone's gaze, Tiango walked in front of Lu Yin and looked up at him. Lu Yin looked down at Tiango and wondered if he should squat down and pat its head. Oh. Tiango barked and walked around Lu Yin. When it reached the left side of Lu Yin, it raised its hind legs and peed. Lu Yin's expression changed and he almost kicked it out. Congratulations, Tiango has acknowledged you and left its scent on your body. The ancestor of the past smiled. Lu Yin swallowed his saliva and looked at Tiango walking towards the ancestor of the past before looking at his own leg. A dog had peed on him. A grudge was formed. Oh. Tiango barked again, attracting everyone's attention. The ancestor of the past looked at everyone. We are currently lacking 2 captains and I hope that everyone can recommend good candidates. Today's gathering is for this matter. Yebwa, from this moment onwards, you are officially a captain of the True God Guard. Within 3 years, 10 corpse kings will be given to you. I hope that you can eliminate strong enemies for our race and unify the endless spacetime. Lu Yin's expression changed. Yebwa understood. Woof. Lu Yin's face twitched. This barking really made him feel out of character. The stars collapsed and cracks spread out into the distance. Lu Yin stood in the starry sky with 5 progenitor realm corpse kings behind him. In front of him was an endless amount of strange bugs. This was a parallel spacetime, and Lu Yin had received a mission to destroy this spacetime. This spacetime was filled with these bugs, and there were no other intelligent life forms aside from them. The strongest bugs were at the progenitor realm, but they were rare progenitors without intelligence, and there were many of these progenitor realm bugs. Fortunately, they didn't have intelligence and Lu Yin could destroy them with the progenitor realm corpse kings. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2959. It had been 3 years since he officially became the captain of the True God Guard, and this was the 5th parallel universe that he had destroyed. He still had not encountered a parallel universe with humans. It was either the astral beasts or these insects. He had also encountered a parallel universe where life had just been born. He did not know why the Eternals wanted to destroy it. Other than him, the other captains of the True God Guards were also doing the same thing. As for the Sixth Direction Society, the Eternals didn't care about them at all. Lu Yin continued to hear rumors about the Sixth Direction Society, and all of them were about the Eternals retreating in defeat. Whether it was on the endless battlefield or the border, the six forces would gradually beat down the Eternals until they could no longer raise their heads. This news was not enough to excite Lu Yin, as the Eternals had an unimaginable amount of resources. The only reason they had not fought to the death with the Sixth Direction Society was because they were waiting for the sole true God and the 7 sky gods. Once the sole true God left seclusion, he would descend upon the apocalyptic bone boat, and that would be the time for them to act against the Sixth Direction Society. Over the past 3 years, Lu Yin had been gathering information from all sorts of sources, and he had been able to confirm that the bone boat was more or less the same as what Yuhua had said. This made him anxious, as the moment the bone boat arrived at the Sixth Direction Society, it would truly be a disaster for the Sixth Direction Society. He had to find a way to get close to the bone boat. It would be best if he could destroy it. However, this was undoubtedly much more difficult than killing one of the 7 sky gods. The 5 spirit tribes had started a war with the March Alliance, which was beyond Lu Yin's expectations. The 5 spirit tribes should have known that the Eternals were the ones instigating the war, but they had still decided to go to war. Lu Yin hoped that this was just a facade, as they would end up wasting their strength in the war against the Eternals. The starry skies continued to crumble as Lu Yin turned around and stepped through the astral door to leave. This spacetime was finished. Not long after returning to the Calamity Zone, Lu Yin was in the middle of absorbing the godly power when a stone fell from the sky. It was one of the captains of the True God Guard, the gargoyle. What are you doing here? Aside from the Shi ancestor and Yuhua, he was rather indifferent to everyone else in the Calamity region. The people from the Thousand Faces Bureau were naturally familiar with him, but he treated them coldly as well. The more he didn't interact with others, the less likely he would reveal any flaws. Not to mention Yibo's character was cold and detached. However, Lu Yin's indifference didn't make anyone feel uncomfortable. This was the everlasting realm, and in this land, smiles were considered strange. Lu Yin's behavior was normal. Ancestor summons. The gargoyle spoke. It was a strange voice, as if a rock was vibrating. It was quite uncomfortable to listen to. Lu Yin continued to absorb the godly power. He had often told others that he would use godly power on missions so that he could replenish his godly power. In the past 3 years, the red dot of divine power in his heart had grown a lot bigger, like a walnut. Before long, Dahe arrived and appeared not far away. Shortly after, the ancestor of the ancient era came. I'm sorry, the 3 of you. The mission just ended and I have a new one for you. This mission is more urgent and important. I hope that the 3 of you can complete it seriously. Complete it at all costs. Lu Yin looked at the Shi ancestor. Even the 5 spirit clans' mission had not been this serious. The ancestor looked at Lu Yin. Yibo, have you heard of the head judge of the Interstellar Tribunal, Qin Ping? Lu Yin's expression didn't change, but his heart sank. Never heard of it. The ancestor of the past was not surprised. You have always stayed in the starry sky of the Tree of Trees, so it is normal that you have not heard of it. Qin Ping is the head judge of the Hall of Honor of the 5th mainland in the starry sky of the new universe. He has always stayed in the fifth mainland until the Tao master of the above heaven sect, Lu Yin, entered the starry sky of the Tree of Trees. Now that Lu Yin is the master of the primordial space, Qing Ping hasn't been to the starry sky of trees many times, so it's unlikely that you've heard of him. Although he's only a half-progenitor, he's extremely important. He's Lu Yin's senior and also your target this time. I want the three of you to work together and capture Qing Ping alive. We must transform him into a corpse king. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and killing intent flashed in his eyes. They wanted to deal with Senior Qing Ping? Where is he? Lu Yin asked. The ancestor of the ancient era said, the endless battlefield, ruler of spacetime. Lu Yin knew that Senior Qing Ping had been training in the endless battlefield in preparation for breaking through to the progenitor realm, but he didn't expect that he hadn't returned yet. He also didn't expect the Eternals to target him. Thinking about it, it was normal. Even if they couldn't deal with Lu Yin, it wasn't impossible for them to deal with the people around him. Senior Qing Ping was the best target. Fortunately, Lu Yin had come to the Eternals. Otherwise, Senior Qing Ping would have been in danger. But then again, something didn't seem right. If they really wanted to deal with Senior Qing Ping because of him, the Eternals would have acted long ago. They wouldn't have let Senior Qing Ping stay in the endless battlefield for so long. They had attacked a few times, but after they failed, they didn't send any experts. This wasn't the Eternals' style. Could it be that they weren't targeting Qing Ping because of him? Who was it then? Lu Yin immediately thought of his master, Mr. Mu. The Six-Party Society couldn't come into contact with Immemorial City for now, but the Eternals were different. In the past 3 years, Lu Yin had figured out one thing. The Eternals had another terrifying battlefield, which was Immemorial City. They could enter Immemorial City through the Eternals. This was something that Lu Yin was very concerned about. If they were targeting Senior Qing Ping because of Mr. Mu, then it was related to Immemorial City. Lu Yin thought about many things, but he didn't know if he was right. Regardless, nothing could happen to Senior Qing Ping. Capturing Qing Ping must be completed. The three of you, this mission is very important. I hope you understand. Ancestor Shi's expression turned solemn as he looked at Lu Yin and the others. Lu Yin was the first to express his stance. Ancestor Shi, don't worry. We will definitely capture Qing Ping. Ancestor Shi was satisfied. The captains of the True God Guards were all strange. Compared to them, Lu Yin was considered normal. The Six-Party Society had coordinates to various parallel spacetimes in the endless battlefield, and the Eternals had even more. After all, the Six-Party Society's coordinates all came from the Eternals. 3 captains and 27 progenitor realm corpse kings had all entered ruler spacetime to capture Qing Ping. This number was a little exaggerated. Even if they didn't include the sequence law realm powerhouses, it was enough to support a huge battle to destroy one of the Six-Party Societies. One could imagine how important this mission was to Ancestor Shi. Ruler spacetime was a very ordinary spacetime. When Lu Yin and the others arrived, they all spread out to search for Qing Ping. Big Blackie and the Gargoyle each guarded a stargate to prevent Qing Ping from going to the next parallel spacetime unless he directly tore through the void and left. For this, they had also prepared a sourcebox array. Lu Yin hadn't expected the Gargoyle to be proficient in sourcebox arrays and to be an Origin Array Heavenly Master. He couldn't tell at all that a stone was an Origin Array Heavenly Master. It was no wonder that Ancestor Shi had asked it to accompany them. It was to prevent Qing Ping from tearing through the void and escaping when they found him. The Eternals had made ample preparations, but no matter how well prepared they were, they couldn't withstand the presence of a traitor. After Lu Yin left Big Blackie and the Gargoyle, he directly used the wireless goo to contact Senior Qing Ping, but there was no response even after several attempts. Perhaps he was cultivating. As Lu Yin searched, he deliberately leaked his aura while continuing to use the wireless goo to contact Senior Qing Ping. Trying to find someone in such a large spacetime was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Ruler spacetime was huge. It wasn't any smaller than the outerverse. Although progenitors were fast, they weren't fast enough to find someone. Once they used progenitor strength, the Eternals were worried that Qing Ping would immediately escape. A few days later, the wireless goo vibrated and Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Why are you here? The wireless goo vibrated, transmitting a message. Lu Yin replied, the Eternals sent 3 True God Guard captains to capture you. Go back quickly. I can't go back. Someone's watching me. Lu Yin's heart sank. Who's watching you? The Eternals? I don't know. I've always felt like I'm being watched. It's been a few months and this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. I have a premonition that I can't escape even if I want to. Have you contacted Senior Brother? Qing Ping was silent for a moment. The The person who's watching me might want me to contact him. Lu Yin understood senior brother Qing Ping's intentions. He was worried that senior brother Qing Ping was using him as bait. How could someone who could make senior brother Qing Ping feel like he couldn't escape expose his aura? This was a trap. Where are you? Don't come. I won't go, but I can lure the Eternals there. What do you mean? Senior brother, just tell me the location. Qing Ping was silent for a moment before telling Lu Yin the location. Lu Yin sent a progenitor realm corpse king in that direction, acting as if it was just passing by. There was also a huge battle in ruler spacetime, and this was one of the endless battlefields. However, the strongest powerhouse there was only a half-ancestor. To reach the battlefield, Lu Yin had the progenitor realm corpse king pass by that location as a show for the person watching senior brother Qing Ping. That person was using senior brother Qing Ping as bait, so their target was naturally not the Eternals or the Sixth Direction gang. It could only be the primordial space or someone on Lu Yin's side. Such a person wouldn't let the progenitor realm corpse king enter the battlefield and attract the attention of Limitless. Just as Lu Yin had guessed, the progenitor realm corpse king disappeared shortly after arriving at Qing Ping's hiding spot. Lu Yin had been hiding his aura the entire time and using his heaven's eye to observe from afar. He saw a deep darkness engulfing the progenitor realm corpse king. It was eccentric Mo. Eccentric Mo had actually targeted senior brother Qing Ping. Lu Yin's expression darkened. The Eternals targeting senior brother Qing Ping might have something to do with Mr. Mu from Primeval City, but eccentric Mo's target was obviously Lu Yin himself. This old monster was always in the way at critical moments. After thinking about it, Lu Yin contacted Limitless and sent a nearby progenitor to ruler spacetime to rescue Qing Ping. He then contacted Big Black and the Gargoyle. Found Qing Ping. Big Black and the Gargoyle hurried over. In order to avoid causing too much of a commotion, the remaining 25 progenitor realm corpse kings scattered in all directions, forming an even larger encirclement. Where's Qing Ping? The Gargoyle asked. Lu Yin pointed at the space in front of them. He's over there. The Gargoyle immediately set up a source box array. They were quite far away, and as long as eccentric Mo didn't specifically search for them, it was unlikely that he would discover them. However, as the source box array continued to connect, eccentric Mo eventually discovered them. On a planet, eccentric Mo suddenly looked into the distance. Not good. He took a step forward, and the void that should have been torn apart began to distort as a source box array appeared. At the same time, the Gargoyle was alarmed. Careful. There's an expert. Lu Yin was stunned. How could there be an expert? Big Black's voice was low. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. This person might be Qing Ping's protector. Kill him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2960. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw the shroud at old monster Mo. The Gargoyle quickly stabilized the source box array. Lu Yin acted at the same time. When Elder Mo saw the shroud, he was shocked. What was this? He was a cautious person, and even if his opponent was not a sequence law powerhouse, he would still be careful, let alone something as strange as this shroud. He immediately retreated, and the shroud followed closely behind. It seemed like the shroud had the upper hand, which made Elder Mo wary. This gave Blackie confidence, and he continued to release the shroud in an attempt to capture Elder Mo. Elder Mo frowned. The more he looked, the more he felt that this shroud did not belong to any sequence law, and its power did not seem that strange. He raised his hand and pointed at the sword technique. The sword surged and tore apart the shroud, and the darkness engulfed Blackie. Blackie's voice suddenly changed. A sequence law powerhouse cannot be defeated by brute force. Ibo, go and capture Qing Ping. Blackie's divine power surged out and spread towards the shroud. Elder Mo became wary. An Eternal? At that moment, Qing Ping rushed off into the distance. He did not tear through the void and instead used his speed to escape. In terms of strength, Qing Ping was no match for the captain of the True God Guard, but in terms of speed, when Lu Yin and the Gargoyle were about to grab him at the same time, he visualized the condor's cry of the 9 heavens, increasing his speed and leaving Lu Yin and the Gargoyle in the dust. The Gargoyle was furious. He didn't tear through the void to escape? His source box array had been set up for nothing. Elder Mo snorted when he saw Qing Ping escape. Great darkness sky. Endless darkness particles spread throughout the spacetime continuum, and countless people stared blankly as everything turned dark. A sense of fear washed over them and even the fighting stopped. Great darkness sky was a technique that Elder Mo had mastered using his sequence law set, and it could cause the entire spacetime continuum to turn dark. Qing Ping could not escape from this technique, and even Blackie and the others were swallowed up by great darkness sky. They could only use their divine power to resist it. Luin clenched his fists. This old bastard really wanted to capture Qing Ping. He growled, "This person wants to kill Qing Ping. Our mission is to capture Qing Ping alive. Use your divine power." Blackie and the gargoyle did not have time to think, and they were brought along by Luin. Their divine power surged out and gathered in the sky, forming a divine power sun that dispelled the darkness. This divine power sun was much larger than the one created by the person in the game of 1,000 faces. Old Monster Mo was cautious to begin with. When he saw such a large sun made of God energy appear, he hurriedly reversed his steps and chased after Qing Ping. He couldn't afford to get caught up in a fight. He had to capture this person first. Luin stared at old eccentric Mo and suddenly charged out. He pierced through the divine power sun and stared at the spatial lines. He used his divine power to extend towards the spatial lines as he madly chased after old eccentric Mo. In the eyes of others, what they saw was that the divine power sun was inexplicably connected to the distance, breaking away from the range of speed and splitting the entire spacetime into two. Curmudgeon Mo abruptly turned around to stare at Luin. Is this spatial power? The spatial lines that had been infused with his divine power were distorted by Luin, and old eccentric Mo's reverse step also distorted spacetime. The two spatial distortions collided with each other, shattering the void and causing it to be unable to withstand the force. The darkness sequence particles were immediately neutralized by the divine power, and old eccentric Mo suddenly retreated. He glared at Luin before charging towards Qing Ping once more. Senior brother Qing Ping's speed was also extremely fast. Soon, he arrived at the outermost circle of the 25 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. In front of him, there was an Ancestor Realm Corpse King attacking him. He borrowed old eccentric Mo's darkness to execute Lawless. He was unable to directly engulf the Ancestor Realm Corpse King. Old eccentric Mo's eyes lit up. Good move. Follow me. He did not use any battle techniques and purely relied on his Ancestor Realm strength. Traversing the void, the spatial lines that had been infused with his divine power could not do anything to him as they were neutralized by the darkness sequence particles. Luin was anxious. If old eccentric Mo really wanted to capture Qing Ping, he would not be able to stop him unless he exposed his own strength. Now that he had already exposed his control over space, he could not expose anything else. Another two Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings charged towards Qing Ping from both sides. Behind them was old eccentric Mo, who was getting closer and closer. The entire spacetime had been swallowed up by the great dark sky. Even though his divine power had dispersed the darkness, it was still impossible to tear through the void and leave. Old eccentric Mo could instantly stop him. He could only leave through the Stargate. No matter what, he could not let his senior brother be captured. Lu Yin's gaze was ferocious. If there was no other way, he could only reveal his identity. At that moment, a gray fog suddenly appeared and enveloped Qing Ping, as well as the approaching Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings and old eccentric Mo. Old eccentric Mo wanted to disperse the fog, but he realized that the fog was not immediately dispersed. He attacked again and the fog was finally dispersed. However, Qing Ping was already far away. Beside Qing Ping was a girl, it was Shi Wei. Luin had notified the Distance Faction's experts in advance, but he had not expected that it would be the Fog Ancestor. Although the Fog Ancestor was not as strong as Patriarch Tianyi and the others, he was still one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He could rely on the fog to delay for an instant, and that instant was enough for the Ancestor Realm to reach the Stargate. Old eccentric Mo's gaze turned cold. So what if they reached the Stargate? There was a saying, so close yet worlds apart. The Stargate was directly swallowed up by the darkness. If they wanted to leave through the Stargate, they would have to pass through the darkness sequence particles. This was a power that Shi Wei and the others did not possess. However, in the next moment, red light pierced through the void and forcefully tore through the darkness beside Shi Wei and Qing Ping, opening a path for them to reach the Stargate. Shi Wei and Qing Ping hurriedly rushed over and escaped from the ruler of spacetime. Old eccentric Mo angrily turned back to glare at Luin. Behind Luin, Blackie and the gargoyle were approaching, and there were also Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings with red divine power above their heads. In this situation, old eccentric Mo clearly did not want to fight, so he immediately left. Luin and the others had no intention of chasing after old eccentric Mo. If a sequence law powerhouse wanted to leave, they could not stop him. Moreover, old eccentric Mo's strength was not weak even among sequence law powerhouses. Don't blame me. I could only let them leave first. Otherwise, if they were caught by this guy, the Eternal Tribe would have nothing to do with us, Luin said. The gargoyle said, Ancestor wanted a living person, not a dead one. You did well, but you failed the mission and exposed our intention to attack Qingping. Luin shook his head. We didn't. We've been attacking that sequence law powerhouse all this time. As for Qingping, I helped him twice. He wouldn't have thought that the Eternal Tribe would want to capture him. Blackie put away the shroud. Return to the zone of disaster. Luin said, no to the primordial space. Our mission is not over yet. The gargoyle retreated. I'm not going to the primordial space. If you want to go, then go. Blackie said in a low voice, I'm not going either. Luin looked at them. If we want to complete the mission, we have to go to the primordial space. At this time, Qingping will think that he's safe. The Ancestor values this mission very much. Blackie stared at Luin through the black shroud. That's not a reason to die. The heavy ghost was captured, Orange G was killed, and Yuhuo was beaten back to his original form. He almost died there. The primordial space is not something that the tribe wants to provoke. Return to the zone of disaster and wait for the Ancestor's next order. Luin was unwilling. Trust me. Now is the best time to capture Qingping. I'm familiar with the primordial space. Nothing will happen. However, the other two ignored him and took out a Stargate to return to the zone of disaster. Luin had no choice but to return to the zone of disaster. What he said just now was just a pretense. He wanted to find a reasonable explanation for helping Qingping twice. Back in the zone of disaster, Luin recounted everything that had happened, including how he had helped Qingping escape twice. Blackie and the gargoyle did not interrupt. The Ancestor pondered for a moment. Who was the one who helped Qingping escape? Luin looked up. One of the former 9 mountains and 8 seas, the Fog Ancestor. The Ancestor's eyes flashed. Is it Shi Wei? Luin was surprised. From the looks of it, the Ancestor and Shi Wei knew each other? It did not seem impossible as their names were similar. When he first heard the Ancestor's name, he thought of the Fog Ancestor. Now, the Ancestor did not care about the other processes and only cared about Shi Wei's help. Ancestor, I want to go to the primordial space to make up for the failure of this mission, Luin said. The Ancestor looked at him. Although the mission failed, it did not expose our target. Furthermore, Qingping was not captured by that sequence law realm expert. It is not a complete failure. There is no need to go to the primordial space. Currently, the race will not make any big moves against the Sixth Direction Guild. Everything should be done quietly. Luin frowned. The more the Eternals acted like this, the more it meant that they had a bigger plan. The bone boat destroyed the world, the true God came out of seclusion, and the Sixth Direction Guild was destroyed. These words kept appearing in Lu Yin's mind. That sequence law realm expert used the power of darkness. He should be Mo Shang from the primordial space. He was once one of the sect masters of the Elysium. It is unknown whether he is good or evil, but he is very strong. Yibo, give me another mission to rope in Mo Shang, the Ancestor said. Blackie and the gargoyle left. This mission did not require them. Luin was surprised. Rope him in? The Ancestor was in a daze. I know this person. During the Battle of the Elysium, this person betrayed the martial arts university. He is cowardly and does not know what is good and evil. However, he is very talented and cautious. He can be cultivated. If we rope him in, he will be considered an expert. Make up for the position of the 7 sky gods? Luin asked. The Ancestor did not answer. Instead, he said, let the person in the game accompany you. He fought with Mo Shang before. Half a month later, the person from the game of 1,000 Faces returned to the disaster zone and headed to the endless battlefield with Luin. The Eternals had already found traces of old monster Mo. He was still in the ruler spacetime. Luin was very curious. How did the race find traces of a sequence law realm expert? The game of 1,000 Faces lips curled up. This is the strength of the Eternals. As long as they are willing, they can find anyone. For example? Anyone. Where is Taoist Lu from the Elysium? The game of 1,000 Faces was stunned. How would I know? This kind of thing can't be told to me. If you want to know, ask the Ancestor. You are not thinking of assassinating Taoist Lu, are you? Don't court death. Luin deliberately showed his hatred. Everyone from the Lu family must die. Taoist Lu is only relying on external objects and many tricks. He has not even reached the progenitor realm. With divine power, I think we can kill him. The game of 1,000 Faces shook his head. Stop dreaming. Even if you fight him one-on-one, you are no match for him. That person is a monster. Whether it is the humans or the Eternals, it is unlikely that such a monster would appear. He is no longer the target of the true God Guards. He is the target of the 7 Sky Gods. We only need to complete some missions. You seem to know him very well? Luin was puzzled. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2961. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces looked at Luin. We're trying to recruit Mo Shang. Back then I teamed up with Dao Lord Lu to fight him. I couldn't even fight back, but Dao Lord Lu managed to obtain the Heavenly Eye of Martial Law and escaped successfully. What do you think? This person's luck isn't something you and I can deal with. Anyway, just run when you see him. Luin was here again in the ruler spacetime. They were still searching separately, but this time they were looking for Old Monster Mo. Although the Eternals could confirm that Old Monster Mo was in this spacetime, they couldn't pinpoint his exact location. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces split his consciousness and controlled the ruler spacetime to send a message. Senior Mo Shang, can you come out for a chat? Senior Mo Shang, can you come out for a chat? Senior Mo Shang, can you come out for a chat? In a corner of the ruler spacetime, Old Monster Mo frowned as he listened to the voices. What were the Eternals trying to do? He saw the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces, an old acquaintance. The first battle he encountered after awakening was this person. There was also Luin disguised as Yi Bo, who left a deep impression on him. If not for this person, he would have already captured Qing Ping. He wanted to make a move, but the Eternals might have a backup plan if they wanted to meet him. After thinking about it, Old Monster Mo decided to meet them and see what they were up to. However, it couldn't be in this spacetime. Not long after, someone sent a message to the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces. See you in the Forest Orchid spacetime. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces contacted Luin and headed towards the Forest Orchid spacetime. The Forest Orchid spacetime was several parallel spacetimes away from the ruler spacetime. According to Old Monster Mo's cautiousness, this spacetime was the safest place to meet. Soon the three met in the Forest Orchid spacetime. Old Monster Mo looked at the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces with an unfriendly gaze and then looked at Luin. What are the Eternals trying to do? The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces went straight to the point. The Eternals want you to join. Old Monster Mo sneered. I'm a human. How can I join the Eternals and become a corpse king? The Game of 1,000 Faces laughed. Not only are you able to maintain your human body, but with your strength. You can definitely fight for a spot in the 7 heavens. With your strength. With your strength, you too. In the era of above heaven, it would be at the level of the 3 realms 6 paths. It had to be said that the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces was very eloquent. His words had moved Old Monster Mo. Old Monster Mo had always dreamed of reaching Wu Tian's level. The Eternals sure are sincere. They've sent you two who have a grudge against me to rope me in. Eccentric Mo sneered. Luin replied coldly, not really. It's just a conflict. The person from the 1,000 Faces game looked at Old Monster Mo. Senior, this is not a multiple-choice question. With the current situation, it is impossible for you to join the 6 Paths Association. The conflict between you and Luin is irreconcilable. Back then, when my clan attacked the above heaven, you also took part in it. Your target was Lu Bujing, a member of the Lu family. You can't join the 6 Paths Association. You can only join the everlasting race. Curmudgeon Mo laughed out loud. Do you really think I'm stupid? I won't join anyone. Let's see what they can do to me. But if that's the case, Senior's goal will be very difficult to achieve. What do you mean? Senior, don't you want the Heavenly Eye of Martial Law? Old Monster Mo's eyes narrowed. So what? I can't have it. Can the everlasting race obtain it? Right now, the everlasting race is being beaten so badly by the 6 Paths Association that you can't even raise your head. That brat from the Lu family has both methods and schemes. His talent is also unprecedented. I've never seen anyone with better talent than him, not even in the above heaven. Once he breaks through to the progenitor realm, the everlasting race's good days will come to an end. The person from the 1,000 Faces game laughed. The same applies to Senior. Senior, you don't think that Luin will give up on his grudge with you, do you? Curmudgeon Mo's eyes flickered. Of course he wasn't that naive. That was why he had been hiding in the endless battlefield all this time, trying to figure out a way out. This was also why he had captured Qing Ping. With Qing Ping in his hands, he could trade with Luin and make the grudge disappear. This was his plan, but it had failed. Fortunately, he had run into the everlasting race. The everlasting race has ruined my plans multiple times. If not for you, that brat from the Liu family wouldn't have found the heavenly eye of martial law. The more Curmudgeon Mo thought about it, the angrier he became. He glared at Lu Yin. If not for you, Qing Ping wouldn't have been able to escape. In the end, it's the everlasting race that's been causing trouble for me. The person from the Thousand Faces game said loudly, "That's why we've come to invite Senior to join the everlasting race. From now on we'll only have one enemy, and that's the Six Paths Society." Curmudgeon Mo sneered, "You've ruined my plans multiple times and now you want to rope me in? Dream on. Get lost or don't blame me for taking action." The person from the Thousand Faces game was helpless. "Senior, joining the everlasting race will only bring you benefits and no harm. Why be so stubborn? The true God once said that whether it's humans, beasts, bugs or corpse kings, they're all born from the universe. Perhaps when this universe is destroyed, a new species will be born in the next universe. Every species originates from the universe, and it's just that the external forms of life are different. There's no need to be so rigid about one's race. After death, all of us will turn into dust." Curmudgeon Mo looked at the person from the Thousand Faces game. "There's no need to talk nonsense with me. If I cared, I would have attacked you long ago." "Then why won't Senior join the everlasting race?" The person from the Thousand Faces game was puzzled. Curmudgeon Mo's eyes flashed. "If you want me to join, sure, but you have to show some sincerity." "What sincerity?" Lu Yin asked coldly. Curmudgeon Mo looked at him. "I want Lu Bujing's life." Lu Yin frowned. The person from the Thousand Faces game was put in a spot. "Senior, Lu Bujing stays in the Above Heaven sect all year round. If you want his life, it's tantamount to starting an all-out war between the everlasting race and the Above Heaven sect." "What, you don't dare?" Curmudgeon Mo sneered. Just as the person from the Thousand Faces game was about to speak, Lu Yin interrupted, "It's not that I don't dare, but that there's no need. Cut the crap. Either take Lu Bujing's life for me or get lost." Curmudgeon Mo was getting impatient. The person from the Thousand Faces game had no choice but to give Lu Yin a look, intending to leave. The everlasting race rarely succeeded in recruiting powerhouses unless they were faced with a life-or-death situation. For a powerhouse like Curmudgeon Mo, joining the everlasting race did not make much of a difference. He already had experience. Lu Yin shook his head and looked at Curmudgeon Mo. "We have no plans to start a war with the Above Heaven sect for now, so we can't kill Lu Bujing. However, we can help you deal with Qing Ping." Curmudgeon Mo's brows raised. "What do you mean?" The person from the Thousand Faces game looked at Lu Yin, not understanding either. Lu Yin's expression was cold, but his gaze was filled with confidence. "Qing Ping should have already fled back to the Genesis space. He thinks he's safe there, so we can enter the Genesis space and capture him. Didn't you want to attack Qing Ping? We ruined your plan, so we'll return him to you. This price is sincere enough, right?" The person from the Thousand Faces game did not understand. After learning about their mission to capture Qing Ping, Lu Yin's words made sense, but he did not want to go to the Genesis space. "You're willing to enter the Genesis space to help me capture Qing Ping?" Curmudgeon Mo asked suspiciously. Lu Yin stared at Curmudgeon Mo. "Not us, but you. Otherwise we might not be able to capture Qing Ping on our own. I don't know what Qing Ping means to you, but he's very important to that Dao Lord Lu. I heard that he's Dao Lord Lu's senior brother." Curmudgeon Mo's eyes burned. If not for this reason, why would he want to capture Qing Ping? He did not know that the Eternals' target had been Qing Ping as well. Rather than saying that they were helping him capture Qing Ping, it was more accurate to say that he was helping the Eternals. To the Eternals, having another expert to help them capture Qing Ping was a good thing, and the ancestor would not refuse. To Curmudgeon Mo, this was a show of sincerity. However, all of this was within Lu Yin's plan. To Lu Yin, he was helping the Eternals convince Curmudgeon Mo to help them capture Qing Ping, and he was also helping the Eternals show their sincerity to rope in Curmudgeon Mo. This was equivalent to accomplishing two tasks at the same time. His goal was to better display his loyalty to the Eternals and kill one or two captains of the True God Guard. It would be perfect if he could kill Curmudgeon Mo as well. This was killing three birds with one stone. The people from the Thousand Faces game were completely clueless, but the ancestor understood everything. She had praised Lu Yin's intelligence. He had asked Curmudgeon Mo to work with them to capture Qing Ping while also trying to rope in this expert. Regardless of whether the mission was completed or not, she had seen Lu Yin's dedication. Thus, she had agreed to let Lu Yin, the people from the Thousand Faces game, and Curmudgeon Mo enter the Genesis space to capture Qing Ping. Although Curmudgeon Mo was wary of the Genesis space, it wasn't to the point where he didn't dare to go. After all, Patriarch Lu Yuan was in seclusion, and Curmudgeon Mo was confident that no one could stop him. Since the Eternals were willing to help, then there was no harm in helping. However, he wasn't willing to travel with Lu Yin and the others. Before he decided to join the Eternals, he didn't want to be labeled as a traitor to humanity. Before they left, the ancestor had given Lu Yin the contact information of several spies in the Genesis space. These spies were coordinates that could be used to enter a parallel spacetime that led directly to the zone of E. Lu Yin felt as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. Previously, they had captured an elder because of Yu Hua, who had led them to the White Bamboo spacetime. Now these spies were probably the same as that elder. If there were more of them, the Above Heaven sect would be able to attack the zone of E directly from these parallel spacetimes. In the Genesis space in the Neoverse, yellow sand filled the sky. The giant Shishio swung its tail, occasionally smashing it against the ground with loud thuds. This was to intimidate its surroundings and prevent any creatures from ambushing it. Shishio was enormous, but it only knew how to defend and not attack. Its most common method was to intimidate. Lu Yin sat cross-legged on its back and calmly gazed into the distance. Not far from him was a member of the Thousand Faces Bureau. We've discovered another great world hidden within the yellow sand cliffs. It looks pretty good, and it cultivates battle techniques related to the yellow sand, the person from the Bureau said as he looked in a certain direction. Lu Yin didn't say anything. Along the way, the person from the Bureau had been interested in discovering great worlds. Fortunately, he hadn't made a move yet. Otherwise, Lu Yin would have killed him before they even reached the Hall of Honor. The Genesis space is truly the most dazzling spacetime of human civilization. Let's not talk about the Above Heaven sect era for now, and let's not even talk about the current Above Heaven sect era. Before that, there didn't seem to be any progenitors, but there were so many of them that they needed to hide in great worlds. Those great worlds developed one civilization after another, and some of them aren't bad at all. Do you think that Lu Yin of the Above Heaven sect has done a full count of these great worlds? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2962. Lu Yin looked up. Counting? Indeed, there was a world alliance among the Neoverse 3000 major worlds. Back then, it had been the Hall of Honor's money bag that specialized in creating, selling, and recycling major worlds. Through the World Alliance, the Hall of Honor, and the current Heavenly Sect, Lu Yin had a general understanding of these major worlds. Among them, there were major worlds with envoys like the Radiance Realm and the Crimson Rainbow Realm. Most of the others could not survive on this continent and had gone into hiding. The combined power of these major worlds could not even compare to a small sect in the Innerverse, so there was no need to count them. But regardless of whether it was the Hall of Honor's era or the current Heavenly Sect's era, no one dared to say that they completely understood all of the major worlds. No one knew if there were any extremely powerful major worlds in these major worlds. The Fifth Mainland had experienced several large-scale battles, even battles that determined the survival of the human race. These major worlds had been used before, but they had never found any that were too powerful. These major worlds were better used for transportation. However, Lu Yin recalled the scene of a card traveling through a major world. That card had caused the Interstellar Arbitration Tribunal's presiding judge, Mu Tianluan, to fear and not dare to touch it. At that time, Lu Yin had thought that the card had a power level of over 1 million or even close to that of a half-progenitor. After that, he had ordered a search for that major world, but he had not been able to find it. He remembered that major world, but he was not clear about it, which was why he wanted to know more. Regardless, there should not be any progenitors in the 3000 major worlds, so the Heavenly Sect had not paid much attention to it. Lu Yin did not pay much attention to it either, and he had just happened to remember it. The race should control some major worlds, Lu Yin said. The Game of 1,000 Faces casually replied, I don't know about that. My mission has always been the endless battlefield, so I don't know much about this spacetime. But from what I can see, they definitely control it. It's impossible for them to not use such a good place to hide. Lu Yin thought the same. He especially wanted to obtain Bai Wuxian's eternal list, as it recorded all of Bai Wuxian's spies. Although many of the spies in the Genesis space had been dealt with, there were still quite a few hidden ones, just like the ones that the ancestor had given him. No one would have thought that those ordinary cultivators were actually spies of the Eternals. Shilan headed towards the Hall of Honor. Although it had been destroyed by the 7 sky gods, it had been rebuilt on the spot. It was no longer the center of the Fifth Mainland's power. Above him, cultivators flew past one after another. This continent was completely different from the first time he had come here. Back then, it had been desolate and no one could be seen for 10 days to half a month. Now, however, there were people passing by from time to time. The overall strength of the cultivators of the Fifth Mainland had increased by a lot. A few days later, the cloud pass stone in Lu Yin's pocket vibrated. He accepted the call and heard Curmudgeon Mo's voice. "I'm here. What about you guys?" "Very soon." Lu Yin put down the cloud vision stone and stood up. "Let's go, he's here." She wagged her tail and walked away, but there was no one on her back now. While Lu Yin and the members of the Thousand Faces Bureau waited for Old Monster Mo on Shishio's back, they also silently observed the continent for any powerful cultivators. From the looks of it, there weren't any. Not long after, Lu Yin and the members of the Bureau of 1,000 Faces arrived at the ruins of the Hall of Honor. Buildings had been erected on top of the destroyed ruins, but they were far less solemn than before. "Where's old freak Mo?" The people from the Game of 1,000 Faces looked around. Lu Yin growled, "Don't worry about him. We've succeeded. If anyone tries to stop us, he'll naturally act. There's no need for 3 progenitors to act at the same time for a mere Qing Ping. I'll control him and observe the situation first. After all, he was ambushed in the endless battlefield. I'm afraid that there might be experts from the sects protecting him," the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces said. He scattered his consciousness and directly controlled more than 10 people to walk inside. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It was also his consciousness. He suddenly wondered if he could steal the consciousness of the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces. If he could, would there be any changes to the dice's 6 pips? This idea moved him and made him change his original plan. He could spare this person's life. After a few hours, the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces' gaze shifted. "I see Qing Ping." Lu Yin looked at him. "At present, it seems that there are no experts around him. How can your people see Qing Ping?" Lu Yin was puzzled. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces said, "He's drinking tea." "Drinking tea?" "There are always times when people are tired. It's normal to rest for a while. Prepare to attack." "He's not prepared. I'll use my consciousness to disrupt his thoughts while you capture him. Although there are no experts to support him, we still have to take him away as quickly as possible." "We can't hesitate," the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces reminded him. Lu Yin nodded. "I understand. Attack." The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces stared into the distance. His consciousness descended and forcefully controlled Qing Ping. At the same time, Lu Yin took a step towards Qing Ping. The teacup in Qing Ping's hand fell and shattered with a bang. His vision blurred as Lu Yin appeared and grabbed him. In another direction, old freak Mo's eyes burned. He had succeeded. At that moment, Qing Ping, who should have been controlled by his consciousness, suddenly raised his head and stared at Lu Yin. His body suddenly disappeared and reappeared in another direction. This was the secret word plan. Old freak Mo's eyes widened. He couldn't control him? Lu Yin turned and grabbed Qing Ping again. This time, his powerful aura suddenly erupted. He didn't need to hold back and directly exposed himself. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces was shocked. This Qing Ping was indeed Lu Yin's senior. He couldn't even control him? But it didn't matter. Under Yi Bo's attack, he couldn't possibly escape. Old freak Mo thought the same. Even though Yi Bo had exposed his strength, no one here could deal with him. Even if the Above Heaven sect had reinforcements, it would still take a long time. Lu Yin had used all his strength to disguise himself as Yi Bo. Qing Ping had only been able to dodge once because no one had expected him to be able to break free from the Game of 1,000 Faces control. This time he was facing a powerful progenitor. Even if he could fight against an ordinary progenitor, he couldn't fight against the captain of a true god guard. Lu Yin's hand approached again, and Qing Ping stared blankly as Lu Yin's hand reached out. He didn't seem to be able to react. Suddenly, a star appeared in front of Lu Yin and exploded. Lu Yin retreated. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces' pupils shrank. Not good, it's Lu Yin. They had studied Lu Yin before, and this sudden explosion was the result of Lu Yin borrowing progenitor Chen's strength to display the serious art. Lu Yin had attacked. He hurriedly rushed out. Old freak Mo, attack now. Old freak Mo didn't hesitate and attacked at the same time. Darkness instantly enveloped the area. With the 3 of them working together, they could definitely capture Qing Ping. However, the 3 of them stopped at the same time and retreated. They felt an extreme sense of danger that didn't come from them but from above. Above them, a giant black hole had appeared at some point. Progenitor's origin tribulation, go! Lu Yin shouted. There was no need for him to say anything as old freak Mo had already retracted the power of darkness. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces wasn't slow either, and they flew off into the distance. If they wanted to return to the Zone of E, they had to go through a stargate. Facing the progenitor's origin tribulation that was constantly expanding above their heads, they had to leave this area before they could take out a stargate. They had failed again. 3 progenitors, one of whom was a sequence law powerhouse, had failed twice in their attempt to capture a half-progenitor. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces took out a stargate and ignored Luin. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces left on his own. Suddenly, a star appeared in front of them. Serious art explode. It was Luin again. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces grabbed a stargate and left. Luin had used Progenitor Chen's Serious Art to detonate a star, but that was a real star. Progenitor Chen had used Serious Art to create countless stars on the 5th mainland. Only by detonating such a star could a progenitor be fatal. The one in front of them was just a simulation created by Lu Yin's Serious Art, and it wasn't enough to cause any harm to the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces only reacted when the star exploded. Such a weak star explosion was something that he could easily withstand, and he didn't need to care about it. He took out a stargate again and another star appeared in front of him. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces pressed down with a palm, directly colliding with the star explosion. His body didn't even tremble. It was impossible to stop him from leaving with this kind of power. Just as he was about to step through the stargate, Lu Yin's voice came from behind him. "Wait for me." The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces turned back and frowned. "You." Before he could finish, Lu Yin shouted, "Be careful." Another star appeared, and the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces destroyed it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin appeared beside him and swept past him, heading for the stargate. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces followed closely behind. Suddenly, Lu Yin stopped and turned around to face the person. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces was stunned, and before he could react, Lu Yin's palm struck his abdomen. The powerful force almost tore his body apart. Lu Yin had used the power of the 100 Fists imprisonment in this palm strike, and even the body of the captain of the True God Guards couldn't withstand it. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body crashed to the ground. He could see Lu Yin getting further and further away. He stared at Lu Yin. What? Lu Yin turned and stepped into the stargate and it disappeared. The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces crashed to the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. He endured the pain and tore through the void to leave. There was something wrong with this Yibo. At this moment, his mind was in a daze. This feeling? Secular world? He looked up and saw crazy Dean Xiaoqin walking over from a distance. "We meet again, old friend. Whose life do you want to experience this time?" The range of the tribulation origin black hole continued to expand, and many cultivators fled in all directions. No one had expected Qingping to suddenly break through to the progenitor realm, but this was all within Lu Yin's plan. Without breaking through to the progenitor realm, how could Qingping resist the capture of 3 progenitors? And breaking through to the progenitor realm was something that senior brother Qingping had decided to do long ago. If there were too many progenitors in the above heaven sect, then it would be obvious that this was a trap. The unlucky one would be Lu Yin, who was disguised as Yi Bo, who had urged them to come to the 5th mainland to capture Qingping. Yi Bo's identity was very useful, and Lu Yin didn't want to waste it. No one could blame him for failing to pass the progenitor realm's tribulation origin command. As for whether the person from the Game of 1,000 Faces could escape, that was his own problem. As long as old monster Mo didn't see Lu Yin make a move, there wouldn't be any problems. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2963. In the outerverse above the heavens, one progenitor after another walked out and headed towards the Neoverse. They wanted to watch Qingping break through the progenitor realm. It was especially so for Lu Bujing and the others. They all yearned to break through to the ancestral realm, but they did not have the confidence to do so. All they could do was watch one person after another succeed. Beneath the tribulation origin black hole, Qingping's expression was calm. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, but his little junior brother's cultivation speed was too fast, so fast that he had no choice but to break through to the ancestor realm. After all, he was the senior brother. Before they died, they had the obligation to protect little junior brother. How could a half-martial ancestor be protected? One figure after another appeared outside the range of the origin tribulation. They were the experts from the above heaven sect. As expected, a familiar scene appeared, suppressing the heavens. Only the most extraordinary people among the half-martial ancestors would be able to create such a scene. They could use the absolute stellar source vacuum to stop those who were going through their tribulations. Their appearance could suppress the sky, which represented the approval of the stellar source universe. Qing Ping was the same as Leng Qing. He had the ability to make the stellar source universe stop those who were going through their tribulations. Leng Qing used her body as a blade to cut through the sky. When Lu Yin had undergone his sixth origin tribulation, he had encountered the sky suppressor. He had used the starry sky in his heart to seal off the astral source's power and prevent the sky suppressor from absorbing it. If he didn't have the ability to kill the heavens, how could he use his own strength as his ancestor? Everyone was curious about what Qing Ping would do. His weapon was the bell. Until now, he had been relying on the stellar source for his cultivation. He had no experience in creating his own power system. How was he going to survive the sky suppression? On the other side, Lu Yin had returned to the zone of E with a complicated look in his eyes. His senior brother's tribulation had been decided by him, and Lu Yin had suggested multiple times that they head to the fifth mainland to capture Qing Ping. Because of this, his senior brother had to succeed. Mr. Mu's disciples were not simple, so he did not want to fail. He walked towards his own pagoda. Now that the mission had failed, he had to give the ancient ancestor an explanation. The fifth mainland's new universe was isolated from the surroundings by the sky suppression dome. Not even sound could be heard. Qing Ping stood tall in the air. Even as he watched the suppressing heavens closing in on him, he didn't move at all. Everyone looked on as it was impossible for Qing Ping to fail. Even though he hadn't had much of a presence in recent years, that didn't mean that he was weak. He was Lu Yin's senior, someone who had been acknowledged by Lu Yin's sect. They were just curious about how Qing Ping would survive. Mu Xie came. Seeing Qing Ping being submerged, he was not worried at all, steady as a boulder. Steady as a rock? Elder Zen was puzzled. Mu Xie said, "Master has left comments for us disciples. His comment on junior brother Qing Ping is that he is as steady as a rock." Elder Chan pondered. The sky-suppressing dome was wreaking havoc in the void, but there was no movement inside. Everyone watching was nervous. After a while it was still the same. Normally, either Lu Yin's isolated astral source would be absorbed, or Leng Qing's sky suppression would be broken apart. However, this scene was rare, as it usually only occurred when one sky suppression was unable to withstand it. But if Qing Ping couldn't hold on, it should have ended long ago. Why was it still like this? It was just like how the waves could sweep across the land, but they were unable to drown the land. I see. Big Sister appeared and looked ahead. What a powerful ability to control astral sources. Suppressing the heavens removes the astral sources from the body of the person undergoing the tribulation and then uses the astral sources to attack. The principle is very simple. If you want to attack the person undergoing the tribulation, you have to use the astral sources to touch the person undergoing the tribulation. But Qing Ping is able to use the astral sources for his own use at the instant suppressing the heavens attacks him. This is equivalent to snatching the astral sources from suppressing the heavens. Suppressing the heavens won. But now it seems like he won. All the astral sources that hit him were converted into his own power. How ruthless. I've only heard of such a scene before. Mu Xie was surprised. Has happened before? He originally thought that Qing Ping's method of crossing the sky suppressing the heavens was unique. It seemed simple, snatching the astral sources, but the astral sources originally belonged to the astral source universe. How could one snatch it? The difficulty of this was something that even he couldn't do now. This was also the reason why his master said that Qing Ping was as steady as a rock. In terms of astral sources control, Qing Ping was number one among the disciples. Even Lu Yin couldn't compare. Qing Ping was too steady. Big Sister rolled her eyes. Why do you think that only your sect can produce such a genius? May I ask, Senior, who else have you heard of using this method to cross the sky suppressing the heavens? Mu Xie asked. Big Sister rolled her eyes again. Wu Tian. The sky suppressing the heavens was still wreaking havoc. But inside, Qing Ping was as steady as a rock. He just stood there as though he could stand there forever. Finally, the sky suppressing the heavens disappeared. Qing Ping appeared in front of everyone. He was still calm. His expression didn't change. His aura didn't change. Even his clothes weren't wrinkled. The sky suppressing the heavens was even weaker than the wind. Everyone looked at him. He raised his head to look at the tribulation origin black hole. He didn't make a sound. While waiting, Elder Chan was curious. Your master's evaluation of Qing Ping is as steady as a rock. What is his evaluation of the Tao Master? Big Sister also looked at Mu Xie curiously. Everyone who heard it was curious. Mu Xie smiled and said, Senior brother Mu Feng, you don't hide your blade. I remember it in one word, junior brother Mu Feng. He paused. Everyone stared at him. He clasped his hands behind his back. I can't see through him. Big sister frowned. You can't see through him? Mu Xie nodded. Master can't see through little junior brother. Even master can't predict his future. Big sister was very satisfied with this answer. The more you can't see through him, the more powerful he is. Little Seven is indeed the most powerful. She had been stunned by Qing Ping just now. She had only heard of Wu Tian passing the sky suppressing the heavens in her era. She hoped that Qing Ping would be powerful, but she didn't want anyone to surpass Little Seven. Little Seven was the most powerful. Elder Chan and the others weren't surprised. No one could see through him. This was who he was. It's here, someone said. Everyone looked at the tribulation origin black hole. A finger appeared in the black hole. It slowly descended and pointed at the void. Ripples spread. Everyone was confused. They saw a chessboard appear in the void. Starlight sparkled like chess pieces. Qing Ping was standing on the board. This was a game of chess. The finger moved and pointed at a corner of the chessboard. Qing Ping lifted his foot and moved in a certain direction. He was using himself as a chess piece to play against the owner of the finger. No one could understand. The game was simple, but Qing Ping was a chess piece. He was fixed within the chessboard, but he could still break out of the chessboard. Regardless, this game was seen by everyone. The game became clearer and clearer. Many people had strange expressions because Qing Ping was about to win. They had thought that the player was powerful, but they realized that the player, the owner of the finger, was very bad at chess. It was so bad that many people despised him. How dare he play chess with such a low level of skill? His style is so high. I thought he was some kind of chess expert to be able to make a move when Senior Qing Ping is facing the progenitor origin tribulation. How can he be so bad? Yeah, I can throw him off by 10 blocks. I can throw him off by 100 blocks. What? What do you mean? You beat me by 90 blocks? Cough, cough. Don't misunderstand. It was just a slip of the tongue. But this guy's chess skills are really bad. It's about to end. There was a clap, and the soft sound of a chess piece being placed could be heard. Qing Ping lifted his foot and moved to a certain position. He had won the game. Everyone's eyes widened. This was the first time they had seen someone play chess during the progenitor origin tribulation, and it was especially so bad. Just when everyone thought that the game was over, the finger suddenly pointed at Qing Ping. Qing Ping's body unconsciously moved. Not only that, but the scattered dots on the chessboard also moved. A few moves returned to their original positions and then continued. Everyone was stunned. What was the meaning of this? Was he regretting his move? The starry sky was silent. Regretting one's move was an especially shameless thing. However, at this moment, the person who had attracted the progenitor origin tribulation was regretting his move in front of everyone. Big sister suddenly became furious. It's Su Wangtian, that shameless Su Wangtian. Everyone was shocked. Mu Xie was shocked. Su Wangtian? Big sister gritted her teeth. That's him. His chess skills are so bad, but he likes to play chess. He regrets his move after losing. Other than him, no one else is so shameless. Su Wangtian? I remember now. I did hear that ancestor Su Wangtian's chess skills were bad, but I didn't expect it to be so bad. He's too shameless. He actually regretted his move. He's not just shameless. Look, he's doing it again. Under the black hole of the progenitor origin tribulation, Qing Ping saw that he was about to win again. That finger regretted his move again. Qing Ping wanted to resist, but Su Wangtian reversed space and pulled Qing Ping back a few steps. Everyone was speechless. Shameless, shameless. There's actually such a shameless person. Shameless. In the crowd, Silao Yen was speechless. He silently lowered his head. Ancestor, this is too embarrassing. Not only did he regret his move, he was even recognized. This is too embarrassing. Su Wangtian was scolded, and even the Su clan was scolded. In an instant, the Su clan was enraged. Big sister panted heavily as she stared at that finger. If it wasn't the progenitor origin tribulation but an enlightened being, she would have definitely rushed up to break that finger. Shameless Su Wangtian. The progenitor origin tribulation had never been so mischievous. That finger regretted his move again and again, refusing to admit defeat. But he lost every time. His chess skills were beyond imagination. No one would have thought that an ancestor realm expert who could see through billions of stars with a single thought would be so bad at chess. Even if Su Wangtian wasn't in the ancestor realm, a half-martial ancestor wouldn't be so bad at chess. Seeing that the finger regretted his move dozens of times, No one knew how many times it would continue. Qingping made his move. Facing the reversal of space, he pointed out with his finger. An obscure power flowed through time. Su Wangtian reversed space. The battle between time and space distorted the void, tearing the chessboard apart. Qingping was forcefully pulled back a few steps by the reverse space. But at the moment when Qingping was about to be pulled back, he found a certain point in time and negated it. The chessboard shattered as it couldn't withstand the collision between time and space. Qingping's body swayed. He won. Su Wangtian wasn't in the ancestor realm yet. He didn't have the Su secret word. He relied on reversing space and reversing time. When the two collided, the chessboard was destroyed and the chess game disappeared. This game wasn't a game of chess. It depended on whether or not one could break the chess game. It depended on whether or not one could escape from Su Wangtian's reversal of space. If one couldn't escape, they would fail their tribulation. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2964. What the origin tribulation drew out was Su Wangtian's control over space. The chess game was just a facade. But outsiders didn't know that. They only saw Su Wangtian retracting his chess pieces when he lost. Retracting his chess pieces was very hateful and had a bad character. Qingping didn't need to explain because Su Wangtian really liked to retract his chess pieces. He even created the Su secret word just for retracting his chess pieces. Of course, there were also people who understood. Big Sister was one of them. She cursed Su Wangtian and it had nothing to do with retracting his chess pieces. She was just cursing. At the same time, she was also shocked by Qingping's methods. He was actually able to break Su Wangtian's control over space. Su Wangtian's strength was not weak. Although he was criticized by many because of his character, and because he was too wretched and cautious, he rarely took action. Thus, not many people knew of his strength during that era. However, Big Sister knew. Big Sister was the ancestor of the Netherworld. She was someone who was treated with respect by the Tao Lord. Even so, she was kicked off the tree by Su Wangtian. That bastard only revealed his true strength at that moment. Bastard. Big Sister cursed habitually. Elder Chan and the others were already used to it. Every time the above heaven sect era was mentioned, Big Sister would pull Su Wangtian out and scold him. At this moment they looked at the origin tribulation black hole. What would appear next? No one thought that Qingping's tribulation would be simple. Although killing Tian Qiong and Su Wangtian was already very difficult, it wasn't the last stage of the death tribulation. Even after the death tribulation, there was still the heart questioning. Although that wasn't the death tribulation, many half-martial ancestors were stuck at that stage. Lu Bujing, Ming Nu and the others were all stuck at that stage. Under everyone's gaze, a bell rang in the sky. As the bell rang, sorrow rose in their hearts. Tears fell from their eyes. Countless people's eyes reddened as they thought of their loved ones, friends, and loved ones that they couldn't bear to part with. The sound of the bell rang everyone's sorrow. Elder Chan was surprised. What a familiar bell. Tomb Guardian? Elder Gong exclaimed from afar. Receiving battle intent? Big Sister exclaimed at the same time and looked at each other. Tomb Guardian appeared? Elder Chan looked at Big Sister. Tomb Guardian has always been here. How does Senior know about him? Nonsense, he was already there in our era, guiding the unyielding battle intent, protecting the inheritance of some people, waiting for the day of counterattack, Big Sister said in a heavy voice. Elder Gong didn't understand. Attack? He's only a half-martial ancestor. Big Sister listened to the sound of the bell. This is the manifestation of battle intent. According to the power of the current space-time, the burial garden has buried a generation of powerhouses, voluntarily waiting for the day they are summoned. However, in our era, the outside world said that they were buried in the burial garden and would never be able to rest in peace. That was the method of the Eternals. Many people believed it. They would rather escape or die than be buried in the burial garden. Therefore, those who were chosen by the burial garden but did not want to be buried in the burial garden would have their funeral bells rung. They would be carried away in a sedan. That would be a group of dead people. Elder Chan and the others looked at each other. The mausoleum keeper and the group of dead men, were they really that powerful? Recalling his interactions with the mausoleum keeper, Old Zen still could not believe that they were so powerful. The mausoleum keeper was only a half-martial ancestor, and the 4 leaders of the undead regiment only had a combat power of over 1 million. How could they bury an ancient powerhouse? However, there was something wrong. The mausoleum keeper was very familiar with the 7 gods' heavens, which was something they did not understand. The 7 gods' heavens were ancient, so it was impossible for them to understand. However, the mausoleum keeper knew them very well, and his attitude was also very unyielding. The last time it opened it was because of the undead god. A large number of ancient corpses wanted to hunt down the ancient bloodline, so the burial garden opened. Speaking of which, they really did not know how long the burial garden had existed. However, the last time the burial garden opened, a demonic human appeared. It was abnormally powerful, and there was an ancient inheritance in the burial garden. Under the tribulation origin black hole, the bell rang louder and louder, and the sorrow it brought became more and more intense. Qingping looked up. He had already known the truth of the burial garden from Mr. Mu. The tribulation origin had actually brought the burial garden out to bury him. Was this the tribulation origin or was it real? Qingping did not understand. White pieces of paper fluttered and scattered into the sky. The paper men walked out of the tribulation origin black hole, swaying back and forth. It was very strange. A river flowed down from the sky. Although he could not see its color, Qingping knew that it was the yellow spring. The strange sedan chair swayed in the yellow spring. There were scarecrows on both sides like casual guards. The group of dead men came out, wanting to carry him into the burial garden to be buried. The yellow spring blows the swana, the dead carry the sedan chair, life is inlaid in paper, scarecrows protect the ancestor's tomb. These words unconsciously appeared in the minds of everyone who saw this scene. Big Sister was shocked. She saw it again. Although it was the tribulation origin, this scene was still so shocking and sorrowful. It reminded her of the most tragic past of that era. How many people had died, how many people were willing to be buried in the burial garden, and how many people were carried away by the group of dead men. The appearance of the burial garden represented despair, a battle that was bound to be lost, but it also represented a new life, representing the unyielding will of humanity. Back then she had almost entered the burial garden. If she had not seen the tree she would have really entered. The group of dead men walking out of the tribulation origin black hole, and the sound of the funeral bell, made the new universe especially strange. This was a scene that made people shiver, not to mention Qingping who was facing the group of dead men. Has anyone ever resisted the group of dead men? Elder Chan suddenly asked. Big Sister frowned. No one has ever succeeded. This sentence made even Mu Xie's heart sink. This was the power of the above heavens era. Why would it appear now? Junior brother Qingping was not simple either. Although he could not be compared to little junior brother, the fact that he could draw out such a strange tribulation origin meant that the astral source universe recognized him and represented his talent and strength. At the same time, in the zone of E, Lu Yin came to the side of the tower where ancestor she was standing quietly, still looking at the river of divine power in a daze. Lu Yin did not know what she was looking at. Could it be that she also wanted to obtain the 3 ultimate techniques of the true God? Ancestor Shi, the mission failed this time. Lu Yin was interrupted by Ancestor Shi before he could finish. Ancestor Shi gestured for Lu Yin to come closer. Lu Yin was alert, but he still walked forward and followed Ancestor Shi's gaze to the river of divine power. His eyes narrowed as he saw a scene on the river. It was the scene of Qingping crossing the progenitor's tribulation origin. This is. Lu Yin was shocked. Ancestor Shi could see this scene, so could she have seen him sneak attack the people from the Game of 1,000 Faces? Lu Yin's scalp went numb at the thought. I received news that Qingping broke through to the progenitor realm, so I specially came to take a look. Did your mission fail because he happened to break through to the progenitor realm? Ancestor Shi asked. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, the people from the Game of 1,000 Faces ambushed Qingping and wanted to capture him. Qingping broke free from the control of the people from the Game of 1,000 Faces and avoided me. Just as we were about to continue attacking, Lu Yin made his move and used the power of the stars to separate us from Qingping. I managed to escape, but the people from the Game of 1,000 Faces couldn't. Ancestor She did not mind as she looked at the river of divine power quietly. Tribulation origin? It's actually the burial garden. Seems like this Qingping is very talented, as expected of that person's disciple. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Mr. Mu? Ancestor She knew him too? The two of them did not speak as they quietly looked at the river of divine power. In the Neoverse, the yellow springs extended to Qingping's feet as the paper dolls carried the palanquin closer. The tolling of the death knell became louder and louder as they approached. Qingping looked at the group of dead men approaching, but he was unwilling to make a move. Regardless of whether it was the tribulation origin or the real burial garden, this was the land of hope for countless heroes of humanity. This was the sorrow of that era but also the hope of that era. He would not make a move. He closed his eyes as the astral source in his body suddenly dissipated. Since that was the case, he might as well give up. What is he doing? Someone exclaimed. He's giving up? Elder Chan watched as the astral source in Qing Ping's body continued to dissipate. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. How could he give up? With Qing Ping's character, even if he did not have the confidence to pass the tribulation, he would not give up. Heavenly Master Shangxing, Elder Gong, and the others looked on with complicated expressions. They knew Qing Ping, and when they saw him give up on the progenitor realm origin tribulation, they felt an indescribable sadness. The progenitor realm origin tribulation was indeed too difficult. Lu Bujing and the others were helpless. They had no choice in the face of the burial garden. As people from the above heavens era, they naturally understood the legend of the burial garden. No one could escape from the group of dead men. They had to be buried. If he did not want to die, he could only give up. Unfortunately, the young master's senior brother must also be a shocking genius. Big Sister looked at Qing Ping. It was not that he did not want to pass the tribulation, but that he was unwilling to make a move. This person had his own persistence, and for this persistence he was willing to give up the tribulation. Lil 7 was far from this person's persistence. It was a pity. If he could pass the tribulation, he would definitely be powerful. Mu Xie sighed. Since the origin tribulation appeared, there must be a chance to pass it. Junior brother should have understood this logic, but he still gave up. He did not give up on the tribulation, but on the burial garden. Junior brother's persistence was like his cultivation, as stable as a rock, unshakable. In E region, Lu Yin clenched his fists. He had failed. Senior brother, why did you give up? Ancestor, she praised, this is a genius of the current era. Not everyone has the courage to give up on the progenitor realm. For the persistence in his heart, he must have understood the burial garden very well. Yibo, Lu Yin looked at Ancestor Shi. Here. Continue to think of a way to capture him and turn him into a corpse king. Ancestor Shi looked at the divine force lake with bright eyes. Lu Yin did not understand. This person has already failed the tribulation. He has no value. Even if he is Lu Yin's senior brother, why would Lu Yin make a move for him? Ancestor Shi's lips curled up, not for anyone but because of this person. He has the qualifications to be nurtured by the eternal race. Just because he failed the tribulation does not mean that he will never be able to go up. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Understood, I will contact Mo Shang again. There is no need to contact him. Even if we capture this person, we will not hand him over. All right. With that, Ancestor Shi left and the divine force lake returned to normal. Lu Yin sighed. Senior brother had failed the tribulation. Would Mr. Mu appear? The eternal race had a way to let senior brother continue, but what about Mr. Mu? There might be a way. In the new universe, the yellow springs flowed under Qing Ping's feet. He stood at the same spot as the group of corpses walked towards him. However, they were becoming more and more transparent. Above his head, the tribulation origin black hole gradually disappeared. The ancestor realm origin tribulation had ended. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2965. Everyone sighed, thinking that there would be another progenitor. The progenitor realm was extremely rare. There were so many progenitors in the above sky sect, but how many had actually broken through in this spacetime? Just because there were many progenitors didn't mean that the difficulty was low. Otherwise, Lu Bujing and the others would have broken through long ago. Elder Chan and the others watched as the black hole disappeared and prepared to comfort Qing Ping. Suddenly they froze in place and stared blankly. Qing Ping, whose aura had declined to the point that he wasn't even an emissary, suddenly released a white light from his chest. It spread out and enveloped the sky, illuminating the universe. In an instant it spread out and covered the entire Neoverse. Countless people looked up at the starry sky and saw an unforgettable scene. They actually saw a white sky in the dark and deep starry sky. It was as if the sky was bright and clear, covering everyone. This wasn't power. No one could feel the power of the astral source, but this bright white replaced the starry sky and illuminated the haze. They could vaguely see an incomparably huge scale lying across the starry sky, as if weighing something. Everyone was stunned. This isn't an astral source tribulation. He's taking another path. Fate Maiden was shocked. Lu Bujing and the others stared at this scene. Under this starry sky, another person who didn't take the astral source tribulation had appeared. He had clearly failed the tribulation. What kind of talent did he have to be able to make him undergo tribulations consecutively? Big Sis was shocked. There had been many who didn't take the astral source tribulation in the above sky sect era. However, he could immediately take another path even though his astral source tribulation had clearly failed. Was he still human? Even further away, crazy Principal Xiaoqian looked on in admiration. Was this person the same as him, not taking the astral source path? If the predecessors could do it, then the people of today could also do it. The universe was filled with too many possibilities. Since there were rules, there were ways to play according to the rules. Cultivation could reach the progenitor realm, but there were also other paths. However, without great perseverance and wisdom, it was impossible to do it. Qingping had done it and so had Lu Bujing. Perhaps the future that Lu Yin hoped for could really appear. The 3 realms, 6 paths, 9 mountains and 8 seas could truly rival the above sky sect of that era. There was no black hole, no astral source, nothing. There was only the white sky that replaced the starry sky in the scale. Qingping lifted his feet and appeared at one end of the scale. He placed his hands behind his back. The judgment of others begins with the scale, but it also begins with the justice in one's heart. Weigh others as well as yourself. Judge, rule, justice. Lunatic. This was the word that appeared in everyone's mind when they heard Qingping's trial. If he wasn't a madman, how could he judge his own heart? His heart couldn't be controlled at all. Humans were greedy and selfish. How could he really be fair and just? No wonder he could walk another path. This path was simply courting death. He had persevered for countless years and walked a path of great perseverance. However, this path was destined to lead him to death. Even Mu Xie didn't think it would succeed. Humans were such creatures. If they could control the greed in their hearts, how could they have 7 emotions and 6 desires? That was no longer human. On the scale, Qingping's body slowly floated up. On the other side, the white that replaced the dark starry sky was enough to illuminate the haze in Qingping's heart. Seeing Qingping float up, Elder Chan and the others' hearts sank. They had indeed failed. When the trial began, once they were completely lifted up, it meant that they had failed. Qingping looked at the other side. I am very fair. In a battle with non-humans, the rules of the trial are based on race. The fault lies not with me but with the other party, who asked him not to be human. Everyone was dumbfounded. I am very fair. In a battle with a dwarf, the rules are based on height. Who asked him not to be taller than me? Everyone was speechless. I am very fair. In a battle with a complete person, the rules are complete. Who asked him not to be complete? Everyone's jaws dropped. I am very fair. In a battle with an ugly person, the rules are based on appearance. Who asked him to be uglier than me? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Can you find out where the injustice lies? The rules are as such. In the universe there are billions of rules. Since this rule has appeared, it can exist. If this is unfair, then it is the universe and time that is unfair. It is not me. If the rules of the universe can't make everyone equal, how can we transcend the rules? I am very fair. I have never done an unfair trial. Following Qingping's words, the scale actually stopped. Then it floated up and down, up and down, up and down. Everyone who saw this was really dumbfounded. How many years had they lived? They had never seen such a shameless person. It was shameless, right? Absolutely shameless. But why did he make it sound so sacred? Even Lang Lang in the sky couldn't suppress it? What he said seemed to make sense. That's right. Since the rules existed, the trial should be carried out according to the rules. What right did they have to say that he was unfair? Even though he was the one who proposed the rules, this space-time didn't deny it either. Existence was reason. This was Qingping's justice. No one had ever thought that someone would blame the universe itself for being unreasonable, and in the end, make the universe judge itself. Rather than saying that it was the day that illuminated the haze and judged Qingping, it was better to say that it was the universe that judged the bright day. Qingping was just a messenger. Big Sister swallowed her saliva. This was truly shameless. In comparison, Su Wangtian was nothing. This was the highest level of scoundrel. How to judge? Qingping's loss meant that the rules should not exist. It meant that the universe needed to put an end to the rules that he had proposed. For example, the rules were races or the rules were complete. These were things that could not be determined. This was because judgment was something that existed within the rules. Letting the rules negate the rules was the path that Qingping wanted to take. Using justice as a guide to touch the rules, he took a shortcut that constantly challenged the rules. At this moment, even those who heard Qingping's words felt that he should be right, even though it was very shameless. The final result was as expected. He slowly sank and the bright day was lifted up. This scene was something that those who saw it would never forget. It was always the day that illuminated the haze. No one had ever heard of someone being able to lift up the day. The judgment won the bright day. This scene was enough to be recorded in history. From start to finish, the universe was illuminated for an instant's time. When the starry sky returned to darkness, Qing Ping's aura had also completely disappeared. He stood alone in the starry sky and no one knew what he was doing. Everyone looked at him. Did he succeed? Big Sister sighed. In this era there are many lunatics. After saying that, she left. Muxia smiled. Congratulations, junior brother. In the distance, Crazy Dean Xiaoqin nodded. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations could be heard. Lu Bujing and the others looked at each other. This was possible? If this could break through the ancestral realm, what else did they not dare to try? All this time they had thought of breaking through the ancestral realm too strictly and seriously. In fact, everyone's path was different. The key was whether one could see through that path. Qing Ping's path had clearly been blocked, but he had forcibly opened up another path. This method of breaking through the ancestral realm was like a slap to their faces, making them, who did not dare to break through the ancestral realm, blush. Lu Bujing decided not to do anything else after returning to the heaven above heaven. If he broke through the ancestral realm later, he would not be able to keep up with the times. As a powerhouse from the heaven above heaven, he felt somewhat embarrassed when the juniors broke through one after another. Fate Daughter, Han Xan, and the others felt the same way. Qing Ping's ancestral realm breakthrough not only allowed the Fifth Mainland to take another path to the ancestral realm, but also made the minds of the Fifth Mainland's half-martial ancestors active, giving them confidence. This was because he had become an ancestor from failure. At the same time, far away from Qing Ping's ancestral realm, in a starry sky full of meteorites, the void distorted. Then a piece of soil appeared. It had appeared inexplicably. More than 10 days later, a shaky spacecraft entered the meteorite belt. Warning: the spacecraft is severely damaged. Please repair it immediately. Warning: the spacecraft is severely damaged. Please repair it immediately. There were many people on the spacecraft and there were cries everywhere. How is it? Can it be repaired? The middle-aged captain looked solemn as he looked at the meteorites in front of him and kept avoiding them. If he could not avoid them, he would blast them away, but this situation would not last long. No problem, but it will take time. Do you have enough materials? Enough. The worst-case scenario is that we can't repair it, but we can hold on until the rescue spacecraft arrives. That's good. Captain, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is that a tree in front? The middle-aged captain looked at the screen, which showed the surrounding scene of the starry sky. In one direction, a strange scene appeared. Half of a big tree had disappeared, and the other half was floating as if it had been cut off. Everyone looked at this scene with astonishment on their faces. There are many strange things in the universe. This tree must have been thrown away by someone. Someone guessed. Don't you think this tree looks familiar? I also think it looks familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Me too. The middle-aged captain's eyes turned cold. It's the tree that the heaven above heaven released. The people around exclaimed, right, it's the tree that the heaven above released for everyone to find. Whoever finds it will be heavily rewarded. Captain, we are rich. It's the heaven above sect. Everyone was excited. The middle-aged captain was excited as he looked at the screen. Right, it was that tree. The heaven above sect released an announcement that whoever found it would be rewarded as long as they reported it to the heaven above sect. That was the heaven above sect, the current ruler of the universe. A casual decision from them could change the lives of countless people. He spent all his wealth to buy this spacecraft just to transport goods. Actually, this business was very risky, and the transportation industry had been monopolized. It was easy for someone like him to get into trouble, but he had no choice. He had to do this for his livelihood. Today, a huge opportunity was in front of him. He just had to report the tree situation to the heaven above sect. Haha, as expected, it is it. Brothers, our chance to reach the heavens is here. The middle-aged captain laughed. The others were excited. Captain, let's capture it. But it's broken. I don't know if the heaven above sect wants it. Don't mess around. How can we capture a tree that the heaven above sect is looking for? Also, look carefully. This tree doesn't look broken. It looks more like half of its body is hidden in the void. There is soil below. I don't know where it connects to. That is a distorted void. Don't get close. Take a picture and send it to the heaven above sect. Don't think about any fortuitous encounters. Such fortuitous encounters aren't something that people like us can obtain. Captain is wise. Hurry up. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2966. Lu Yin stood within the tower and looked into the distance, in the direction of the Seven Gods Sky Tower. At that moment, one of the towers suddenly collapsed. He walked out of his tower, and a maid stood beside him respectfully. "What's going on?" "Go and ask," Lu Yin said. People like them would easily attract attention in the zone of disaster, but the maids of the various towers were unaffected, and no one would bother them. It was more convenient for them to ask around. The maidservant replied respectfully and walked inside. After a while she returned. "Sir, Lord Sorcerer God's tower has collapsed." Lu Yin was not surprised, as the Sorcerer God's death meant that it was normal for his tower to collapse. But why had it suddenly collapsed? "A new tower is about to be built here. Apparently, someone wants to become the new Seven Gods Sky," the maid said respectfully. Lu Yin was surprised. "Did you find out who it is?" "Apparently it's Lord Xiaoyin." Lu Yin frowned. Lord Xiaoyin wanted to replace the Sorcerer God as one of the Seven Gods Sky? Regardless of how well he had completed his mission, was he strong enough? Lord Xiaoyin's strength had always been unstable because some of his power had been taken away by the Grand Empyreans. However, he had hidden his strength even more deeply. He had broken through the path of yin and yang, and now he was pursuing the fusion of yin and yang. Once he succeeded, his strength would be immeasurable. If he could really become one of the Seven Gods Sky, would that mean that he had completed his transformation? But it should not be that easy. If his strength did not reach that level, then his contributions would be sufficient, and the Eternals would wait for him to reach that level. What mission had he completed? Lu Yin felt uneasy. Lord Xiaoyin's mission involved the Lightning Lord. The Eternals might have confirmed that the three divine artifacts were in the Lightning Lord's hands after the attack on Earth. They had attacked the Ice Spirit Clan and instigated discord between the 5 Spirit Clans and the March Alliance. No matter how he looked at it, they were targeting the Lightning Lord. Could the Eternals be planning to attack the Lightning Lord? Lu Yin returned to the tower and headed to the Ice Spirit Clan. As long as they did not have any missions, their freedom was not restricted. They were different from the other progenitors who had joined the Eternals. After all, the captains of the true God Guards cultivated divine power and could not betray the Eternals. This was recognized by both the Eternals and the humans. A few days later, Lu Yin received a notification that the captains of the true God Guards had gathered in the zone of disaster, beside a stargate. He looked at the distant stargate where the captains were gathering. Perhaps it was related to the other side. Why are they gathering? Our mission hasn't been completed yet. When Dual Blade Flow arrived, the pink-haired woman was dissatisfied. The blue-haired man comforted him. "We've already completed more than half of the mission. We can continue when we come back. There's no rush." Annoying. The pink-haired girl complained, but when she saw Lu Yin standing there calmly, she rolled her eyes. "All of you are so weird. Can't you add a talkative person?" On the other side, a sharp voice called out, "Yi Bo, it was Yu Hua. Is someone from the game of 1,000 Faces dead?" Yu Hua asked. 4 captains had already gathered here: Lu Yin, 2 Blades, Yu Hua, and Mid-Plate. Hearing Yu Hua's question, everyone in the middle plate looked up. "I don't know. He didn't come back." Yu Hua gloated. "I already warned them not to go to the origin space. That place is difficult to deal with, but they didn't listen." Ah. The pink-haired woman asked curiously, "Is the origin space really that powerful?" Yu Hua's body, which was hidden under the black robe, trembled. He was obviously smiling. "It's just so. You can try it." The pink-haired woman looked expectantly at the blue-haired man. The blue-haired man frowned and stared coldly at Yu Hua. "Do you want to be stabbed?" Yu Hua sneered. "I reminded you, but you didn't listen. You asked for it." At this time, Chingo arrived. It was still so small and cute, and the pink-haired woman's eyes lit up. When Blackie and the gargoyle arrived, Ancestor Shi appeared. "Go through the Stargate. Listen to Xiaoyin deity's arrangements. This mission is very important, and I hope you won't disappoint the clan." "Ancestor Shi, are we not bringing any progenitor corpse kings?" Yu asked. His cultivation hadn't recovered, so he didn't feel safe. Ancestor Shi said indifferently, "No need. Go." Chingo leaped towards the Stargate. 2 Blades followed closely behind. The pink-haired woman stared at Chingo. "Boss, let me touch you." Blackie entered the middle plate one by one. Lu Yin didn't say a word as he walked towards the Stargate. After passing through, Lu Yin's expression changed as he looked into the distance. "What's that?" Behind him, Yu Hua appeared. 5 spirit races? There's also the March Alliance. This is going to be a huge battle. Within 2 blades, the blue-haired man had a serious expression. They were in a corner of the starry sky, and a huge battle was taking place in the distance. It was between the 5 spirit races and the March Alliance, and it looked very intense. Luin saw sequence particles all over the starry sky. Why was this happening? He had already told the Ice Spirit race that this was a scheme of the Eternals. Why were the 5 spirit races still fighting the March Alliance? Soon, the group of captains found Xiaoyin, and there was a black-robed man standing beside him. Xiaoyin's expression was solemn. Listen carefully. Wait for my order. Once it's given, use your divine power to slaughter the 5 spirit races. The captains retracted their auras and looked into the distance. Anyone who doesn't listen will be punished as a traitor, Xiaoyin added as he glanced at Luin. Clearly he was reminding Luin. Luin didn't look away as he looked at the battle in the distance, ignoring Xiaoyin. From time to time, shockwaves would sweep over, tearing apart the starry sky and causing it to collapse. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched when he saw the sequence laws. There were far too many, far more than just 1 or 2 sequence laws. There were at least 5 of them. In terms of numbers, the 5 spirit races and the March Alliance had 8 sequence laws powerhouses. Even in the endless battlefield, there hadn't been so many sequence laws powerhouses. Only the battle at the Grand Celestial Tea Party could compare. Ripples spread out, and the starry sky distorted continuously, forming a horizontal world of nothingness. Ice, thunder, earth, and sequence laws that Luin couldn't understand constantly clashed. Stay away, Xiaoyin reminded, and everyone moved away once again. The place was quickly torn apart by the sequence laws. It wouldn't be long before this part of the starry sky was gone. If it weren't for the Lightning Master's intervention, the March Alliance would have been destroyed long ago. How dare you attack the 5 spirit races? The Ice Spirit race's Ice Master's voice rang out. The Moon Goddess Death is related to the 5 spirit races. Even if the Lightning Master intervenes, it'll be useless. You must give the March Alliance an explanation. The Fire Spirit race's leader's death is also related to the March Alliance. Now it's us who will give you an explanation. The terrifying clash destroyed half of the spacetime continuum, and the battle spread to other spacetime continuums. Luin stared into the distance. Had the Moon Goddess and the Fire Spirit race's leader both died? He looked at Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin, it was said that the Witcher Spirit Tower had been torn down in preparation for him. His completion of the mission was enough for the Eternals to promote him to one of the 7 sky gods. This matter was definitely related to him. However, he had gone to the Ice Spirit race a few days ago and told them about this matter. Now that they were still fighting, either his guess was wrong, or the March Alliance really had attacked the 5 spirit races. Otherwise, the 2 sides wouldn't have started such a huge battle. There was also another possibility, which was that everything in front of him was an illusion. The battle continued from one space-time continuum to another, and then to another. The sequence laws powerhouses continued to kill each other, forcing Xiaoyin and the others to change space-time and keep an eye on the battle. Lu Yin's gaze became increasingly strange. At first, he had seen a grand battle, but now, although the intensity of the battle hadn't decreased, he didn't see any casualties. Even the cultivators who hadn't reached the progenitor realm didn't suffer any casualties, let alone the sequence laws powerhouses. Was this really an illusion? He wasn't the only one who noticed this. Xiaoyin also noticed that something was amiss. What's going on? Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case when the battle has been going on for more than a month. Rivers of blood should be the norm. Xiaoyin frowned, feeling uneasy. There shouldn't be any problems. He had been the one to complete this mission, and he was confident that there wouldn't be any problems. Another half a month passed and the intense battle continued. However, Xiaoyin's expression was extremely ugly. No matter how intense the battle was, not many people had died. Furthermore, there shouldn't have been no one from White Cloud City to mediate. There was a problem. Xiaoyin wasn't stupid, as he had cultivated to his current level. He just hadn't been willing to accept it before, but now he had no choice. At that moment, the Cloud Vision Stone vibrated. Return to the Calamity Zone. Hurry. Xiaoyin immediately took out a Stargate. Return to the Calamity Zone. The group returned to the Calamity Zone through the Stargate. The moment Lu Yin stepped onto the ground of the Calamity Zone, an indescribable sense of danger filled his entire body. A terrifying chill caused him to subconsciously distance himself. Lightning descended from the sky and smashed into the Stargate, illuminating the Divine Power Lake and shattering the Stargate. It also shattered half of Yuhua's body as he stepped out of the gate. Yuhua didn't even see anything. Half of his body was shattered and he died completely. Lu Yin looked up in shock. Dodge. Xiaoyin growled beside his ear. Xiaoyin stepped in reverse, reversing spacetime. Endless lightning swept past and split the void apart as he headed into the distance. The next moment, lightning replaced the sky and everything in sight. Accompanying the lightning was an angry roar. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2967. At that moment, a sharp glint suddenly appeared behind him. Lu Yin turned around and saw a flash of white light approaching from afar, accompanied by a sword in white robes and white swords. The sword seemed to be the center of the entire universe, and it attracted everyone's attention. White Cloud City, Kong Tianzhao. Divinity Xiaoyin gritted his teeth in disbelief. He had never thought that White Cloud City would counterattack despite the Eternals plotting against them. Were they crazy? Above their heads, the astral door that Lu Yin and the others had passed through trembled as powerhouses walked out. They were the leaders of the 5 spirit tribes and the Moon Goddess, Moon Immortal and Moon Ghost from the Trillionaris Alliance. All 3 were women, and they stared at the land of disaster with murderous eyes. The Moon Goddess should have died by now, as should the Fire Spirit tribe's leader, but they had all appeared. Even an idiot would know that the Eternals had been tricked. White Cloud City had known from the start that this was a scheme of the Eternals, but not only had they not exposed it, they had even used it to counterattack. The Thunder Lord was in front, and Kong Tianzhao was behind him. The 5 spirit races and the 3 Moon Alliance had all arrived. However, this was not the end. From another direction, a dazzling golden light could be seen. A terrifying battle intent was accompanied by an angry roar. It was Celestial Victor. 11 powerhouses of the sequence laws were attacking the land of disaster. Lu Yin was shocked. This was White Cloud City's influence. It was no wonder that the Eternals had never wanted to start a war with White Cloud City. It was also no wonder that the Eternals had not dared to do anything to Jiang Qingyue despite her impudence in the 6th mainland. Although there were many ancestral realms above, there were only a few powerhouses of the sequence laws. This number could not compare to the number of people invading the land of disaster. Although these powerhouses did not necessarily belong to White Cloud City, the city definitely had the ability to influence them. No one had thought that the land of disaster would one day welcome such a powerful enemy. A hoarse voice came from the middle plate. The last person to invade the land of disaster was that undying person. This is too serious. Everyone, let's fight. Woof. They were clearly in the land of disaster, but Lu Yin felt as if the Eternals were being surrounded. In the distance, the remaining 6 towers that represented the 7 sky gods were destroyed by lightning. The Thunder Lord's domineering aura was unparalleled as he charged towards the Black Mother Tree, wanting to fight the only true god by himself. Kong Tianzhao and his sword, while Celestial surpassing Celestial was unparalleled. One progenitor realm corpse king after another charged out of the Calamity Zone. They looked like moths flying into a flame. Back then, the humans had been like moths flying into a flame against the Eternals. Now the tables had turned. Zhongpan, 2 Blades, Blackie, and the others all surged with divine power as they charged towards the 5 spirit tribes and the Tri-Moon Alliance. Lu Yin did the same, as they could only rely on their divine power to fight against these powerhouses. In terms of true power, they were far from being a match for these sequence laws powerhouses. However, this was the disaster zone. The primordial space repelled the everlasting race, and so did the Calamity Realm. The heavenly dog barked and charged at Heavenly Venerate Victor. Heavenly Lord Victor raised his golden staff and smashed it down viciously, killing 3 progenitor realm corpse kings and destroying the tower. The human traders who had joined the Eternals were shocked. Half of those who tried to block this attack died. The Heavenly Hound slammed into Heavenly Lord Victor. Heavenly Lord Victor swept out with his staff and struck the Heavenly Hound with a bang. Lu Yin looked back and saw that the Heavenly Hound had been struck. Its small body crashed to the ground, but it was unharmed. It continued barking as it charged towards Celestial Champion Star. This scene overturned Lu Yin's understanding. The Heavenly Hound's small body clearly did not look very powerful, but it had actually withstood Heavenly Lord Victor's attack? In the distance, a sword swept past. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as he saw the heads of several progenitor realm corpse kings flying. One of them had transformed into a corpse king, but it still could not block that sword. That was Kong Tianzhao, who had killed Orange Ji with a single strike outside of Earth. In the realm of Ice Spirit, Lu Yin had chatted with Jiang Qingyue about her master, Kong Tianzhao. When facing an enemy, a single strike was enough. It was that simple. That sword was enough to become the center of the universe. It bloomed resplendently, but it was also a brilliance that would end. If he encountered someone who could make him use a second sword, it would be a dream come true, but it would also be the day of his death. The ancestor of the past walked out, sword in hand, his movements casual. Kang Tianzhao's sword seemed to stir up the void. Lu Yin did not see any sequence particles, but this sword gave him the feeling that it would be very difficult to block. Opposite him, the ancestor of the past looked up. It's a very pure sword, but it's too extreme. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestor of the past swung his sword horizontally, forming a wheel. Kang Tianzhao's sword struck the sword hilt, hitting the center of the wheel where the sword was dancing. With a soft bang, the void shattered like glass, constantly cracking and spreading. The ancestor of the past was forced back by the sword, but she had blocked it. Kang Tianzhao's expression was indifferent as he raised his foot and took a step forward. The ancestor of the past also took a step forward at the same time. With a bang, the sword's edges collided again, and the aftershock swept out, bringing about a world of nothingness. The two swords collided and no one could see their figures. Only two flashes of white light could be seen that cut through the void and the earth. The golden staff swept across the world, destroying everything in its path. It wanted to destroy this region. Lightning filled the sky of the zone of disaster, and the Eternals seemed to have ushered in doomsday. Lu Yin's divine power boiled. His opponent was a woman named Moon Immortal. This woman's temperament was otherworldly, like a fairy that had descended. She was cloaked in moonlight, and her appearance was fresh and beautiful. Even Lu Yin was stunned by her beauty. The Moon Immortal obviously did not care about Lu Yin. A mere captain of the true God Guards who had not even reached the sequence laws was not enough to fight against her. If this place was not the zone of disaster, she was confident that she could easily kill this person, even if he had divine power. Divine power could resist the sequence laws, but how much divine power did this captain of the true God Guards have? Lu Yin's divine power was like a battle armor. He opened his celestial eye and saw the Moon Immortal continuously using the sequence laws. Sequence particles were coming at him, but they were all burned by the divine power. He punched at the Moon Immortal. The Moon Immortal was cold, and moonlight formed a river that flowed under her feet. She stepped on the river with her bare feet, and a white halo appeared behind her, constantly filling up the moonlight. Immortal Moon illuminates the river. Lu Yin seemed to have heard these words, and then what greeted him was an overwhelming amount of moonlight slashes. Each slash contained enough killing power to threaten a progenitor, and the overwhelming amount of slashes was enough to make one shudder in fear. Yi Bo's strength alone was no match for this powerhouse of the sequence laws. The only thing Lu Yin could do was crazily boil his divine power and use it to resist the slashes and the woman's laws. The Moon Immortal was disdainful. How long can your divine power last? Although this was the zone of disaster, the lakes of divine power that flowed on the ground had to be absorbed. This did not mean that one could use divine power endlessly. Her slashes could completely kill this person before Lu Yin's divine power ran out. The other captains of the true God Guards faced similar situations, but the human traitors who had sided with the Eternals had it even worse. Several progenitors had been killed. The zone of disaster was not as safe as they had thought. The most eye-catching battle in the entire zone of disaster was the Thunderlord's attack. Shocking lightning brought with it an unparalleled destructive power that crazily shot towards the Black Mother Tree. The ground was already shattered, and the boundless divine power could not be contained. The lightning was like a sharp sword that pierced through the Black Mother Tree. Lu Yin looked over. The Thunder Lord was truly a ruthless person. After being schemed against by the Eternals, he immediately attacked the zone of disaster without any room for negotiation. This was absolute dominance. However, he relied on numerous sequence laws experts. If the Above Heavens sect had so many sequence laws experts, Lu Yin would also dare to attack the zone of disaster. Eternals, get out here. Don't you want what's mine? I'm coming. A deafening roar came from the Thunder Lord. He wanted to fight the only true God. A voice came from the direction of the Black Mother Tree. Jiang Feng, you want to start a war with the Eternals? Lu Yin's expression changed. Jiang Feng was the Thunder Lord's name, Jiang Qin and Jiang Qingyue's father. I've brought what you want. Come and take it if you dare. The Thunder Lord's voice shook the entire zone of disaster. You underestimate the Eternals. You underestimate White Cloud City. You are no match for me. Today's action will bring disaster to White Cloud City. We are here to die. Let me see how you lunatics are stronger than us. As soon as the Thunder Lord finished speaking, A bolt of lightning swept towards the Black Mother Tree. The Mother Tree swayed and a waterfall of divine power formed a rainbow that collided with the lightning. The lightning fell and destroyed the divine palace under the waterfall. Endless lightning shot towards the Black Mother Tree. The waterfall of divine power turned into endless rainbows and swept across the land. A battle between lightning and red light formed between heaven and earth. Luin was shocked. The Thunder Lord was comparable to the only true God? How could this be? Although the Thunder Lord was very strong, he shouldn't have reached such a level. The ground of the zone of disaster repelled the extraterrestrial experts. However, the Thunder Lord had displayed a terrifying strength. This strength was beyond Lu Yin's imagination. Perhaps many people had misjudged the Thunder Lord. However, the Thunder Lord was definitely not at the level of crossing the bitter adversity. His words were very obvious. How big was the difference between crossing the bitter adversity and not? Luin stared into the distance. In front of him, the Moon Immortal frowned. This guy still has the mood to watch the battle from afar? As she thought about it, the moonlight slash increased in number. It cut through the void, trying to exhaust Lu Yin's divine power. Luin regained his senses and looked in front of him. You're not done yet? The Moon Immortal arched a brow, and her expression darkened. Provocation. Her slashes increased once again. Luin shook his head and did not say anything else. He had subconsciously said something, but he regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. If someone had heard him, they might have guessed something. Right now, what he needed to do was to exhaust her. How could he allow her to exhaust his divine power? He had not done anything in the zone of disaster over the past few years. All he had done was absorb divine power, and he had not used it at all. Compared to the other captains of the true gods, he had far more divine power. If they really wanted to compete in consumption, he could give this woman a pleasant surprise. However, this battle should not last for much longer. Lu Yin's divine power might be able to hold on, but in the distance the other captains might not be able to. Blackie was facing the Thunder Spirit Tribe's patriarch, who also had the same law of thunder. Although it was not as powerful as the Thunder Lords, it was still unimaginable. As the thunder rumbled, Blackie's divine power continued to be exhausted, and it looked like it would not be able to hold on for much longer. The gargoyle was in the same situation. Its opponent was the Moon Immortal, who seemed to be targeting the gargoyle. The Moon Immortal was also an Origin Array Heavenly Master, but her mastery of Sourcebox arrays was a level higher. Luin could clearly see that the gargoyle's Sourcebox arrays were constantly being erased. It would not be able to hold on for much longer. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2968. In the distance, the Black Mother Tree trembled, and a long sword appeared in Jiang Feng's hand amidst the lightning. He raised his hand and stepped forward with lightning beneath his feet, intending to slash the Black Mother Tree apart. Luin looked back, which attracted the attention of the others. Everyone subconsciously stopped fighting and looked into the distance. A hand reached out from the Black Mother Tree and gently flicked a finger to collide with the long sword. Bang! There was a soft sound, followed by complete silence. Everyone felt dizzy as countless scenes flashed before their eyes. It was as if they had seen their entire lives in that instant. The sword was repelled and the hand reached for the hilt. Thunder boomed as a blackish-purple substance spread out from Jiang Feng's arm. It was caught by the hand, and with a boom the entire void was replaced by a nothingness world. Everyone was shocked, as even progenitors were terrified by this scene. The nothingness world completely enveloped the land of disaster, about to devour it. Atop the Black Mother Tree, the blackish-purple substance on Jiang Feng's wrist split open, and fresh blood dripped down. He bent his wrist and slashed down with the sword, and his hand flicked out with his thumb again. There was another soft thump as time flowed once more. Black rain fell from the nothingness world, each drop swallowing the void and erasing spacetime. The sword was repelled and the hand let go of Jiang Feng's wrist. Jiang Feng's wrist instantly recovered, and he raised his hand to strike again with his fingers bent. The lightning suddenly retreated, and the void shattered where it had been. The nothingness world instantly vanished. The short exchange had ended just as quickly as it had started. The lightning quietly floated beside the Black Mother Tree, its blade hanging down. Upon closer inspection, one could see the mottled bloodstains on the hilt. Leave the item behind and White Cloud City will enjoy eternal peace, the one true God's voice rang out. Within the lightning, Jiang Feng raised his arm and pointed his sword at the Black Mother Tree. I told you that I'm here to die. Jiang Feng, it would be a pity if you died. If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't have lived until now. There's nothing to pity. Haven't our predecessors died before us? I'm just a drop in the ocean. It would be perfect if I could take you with me. So, what's the point? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. These words reminded him of when he had wanted to use the progenitor's sword to kill the undying god, and the one true god had tried to stop him. His voice had been gentle, but it had been irresistible. Star Toad, the one true god's voice resounded throughout the land of disaster. Lu Yin's expression changed. Star Toad? In the land of disaster region, a beam of light connected the heavens and the earth. Within the beam of light, the void cracked. Lu Yin wasn't unfamiliar with this scene. Back when they had taken over the giant's hell, the Eternals had used this exact method to invite Star Devourer over and force them out of the giant's hell. And now, the thing that walked out of the light beam was the Star Toad? Lu Yin knew about the Star Toad. Mr. Daheng's copper coins came from the Star Toad. It was a terrifying creature that wandered between various powers. Within the beam of light, a lotus leaf appeared in the cracked void. Immediately after, a giant toad appeared. Its size was not much smaller than the prison dragon. This was a golden toad. It wore a straw hat on its head, held a lotus leaf in its hand, and had a string of copper coins around its neck. It swayed as it walked out of the void. Its head was raised high and it looked very leisurely. He wore a tattered straw hat on his head. One of his hands was tied around his waist. I love making money without any capital. He only recognized that Chen Liqing was not here. Eternity, you. Are you calling me? A childish voice rang out in the sky. It was the Star Toad. The voice of the one true god came from the direction of the Black Mother Tree. Help me send off the guest. See him out? Is it this old acquaintance? Lightning Lord, long time no see. The Star Toad stared at the lightning with its bell-like eyes and laughed. Within the lightning, Jiang Feng looked up at the Star Toad. It has nothing to do with you. You are an evil guest. My master asked me to send you off. Don't make things difficult for me. Leave, the Star Toad said. Its mouth did not move, but its voice was very loud. The Eternals are declining day by day. Star Toad, calculate if this is worth it. The Star Toad rolled its eyes and raised its lotus. Wait, let me calculate. When we first met, the Eternals were declining. The strongest power in the universe was the Above Heaven sect in the primordial space. At that time, I helped the Above Heaven sect. The Above Heaven sect was destroyed and the Eternals rose. Humans did business with me and so did the Eternals. However, I helped the Eternals most of the time because they were too powerful. Furthermore, the Eternals were very generous. More and more universes were discovered, and the Sixth Direction Association was established. The 5 spirit races helped White Cloud City rise. In order to stop them, I gave some coins to some fellows and helped the Eternals create conflicts. I was also looking for an opportunity to deal with the people of White Cloud City. Another Above Heaven sect appeared in the primordial space and one of the 7 sky gods died. This seems to be the beginning of their decline. Not good, not good. This business deal will be a loss. The main reason is that the Above Heaven sect in the primordial space is rising too quickly. That human brat is ruthless. When I helped the Eternals deal with the Above Heaven sect, I specifically asked the Hang to think of a way to deal with that brat. It seems like he can't do it. I have to think of another way. Otherwise, I won't be able to get the rest of the payment. The Eternals are not at an advantage in Immemorial City either. The humans are secretly pulling people into Immemorial City. Hearing the Star Toad's calculations, both the Eternals and humans in the land of disaster had strange looks on their faces. The Star Toad's calculations had exposed its intentions. What was it trying to do? For example, it had schemed against the 3 Moons Alliance, White Cloud City, and the Above Heaven sect. Lu Yin stared at the Star Toad. He had heard the words, Daheng. The Star Toad had actually asked Daheng to deal with him. Now that he had heard some of it, it was possible that there were many things that it had not said. The Star Toad had existed during the Above Heaven sect's era. In that case, did it have anything to do with the Above Heaven sect's destruction? Thunder rumbled, ringing in everyone's ears. Star Toad, there's no need to calculate. I'll double your payment, the Black Mother Tree said. The Star Toad's voice stopped abruptly. It raised its 2 webbed paws and hugged each other. Its eyes were almost the size of copper coins. Thank you, boss. You are my eternal god, the only god. Thank you, thank you. After speaking, its expression changed. Its bell-like eyes stared at Lei Ting viciously. Jiang Feng, we're old friends. Let's not make things difficult for each other. Don't delay this business deal. Star Toad, it doesn't matter how much the Eternals pay you. If they're destroyed, you won't get anything. Human, you think too highly of yourself. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay this Toad's business. Ah. Boss, are you satisfied with this attitude? The Star Toad was full of flattery. The lotus swayed as if fanning the Black Mother Tree. The only true God's voice came from the Black Mother Tree. Jiang Feng, the Eternals are far from what you see. We've had too many successes and failures in our history. I'll still give you my promise. Give me those 3 items and I'll protect White Cloud City for eternity. Eternals, humans are a very strange group. They seem weak, but they are unyielding. Even if you slaughter billions and conquer 99% of them, the remaining 10% will be enough to create miracles. The Eternals will never win. You've cultivated for so long, so you should understand that there are strong and weak rules for cultivation, but the rules of the universe do not. Since humans were born, they have their reasons for existing. You cannot destroy them. White Cloud City's life and death do not depend on the Eternals. White Cloud City is prepared to die. With that, Lei Ting flickered and disappeared. The next moment, Kong Tianzhao, Celestial Champion, the 5 Spirit Tribes, and the March Alliance all retreated. The Eternals did not stop them. The reward they had given the Star Toad was only to chase away the Lightning Lord. If they actively pursued, the price would be different. In front of Lu Yin, the Moon Immortal stared at him in fear. This guy seemed to have more divine power than the other True God Guard captains, and he had actually blocked her, a powerhouse of the sequence laws. She would have to be careful the next time she saw him. As the powerful enemies retreated, the disaster zone regained its peace. Lu Yin landed and looked into the distance. The giant Star Toad looked at the Black Mother Tree and made a sound of envy, but it did not approach. No matter how one looked at it, it was a businessman but a terrifyingly strong one. To be able to interfere in this battle and force the Lightning Lord to retreat, this Star Toad could not be a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity, right? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. This was a thorny problem. Soon, the Star Toad left contentedly, waving its lotus. Before it left, its giant eyes turned and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. It was staring at him? No, it was behind him. He turned back and saw the ancestor standing quietly in the sky, his expression calm. Goodbye, old friend. The Star Toad smiled, pressed down on its straw hat and left. Lu Yin looked at the ancestor. Were they also old friends? The ancestor lowered his head, coincidentally meeting Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin looked away. The Eternals had suffered great losses in this battle. From what Lu Yin could see, they had lost more than 10 progenitor corpse kings. Among the True God Guard captains, Yuhua, Gargoyle and Blackie had all died. Blackie and Gargoyle's deaths were within Lu Yin's expectations, as they had been the first to fall. 3 True God Guard captains had died, which was no small matter. Not to mention, the battle between the Lightning Lord and the only true God had affected the only true God. Although outsiders could not see it, it did not mean that it did not exist. Otherwise, what was the point of the Lightning Lord's intervention? The only true God's seclusion would definitely be prolonged, which made Lu Yin relax. The Eternals had schemed against the 5 Spirit Tribes, the Trillionaris Alliance and White Cloud City in order to disintegrate them. Later on, Divinity Shaoyin had taken action multiple times, all for the sake of the Lightning Lord's 3 divine weapons. Unfortunately, the Eternals had been careless, and they had not expected an enemy like Lu Yin to sneak in, causing them to fall into the trap of the 5 Spirit Tribes and the Trillionaris Alliance. White Cloud City's counterattack, which led to the 5 Spirit Tribes and the current situation. This meant that Divinity Shaoyin, who had been in charge of these missions. Lu Yin's guess was correct. A few days later, many Eternals gathered around Divinity Lake. Lu Yin, Lu, Zhongpan and Tengu, the remaining 4 True God Guard captains, were also present. They all looked at Divinity Shaoyin above the lake. He was in a miserable state, his limbs pierced through and he was about to sink into the lake. This was the punishment the Eternals had given him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2969. Give me one more chance. Ancestor, plead on my behalf. Give me one more chance and I can make up for my mistakes, Shaoyin screamed. Beside the lake, the ancestor's expression was calm. Shaoyin, if not for your contributions, you would not have been punished like this. You should know what the Eternal's punishment is. Shaoyin was terrified. I understand, I know. Ancestor, please give me one more chance. As long as I cultivate my power to perfection, I will not be weaker than any of the 7 sky gods. I don't want the position of one of the 7 sky gods anymore. I just want to serve the race. Ancestor, please give me one more chance. The ancestor coldly said, "Put it down." Xiaoyin gritted his teeth and looked down. Although sinking into the divine power lake was not the Eternal's punishment, it was still not an easy punishment. Yu Hua and the others had become captains of the true God Guards because they could cultivate divine power. However, even if they could, how much could they absorb? If they had absorbed enough, they would not have died in the battle just now. Xiaoyin was the same. He could cultivate divine power, but if he came in contact with too much at once, the pain would be 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times worse than death. Not only that, but if he sank into the divine power lake, the slightest carelessness would cause his entire body to be corroded by the divine power, turning him into an inhuman monster that was even more disgusting than a corpse king. He had seen such monsters with his own eyes. They were killing machines that did not even listen to the Eternal's orders. He did not want to become such a monster. But no matter how much he begged, it was useless. In the end, his entire body sank into the lake. The surroundings of the lake were silent. This was the norm in the zone of E, and no one spoke much. Luin looked around. There were originally some progenitors who had joined the Eternals, but a few had died in the previous battle. The Eternals had lost no less than 20 progenitors this time. The Thunder Lord was a ruthless person. Luin had launched a crusade against the endless battlefield while the Thunder Lord had attacked the zone of E directly. According to the usual practice, one sinks and one pulls up, the ancestor said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the lake churned as if something was about to come out. Luin narrowed his eyes. Was there something else in the lake? Soon a person was pulled up. He curled up into a ball and trembled. As soon as he left the surface of the lake, he howled madly as if he had gone mad. Not only were his eyes bright red, but even his skin and hair were bright red. Streams of energy swirled around him, and as he howled, pressure spread out in all directions. Luin was involuntarily pushed back. What was this? Ancestor, she frowned. Sink down, continue pulling. The roaring figure calmed down when he touched the God Power Lake. He was no longer crazy. Then another figure was pulled up. Just like the previous one, he roared like a madman as if he was unwilling to leave the God Power Lake. Luin stared blankly. What was that? What a terrifying pressure. One after another, one after another. Were these corpse kings? No, human? That wasn't right either. This was a monster that had been completely corroded by divine power. It wasn't a corpse king, nor was it a human. It seemed to have lost its rationality. Looking at the footprints on the ground, he was forced back. It was just a roar. Although these monsters had lost their minds, their strength was terrifying. He pulled up 4 monsters in a row, and all of them had the ability to intimidate him with their voices. Every one of them was a progenitor, and every one of them seemed to be the embodiment of divine power. No way the Eternals were hiding these things? Then why didn't they use them in the previous battle? The 5th figure was pulled up and Luin stared at him. This figure left the lake, but he didn't roar or curl up. He was just hung up like a dead person. His 4 limbs hung down and his long red hair covered his head. He looked like a ghost. Ancestor, she's eyes lit up. Name. The figure was still lying there as if he was dead. Ancestor, she wasn't in a hurry and just stood there. Around the lake, everyone looked over curiously. Occasionally there would be astral beasts that would appear, and they would also look over curiously. Most of the Eternals were humans. Although there were astral beasts, there weren't many of them. Luin stared at the figure. He wasn't dead, but he didn't know what was going on. Name. Ancestor, she asked again. The figure still didn't respond. At this moment, on the other side of the lake, a maid spoke up while trembling. He is called Mu Ji. Ancestor, she looked over, and many people's gazes landed on the maid. The maid panicked. Her master had died in the previous battle, and she was waiting for Ancestor she to arrange a new master. She didn't expect to see the original master here. Mu Ji. Ancestor, she was astonished. The Mu Ji who wants to control the middle plate? Luin raised his brows. Control the middle plate? He looked at the middle plate. Many people looked over. The middle plate rarely spoke, but now it was staring at the figure. It's him. In Two Blade Sect, the pink-haired girl exclaimed, I remember now. A few hundred years ago, the race recruited a person who could control others with evil. It's him. The blue-haired man nodded. He wants to control the captain of the true God Guards with evil? That's a fool's dream. Because of that, he sank into the God Force Lake. I thought that he would turn into a corpse, but he didn't. Luin looked at the figure. He actually wanted to control the captain of the true god guards? Ancestor, she looked at the figure. Mu-ji. The figure moved, and shortly after he slowly raised his head. He stretched out his hand and pushed aside the red hair that was covering his face as he looked around. It was a pair of faint red eyes, and it was far from the scarlet of the monsters just now. This person's gaze was gloomy, and it made Luin feel uncomfortable. I'm released. It seemed like he hadn't spoken for a long time, and his voice was dry and hoarse. After looking around, this person looked at Ancestor Shi. He straightened his body and rubbed his eyes. Ancestor Shi? I'm released? Ancestor Shi calmly looked at him. When someone sinks, someone floats. Muji, you're free. Muji blinked and then he laughed and pushed aside his hair. Free, that's great. Haha, I'm free and I didn't turn into a monster. Ah. Ancestor Shi's lips curled up. Anyone who could survive in the God Force Lake without turning into a corpse was a genius. From now on, you're the captain of the true God Guards. I hope you won't make the same mistake as before and work harder for the eternal race. Muji moved his limbs. Thank you, Ancestor Shi. The crowd dispersed, and Luin took a deep look at Muji before leaving. The eternal race's foundation was indeed deep, and who knew how many monsters there were under the God Force Lake. In the battle just now, the eternal race didn't send out these monsters, so they probably weren't that useful. There were monsters under the God Force Lake, and there were the 3 legendary ultimate skills. Should he find time to go down? Thinking of this, Luin stopped and looked back at the God Force Lake again. So far, there were only 5 captains of the true God Guards, so adding Muji to the team didn't require them to assemble. In Lu Yin's opinion, the eternal race would definitely fill in the captains of the true God Guards as soon as possible. In that case, he would become a veteran captain. A few days later, Muji suddenly came to Lu Yin's tower and asked to see him. Lu Yin didn't understand why he was here. He walked out of the tower. Muji smiled and walked over, very polite. Captain Yebwa, it's the second time we've met. Lu Yin was indifferent. What's the matter? Muji smiled. Nothing, I just want to get to know you, Captain Yebwa. We're both captains of the true God Guards, and now there are only 5 captains left. There are many opportunities for us to work together, so I want to get to know you first. Lu Yin looked at Muji. This person was too normal. He had been in the lake for hundreds of years, but it was as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for his light red hair and eyes, Lu Yin would have suspected that he wasn't in the God Force Lake at all. There's nothing to know, Lu Yin said indifferently. Muji smiled. Don't be so cold. I just went to find Dual Blade and we had a good chat. In fact, sometimes people who seem cold and indifferent are more enthusiastic once they open their hearts. Captain Yebwa, are you like that? Lu Yin looked at Muji calmly and didn't say anything. Muji didn't feel awkward and continued to smile. All right, whether or not I am, you and I have to get to know each other. We'll have a long time together in the future. Not necessarily, Lu Yin said. Muji seemed to like to laugh. Captain Yebwa, you're really interesting. Do you have no confidence in yourself or in me? If it's me, you don't have to. I'm very powerful. Lu Yin raised his brows. Muji's expression changed and he said very seriously, I'm really very powerful. Lu Yin turned to leave, about to return to the tower. Captain Yebwa, do you want to spar? I think we'll become good friends, Muji shouted. Lu Yin didn't even look back as he walked into the tower. The tower's doors were closed, and only the maid stood outside while Dugu faced Muji. Muji sighed. Really, everyone is so cold. Boring. With that, he left. Lu Yin stood in the tower and watched Muji's departing figure. He was actually very curious about what this person had experienced under the Divine Power Lake and why he hadn't turned into a monster called a Berserk Corpse. Those Berserk Corpses were powerhouses who had made mistakes. Like the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign, they had been sunk into the lake. Those who hadn't reached the progenitor realm weren't qualified to be sunk. Since those powerhouses had turned into Berserk Corpses, how had this Muji managed to keep his attitude the same? After Muji left, 2 bladers came to see Lu Yin again. Hey Yebwa, that Muji came to see you, right? The pink-haired girl asked, her large eyes flashing with curiosity. Lu Yin nodded. Don't believe anything he says. The pink-haired girl clenched her fists in anger. Lu Yin was puzzled. What's wrong? The blue-haired man said, this guy is disgusting. When he first joined the clan, he cooperated with us on missions and tried to control us several times. Fortunately, we were vigilant and didn't fall into his control. It's not just us, he should have attacked others as well. Besides the Corpse Kings, there's no one he doesn't want to control. If not for the fact that he controlled the middle plate, who knows what would have happened. Luin didn't understand. How did he control you? Evil, the pink-haired girl said in disgust. Luin was confused. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2970. The blue-haired man spoke in a low voice. This person has the wind of waning season, which represents apocalyptic evil. He can see through the evil in people's hearts and use it to control others. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He just came here? Yes, he came to see your evil, the blue-haired man said. Lu Yin frowned. He can see evil? The blue-haired man exhaled. Everyone has different innate abilities and they see different laws of the universe. This is what a senior told me. Evil is also a law and he can see it. He's a sequence law powerhouse? Lu Yin was surprised. The pink-haired woman shook her head. Of course not, but he can see it. There is more than one path and some people's innate talents are also laws, but they are born with them. Lu Yin understood that the evil Mu Ji could see was a law manifested by his innate talent. No wonder this guy suddenly came here. Did he have evil? Lu Yin laughed. Of course he did. Only a saint could have no evil. How could a person not have evil? He can see evil so he can control us? Lu Yin asked. The blue-haired man nodded. This Mu Ji is not simple. Back then he did not cultivate divine power, but he was more difficult to deal with than us who did. Even you and I are not confident that we can be normal under the divine power lake, but he did. Lu Yin was afraid. A person who did not cultivate divine power could survive in the divine power lake for hundreds of years. No matter how he thought about it, it was terrifying. I heard that this person has a second innate talent, the wheel of life and death. Perhaps it is because of this innate talent that he can survive, the blue-haired man said. Lu Yin was surprised. A second innate talent? Wait, would a second innate talent, could it be a wood innate talent? Where is this Mu Ji from? Lu Yin asked. The blue-haired man said, it is said that he came from the wood spacetime of the Six Directions Association and left his name in the wood humanoid scripture. He is a disciple of the wood spacetime master. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. A disciple of the wood god who left his name in the wood humanoid scripture, like Saruzin, was a traitor from the Six Directions Association. We're here to remind you not to be controlled by him. Don't thank us. We just don't want to be wary of both you and Mu Ji when we're out on a mission, the blue-haired man said and turned to leave. Before leaving, the pink-haired woman waved at Lu Yin. Don't die so easily, it's a pity that playmates are dying one after another. A playmate? Lu Yin watched as the dual blade school left. They were not humans but blades that had transformed into humans. They had come from a strange time and space, and this was his understanding of the dual blade school. Since they were not humans, there was naturally no possibility of betrayal. Two bladers had just left, but before Lu Yin could return to the tower, a white figure in the distance caught his attention. Ancestor? Lu Yin walked towards the ancestor. The ancestor of the past stood beside the God Power River. She liked to be in close contact with God Power. You don't have to worry about Mu Ji. If he commits another offense, he will be punished severely. He wouldn't dare. Lu Yin nodded. Can he really control us through evil? Ancestor, she smiled. Every kind of power has its advantages and disadvantages. Maybe you might just be able to counter him. Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not sure. After a moment of silence, the ancestor looked at Lu Yin. Yu Hor is dead, what do you think? Lu Yin's tone was calm. Ancestor's meaning is sorrow? Pity? Similar emotions. Ancestor, she stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. We are not friends, we are just using each other. I brought him out of the primordial space and he brought me to the Calamity region, giving me a chance to take revenge on the primordial space. As for his death, it is because he was useless. Ancestor, she retracted her gaze. Then if I ask you to destroy the Yuhor race, what will you think? Lu Yin was shocked. Destroy the Yuhor race? Ancestor, she looked at the God Power River. Some races exist only because one of them is valuable. If the other is gone, they will have no value. Lu Yin looked at the ancestor's back and said without hesitation, understood, I will do it. The Yuhor race is not simple. Do you need me to find a captain for you? I will try first. If it doesn't work, I will find another captain. Yuhor was a fish that could transform into a python. It was of the same race as the ancestral Mang. Although Lu Yin was mentally prepared, when he came to the parallel universe where the Yuhor race was and saw many pythons coiling in space, he still felt a chill down his spine. It was an indescribable feeling, as if he had fallen into a python's nest. Fortunately, the pythons weren't strong. Luin looked around and didn't see any progenitor pythons. Other than pythons, the most common species in space were fish. They looked different from Yuhua, as Yuhua stood like a human while these fish mostly swam. Although they were large in size, they weren't as human-like. Pythons and fish were all living creatures that didn't have intelligence. Luin saw that even the half-ancestor pythons didn't have any intelligence. Perhaps only progenitors would have such intelligence. After looking around for a while, Luin saw that most of the creatures were fighting each other. Pythons devoured pythons, fish devoured fish, and pythons devoured fish. This was a cruel spacetime. No wonder Yuhua was injured and didn't want to return. This spacetime pursued devouring to evolve. The stronger the creature, the stronger the individual would be. This spacetime gave Luin a pleasant surprise. This was a parallel universe with a different flow of time. 20 times faster than the origin space. This was something Luin hadn't expected before coming here. He didn't notice it when he entered this spacetime until he looked at the spatial lines. It was rare to encounter a spacetime that could increase the flow of time, but Luin wasn't in a hurry to destroy it. He was thinking about how to gain its recognition. After muttering to himself for a while, Luin remembered that he had soil stained with the ancestral Mang's saliva. It had been given to him by the White Dragon clan, but he hadn't used it much. He had only used it in the mortal realm and the astral beast domain, so he still had some left. He wondered how the ancestral Mang's aura was in this spacetime. Just as he was thinking about this, a huge shadow enveloped him from behind. Luin looked back and saw a bloody maw with icy vertical pupils. It was a progenitor that was cruel, bloodthirsty, and sinister as it bit down. He quickly dodged, but the python passed through his original spot. Its tail swept over his head. Luin casually struck out with a palm, breaking the tail. Lu Yin's strength was so great that he could resist the Crimson Eye transformation. He was far stronger than a progenitor python, and even Yuhua couldn't withstand his strength. The python roared in pain and turned back to bite Luin again. At the same time, many pairs of vertical pupils opened in the distance and stared at Luin, treating him as prey. However, these pythons were all half-ancestors. Luin frowned when he sensed a fishy stench. He moved the spatial lines and easily appeared on the python's head. He took out the soil. At that moment, the python suddenly paused, and fear appeared in its cold vertical pupils. Luin stared at the python. It was effective. He looked around and saw that the soil was stained with the ancestral Mang's saliva, causing the half-ancestor pythons that were slowly approaching to retreat in fear. There were also many fish in the distance that weren't even at the half-ancestor level, but they also treated Luin as prey. The soil's aura intimidated the surrounding pythons. Luin stared at the progenitor python below him, wondering if he could intimidate it. The result disappointed Luin. The progenitor python below him was indeed terrified, but as a progenitor, it wouldn't cower because of a bit of saliva. It curled up and shrank from its python form. Luin was forced to leave its head, and he watched as the python transformed into something similar to Yuhua. However, it wasn't a walking fish, it was just a normal fish. The fish stared at Luin, unwilling to give up. It wanted to eat him. Lu Yin's tone was cold. "You're courting death." The fish shook its broken tail, but its eyes continued to stare at Luin. It could sense a fatal threat from Luin, but it didn't want to retreat. This was its instinct. In this spacetime, if it didn't eat, then it would be eaten. Even if it had intelligence, it couldn't suppress its instincts. Luin exhaled. The soil could effectively intimidate creatures below the progenitor realm, so he would deal with the progenitor. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the fish. A terrifying power gathered as he struck out with a palm. There were no other Eternals around, so he could use some of his strength. However, he couldn't go overboard in order to avoid being targeted. There was a bang as the fish shattered. Luin watched as its corpse floated down and wanted to summon it, but he restrained himself. He couldn't guarantee that the Eternals wouldn't notice if he summoned the fish. Since he had disguised himself as Nightshore, he might as well pretend to be Nightshore for the time being. Otherwise, if he made a mistake, he wouldn't be able to escape in the land of disaster. Although this fish was a progenitor, it didn't have much significance. Luin wanted to erase the imprints of anyone below the progenitor realm, but it was useless. He wanted to summon progenitors. Ever since he had left the Genesis space and seen the many parallel spacetimes, he knew that there were many progenitors. In a parallel spacetime there might only be a few, but in many parallel spacetimes, there were many races, and it was enough for him to summon them. In the past, the Lu family had been limited to the Genesis space, but he had completely left it. His summon stage might be the most terrifying one in the history of the Lu family. He just didn't know if Patriarch Lu Yuan had summoned any progenitors in a parallel spacetime during the era of the Anzac sect. Back then, there were 4 words that represented the ultimate glory, the 10,000 races. When Lu Yin had first heard these words, he had thought that the so-called 10,000 races referred to the various races of the Genesis space. Now, he knew that the 10,000 races represented the races of the countless parallel spacetimes. Back then his structure had been too small. Now, Lu Yin had expanded his structure and looked at the countless parallel spacetimes. There was no lack of progenitors and he had plenty of opportunities to summon them. In the following period of time, Lu Yin constantly searched for progenitor pythons to kill. When these pythons discovered him, they would attack him and try to devour him. There was nothing to be said, as there was no such thing as morality. There was only the most primitive slaughter, and the strong preyed on the weak. Half a year had passed, but less than 10 days had passed in the Genesis space. Lu Yin had already dealt with most of the progenitor pythons in this spacetime. In fact, there weren't many of them, just 4 or 5. None of them had reached the level of a sequence law, and he didn't know what the ancestor had meant by not simple. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2971. After dealing with the progenitor pythons, the next step was to be recognized by this spacetime. Lu Yin brought the soil with him to search for half-progenitor pythons and force them to submit. He had to admit that the ancestral mandala's aura was very useful. Even though this spacetime's natural state meant that they would only submit for a short period of time, that was all Lu Yin wanted. Although these pythons were afraid of the ancestral mandala's aura, they would definitely devour it if given the chance. Lu Yin was certain of this. A year later, Lu Yin tried to release flowing light. After testing it, he heaved a sigh of relief. Far away from Lu Yin, a figure also arrived in this spacetime. As expected, don't even think about destroying this spacetime. The newcomer looked around and saw many pythons surrounding her. She waved her hand and a powerful aura caused the pythons to retreat in fear. Lu Yin suddenly looked in a certain direction. An expert? He hurriedly opened his celestial eye and saw a familiar figure. The Moon Immortal? The newcomer was the Moon Immortal of the Trillionaris Alliance. She was also Lu Yin's opponent in the Battle of E-Zone. Lu Yin had not expected the Moon Immortal to appear in this spacetime. Could it be that the Trillionaris Alliance had been referring to the Trillionaris Alliance's interference? Why would they interfere? Before he could figure out the situation, Lu Yin watched as the Moon Immortal approached. When the Moon Immortal saw Lu Yin, she raised her brows and sneered. So it's you. Great, I want to see how much divine power you have. Light flowed beneath her feet like a river. Behind her, a celestial moon soared into the sky and illuminated the river. Endless moonlight slashed out and covered the sky, causing the pythons and fishes to flee. Lu Yin frowned. Woman, you're attacking right away? The moonlight slashed out, and Lu Yin could only use his divine power to block it. He still did not know what this woman's sequence laws were, nor did he want to know. With his status as Yi Bo, he would not be a match for a sequence law powerhouse in a one-on-one duel. You look like a human, but who knows what you are. All Eternals deserve to die. The Moon Immortal was beautiful and had an otherworldly temperament. Her voice was pleasant, but her movements were rather violent. She constantly swung her arms and used moonlight slashes to exhaust Lu Yin's divine power. Lu Yin was puzzled. What does this spacetime have to do with the Trillionaris Alliance? Or are you here to kill me? With just you? The Moon Immortal raised her snow-white arm. Boundless moonlight energy gathered and spread out in all directions. Lu Yin knew that this woman was about to unleash her ultimate move, and he did not want to fight it out with her. He should not have been able to win in the first place, so there was no point in fighting. Besides, he had already gotten the answer that this woman's arrival had nothing to do with him, which meant that she had something to do with this spacetime. The ancient ancestor's words echoed in his ears once more. There was a problem with this spacetime dimension. Godly power surged out of Lu Yin's body, forming a red color that blocked the moonlight's power. This godly power shocked the Moon Immortal. How can you have so much godly power? They knew about the Eternals, but they had never seen so much divine power in the true God Guard captain. Lu Yin left. With the protection of his God Force, he was able to easily return to the Calamity Zone. The Moon Immortal wanted to make him stay, but she couldn't. After returning to the Zone of E, Lu Yin used a Stargate to directly head to the Gargoyle spacetime. This spacetime was very normal, and it was not a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. The gargoyle tribe was also very strange. They were all pieces of stone that seemed to have come alive. Here, Lu Yin had encountered a lightning spirit clan's ancestor realm expert. An ordinary ancestor realm expert wasn't Lu Yin's opponent, but when he saw Lu Yin appear, that ancestor realm expert had left without hesitation. Lu Yin knew that if he didn't leave, the lightning spirit clan's patriarch would definitely come for him. What happened? He felt that it was very strange. This was an answer that only the ancient ancestor could give. However, this trip was not without benefits. The time he could see through the past had increased to 88 seconds. It did not seem like much, but it would increase in the future. Beside the godly power river, the ancient ancestor listened to Lu Yin's words. Although her expression was calm, Lu Yin could clearly feel that she was suppressing something. White Cloud City really wants to go against us. Jiang Feng is a domineering person who wants to control everything. This is in line with his personality. Since they want to go to war, let's see if White Cloud City has the foundation. Do you really think that the problem has been solved? What a joke. Captain Gather. Lu Yin's eyes shook. Go to war? Under the Black Mother Tree, the shrine still stood tall as if it had not been destroyed by the Thunder Lord. This was Lu Yin's second time here. Compared to the first time, almost half of the true God Guard's captains had died. There were only 5 captains left, and this was with the addition of Mu Ji. Captain Yebo, we meet again. Mu Ji arrived and greeted Lu Yin warmly. Lu Yin did not look back as he walked towards the shrine. Mu Ji was helpless. You're still so cold and boring. I wanted to tell you something interesting. Lu Yin stopped and looked back at Mu Ji. Mu Ji's eyes lit up. Interested? Haha, I knew that Captain Yebo was a sentimental person, not a blockhead who only cares about missions. Mu Ji, who are you calling blockhead? Dual Sword Flow arrived and the pink-haired girl glared at him angrily. The blue-haired man also looked at Mu Ji with an unfriendly gaze. Mu Ji was embarrassed. Haha, that, of course I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the corpse kings under your command. They can't even speak properly. I have some under my command too. Just boring. Humph, the pink-haired girl snorted. When she saw Lu Yin standing at the shrine's entrance and looking at them, she rolled her eyes. I told you to ignore this guy. The blue-haired man nodded at Lu Yin and then walked into the shrine. With their interruption, Mu Ji lost interest in talking. He smiled and greeted Lu Yin before entering the shrine. Lu Yin naturally entered as well. At this moment, there were already 4 people in the shrine. Lu Yin looked at the 2 additional people and one of them was very familiar. It was one of the 12 marquises of the primordial space, Wang Xiaoyu, progenitor Chen's lover. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2972. What? The ancient thunder locust is back? The Ice Master was shocked. The Ice Spirit ancestor said, the Thunder Lord and the others banished it to another parallel dimension. It shouldn't be able to return, but the ancient thunder locust is back. It must be the eternal race's doing. The Ice Master looked at the corpse melting ice particles. The eternal race had been scheming for too long. They had been watching White Cloud City for a long time. The ancient thunder locust had always been their biggest problem. The Thunder Lord and the others had worked together to find the locust's weakness and trapped it in a parallel dimension. How had it returned so quickly? The only explanation was that the eternal race had interfered. They had been watching and found the ancient thunder locust, bringing it back to cause trouble for White Cloud City. If they had known that the ancient thunder locust could return, they might not have joined forces to attack Calamity Zone. The 5 spirit races were on good terms with White Cloud City, but the Trimoon Alliance didn't. They had attacked Calamity Zone because the eternal race had plotted against them and Moon Goddess had been forced to play dead. Now it seemed that the eternal race had been planning all along. Disperse the Ice Spirit realm and find a way to throw this monster into another parallel dimension. Notify White Cloud City and ask for outside help to fight the eternal race. The Ice Master shouted. This was the only solution she could think of. The Ice Spirit race wasn't the only one. The other 4 races and the Trimoon Alliance also asked for help. Corpses were hard to kill, and the eternal experts couldn't deal with them. The Moon Immortal returned from Yuhua's dimension. They hadn't underestimated the eternal race, but now they realized that they had. The eternal race had been able to destroy the heavenly sect, which had once been the home of all races. No one knew how deep their foundations were. That was why the Eternals were able to see such a strategic advantage in such a short time. Jiang Qin arrived at the heavenly sect in the origin dimension. Elder Chan received him. "Where's Brother Lu?" Jiang Qin asked anxiously. "The headmaster went out to cultivate." "What's wrong?" Elder Chan asked. Jiang Qin was solemn. "The Eternal Race has declared war on White Cloud City. I hope the Six Paths Guild can help." Elder Chan's expression changed. "War? The one true God and the seven sky gods are in closed-door cultivation. Why would the Eternal Race declare war on you?" "It's a long story," Jiang Qin said. "We've hit them where it hurts this time. They didn't even attack Calamity Zone." Elder Chan thought he had misheard. "You guys even attacked the Yi region?" "Senior, let's cut to the chase. I want to contact Brother Lu." Elder Chan was put in a difficult position. "If it's possible, I'll definitely help you contact him. Unfortunately, I can't." This wasn't an excuse. Jiang Qin could see that the Above Heaven sect couldn't be more attentive when it came to the Eternal Race. "Brother Lu isn't here, so who's in charge?" Jiang Qin grew anxious. Everything had been under his father's control, but they had underestimated the Eternal Race's determination to deal with White Cloud City. The Eternal Race had been eyeing the Ancient Thunder Locust for a long time. White Cloud City thought that they had exiled the Ancient Thunder Locust, but in reality, that was because the Eternal Race had not interfered. The Ancient Thunder Locust was the Eternal Race's trump card when it came to war with White Cloud City. Now, his father and the others were being held back by the Ancient Thunder Locusts. The 5 Spirit Tribes and the 3 Moons Alliance had asked for help. This was the pressure that Six Paths Guild had always faced, and White Cloud City had finally tasted it. Jiang after Chen left, Elder Chan contacted the Lu family and White Cloud City for help. The Above Heaven sect could not ignore them. However, before the Above Heaven sect could respond, the Berserk corpses arrived at the back of the battlefield. The Reincarnation Time-Space and the Wood Time-Space had also welcomed the Berserk corpses. On the back of the battlefield, Lu Tianyi looked at Leng Qing, who was fighting the Berserk corpses. "I didn't expect the Eternal Race to nurture another batch of Berserk corpses." Lu Tianyi was shocked. The 5 Spirit Tribes and White Cloud City might not know about this kind of monster, but how could the Origin Space not know about it? They had been fighting against the Eternal Race for too many years, so they had a good understanding of the Eternal Race's foundation. This kind of monster ignores the rules of the sequence. Its body is hard and almost impossible to kill. It's very disadvantageous to fight it head-on, but as long as it's left alone, it will only cause destruction to everything it sees. "It has no intelligence, no combat techniques, and is just a killing machine," said Lu Qi. Lu Tianyi looked at the battlefield. Leng Qing's blade had landed on the Berserk corpses, but there wasn't even a trace of damage. "One Berserk corpse is easy to deal with, but that's only for us. The Masters of the Six Paths Guild are in seclusion. It's already very difficult to deal with them, let alone White Cloud City." What did White Cloud City do to the Eternal Race? They actually forced the Eternal Race to use their trump card, the Berserk corpses. These things can't be controlled by the Eternal Race. Once they're released, they can't be taken back. They're completely expendable goods. The Eternal Race must be heartbroken. Lu Tianyi's gaze was solemn. "It's an all-out war. The Eternal Race is serious this time. Since they've released them, they have no intention of taking them back. The best way to deal with these Berserk corpses is to lure them away, but the Eternal Race has already planted their divine power in the places where the Berserk corpses will be released. The Berserk corpses will instinctively be attracted by the divine power and destroy the places where the divine power is." With that, his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the new continent, where Leng Qing was fighting the Berserk corpse. Leng Qing had tried everything, but she couldn't hurt the Berserk corpse. However, the Berserk corpse couldn't hurt Lu Tianyi either. As long as Leng Qing didn't appear in front of the Berserk corpse, the Berserk corpse had no intention of attacking Lu Tianyi. He only wanted to destroy everything in front of him. Lu Tianyi descended and appeared in front of the Berserk corpse. The Berserk corpse's bloodshot eyes stared at Lu Tianyi. It roared and raised its hand to grab Lu Tianyi. Facing the Berserk corpse, Lu Tianyi raised a finger and pointed. When his fingertip touched the Berserk corpse's palm, the Berserk corpse paused. Then, starting from the palm, the corpse shattered and spread to the rest of its body. Finally, before Leng Qing's shocked gaze, the corpse completely shattered. Leng Qing stared at Lu Tianyi. This strength was terrifying beyond her imagination. She was very sure that even ordinary sequence law powerhouses might not be able to do anything to the Berserk corpse. However, Lu Qianni had shattered the corpse with a single finger. It seemed like nothing could resist his finger. Madman Lu was like this, and so was the berserk corpse. Lu Qianni withdrew his hand. It is indeed hard. Ruler realm. Lu Qi rolled his eyes. No matter how hard it was still a matter of a single finger. Before Lu Tianjing had been pushed out by the ancestral Mang, he hadn't understood forefather Qianni's strength. He had thought that his father, Lu Feng, was a match for forefather Qianni. However, after Lu Tianjing had been pushed into the void, he had been attacked by the eternal race. The endless slaughter had made him realize just how terrifying Lu Qianni was. In his opinion, Lu Qianni might not be much weaker than forefather Lu Yuan, but he was too low-key. He was so low-key that the great Empyreans and the others hadn't even thought of bringing him to the battle against the eternal race. This was a joke that had made Lu Qi happy for a long time. However, this was also a good thing. He had left a peerless expert in the origin space. Senior, what about White Cloud City? How should we respond? Elder Chan came to the back of the battlefield and looked at the berserk corpse that had been shattered into pieces. Ever since Jiang Chen came to the Upper Sky sect for help, they had heard that such berserk corpses had appeared all over the border of the Six Direction Society. They were very difficult to deal with. Even sequence law powerhouses would find it difficult to destroy them. For example, Su Wuwei could only rely on his boundless void divine strength to delay them. Only 9th grade venerated lotus and wood carving were able to deal with the berserk corpse. On the other side, he saw Lu Qianni shattering the berserk corpse with a single finger. His strength was indeed reassuring. However, whether it was Lu Qianni, 9th grade venerated lotus or wood carving, they were all peerless experts of the Six Direction Society, second only to the Spacetime Lord. No matter how many experts White Cloud City had, how many of them had reached this level of strength? It wasn't unreasonable for Jiang Chen to ask for help. Lu Qianni said, White Cloud City is asking for help. We must help them, but we must know how. Continue to contact Jiang Chen and see what he needs us to do. We will try to contact Little Seven as well. Lu Qi interrupted, White Cloud City must not be harmed. They were his in-laws. How could he allow anything to happen to them? Of course, Old Chan knew that they must help White Cloud City, but he also needed to inform Lu Qianni and the others. Otherwise, the Upper Sky sect alone would not be of much help to White Cloud City. Apart from the Nether Ancestor, there was no other expert who could cause damage to the berserk corpses. Moreover, helping White Cloud City would also require consideration of the origin space. The Eternal Race was very good at creating a diversion. In the zone of E, Luin walked out of the Divine Palace. His face was calm, but his heart was filled with worry. Since the Eternal Race had attacked the 5 spiritual races in White Cloud City, they must have a certain degree of confidence. Otherwise, the Ancestor would not have proposed an all-out war. The Lightning Lord once said that the Eternal Race was like a bottomless pool of water. No one knew how deep it was. No matter how many experts and methods the humans used, the Eternal Race would be able to withstand them. Luin thought that he would be able to see the Eternal Race clearly after coming to the zone of E, but he found that he still couldn't see clearly. Wuho Wangho, when did they break through to the ancestral realm? How many berserk corpses were under the Divine Force Lake? How many experts were able to withstand the erosion of the Divine Force? When did the Bone Boat appear? Where was Bai Wuxian? More importantly, the Eternal Race had so many extraterrestrial helpers. Luin let out a deep breath. A voice came from behind him. It seems that the race is serious. White Cloud City is a little too ruthless. Luin looked back. It was Muji. This guy was very talkative. When he saw Luin look at him, Muji smiled. Captain Yi Bo, if an all-out war breaks out, even you and I may not be able to survive. Enjoy this period of time. Once a mission appears, what awaits us may be life or death. Hehe. What do you know? Luin asked. Wang Xiaoyu walked out of the Divine Palace and passed by the two. She left without looking back. Wu Ho and Zhong Pan did the same. Only the pink-haired girl from Two Blades said, Yi Bo, be careful. He's controlling you. Tengu swept past and disappeared. Muji laughed. I don't dare control him. I can survive the Divine Force Lake, but that doesn't mean I can survive the torture. I will definitely die. Lu Yin turned around and continued walking forward. Muji's voice came. You just asked me what I know. How long have you been in the race? A few years, Lu Yin replied coldly. Muji shook his head. No wonder you don't know. People like you who participate in the war without knowing anything are the most likely to die. Consider me being kind. Let me tell you. The race started an all-out war because White Cloud City crossed the line. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2973. Luyin stopped, puzzled. Bottom line. Muji's lips curled up. Have you heard of it? The sequence of strings? Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Forefather Lu Yuan had mentioned the sequence of strings before, and it was related to White Cloud City. They were afraid that it would affect their own cultivation, so they did not say much. It seems like you don't know much about it. Let's put it this way. The sequence of strings is the foundation of countless parallel universes. You can think of it as lines that divide spacetime into countless planes. Every line has a connection point. Several or even dozens of lines will have a large connection point. Once this connection point is destroyed, the connected sequence of strings will loosen and might even collapse. The Eternals are constantly destroying spacetime to destroy these connection points. They want to collapse the sequence of strings and crush countless parallel universes to achieve their goal of controlling the universe. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold as he stared at Muji. Why, you don't believe me? Hehe, at our level this is common knowledge. Didn't the ancestors tell you? Every true God Guard captain knows this. Muji smiled. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. That's good. They can quickly crush these parallel universes. Yes, that's good. Initially, the Eternals were destroying the connection points of the sequence of strings they discovered, but White Cloud City suddenly intervened. That angered the Eternals, which led to a full-scale war. Muji stretched and walked down the temple. Lu Yin was puzzled. Since they knew that the destruction of the connection points would cause countless parallel universes to collapse, White Cloud City should have stopped them long ago, including the humans. Why did they only do it now? Muji was disdainful. Because of balance. The Eternals destroyed the connection points, while Immemorial City, the Hexagon Society, and some extraterrestrial powerhouses stopped them, forming a temporary balance. This balance has been maintained for a very long time. No one believed that the other side could maintain it forever. The Eternals did not believe that Immemorial City and the humans could defend themselves. They used all methods, but the humans also did not believe that the Eternals could destroy the connection points. There are too many of them, and even if some were destroyed it would not matter. White Cloud City has its own problems. They did not participate in this matter in the past, but now that White Cloud City's problems have been resolved, they came to cause trouble for the Eternals. They attacked Calamity Zone and stopped the destruction of the connection points. Do you think the race will not care? They must think of a way to solve this problem. To the clan, the balance that the humans see is only what they want the humans to see. However, once the White Cloud City joins in, it will truly be balanced. Who would want true balance? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. To the humans, the balance that the clan sees might be what they want the clan to see. Muji laughed, perhaps. No matter what, White Cloud City's sudden involvement has completely angered the true gods. This war is unavoidable and White Cloud City will not have an easy time. Our clan's foundation will be revealed step by step. Perhaps after a period of time, both our positions will drop. Captain Yi Bo, I know you don't trust me, but for my life I will not try to control you. So, if we can cooperate, then let's cooperate. There are good and bad relationships between the captains of the true God Guards. So Dual Blade School has been preventing me from talking to you? Lu Yin asked. Muji nodded with a smile. It's good that you understand. If you don't reach the sequence's rules, you'll always be an ant. If you want to survive, it's best to stick together. I also want to cooperate with Dual Blades, but unfortunately they don't trust me, so forget it. As he spoke, the ancestor of the ancient era walked out of the shrine. She had heard the conversation between Muji and Lu Yin, but she did not stop them. Just as Muji had said, the sequence's string was not a secret to certain levels, and the captains of the true God Guards were qualified to know. There was no need for her to explain everything to Lu Yin, and she would not stop Muji from speaking. Muji walked to Lu Yin's side and glanced at the ancestor of the ancient era. He whispered, "By the way, let me remind you that our mission will appear soon. There aren't many corpses left under the Divine Lake. We've used them in batches before and there's no time to accumulate them. This time they will all be used up." With that he left. Lu Yin looked back at the ancestor of the ancient era. The ancestor of the ancient era looked into the distance, took a step and disappeared. Lu Yin returned to the tower and sat quietly, thinking about what Muji had said. The Eternals' main goal was the sequence's string. By destroying it, they could collapse all the parallel universes. Could this really be done? He had also guessed the meaning of Immemorial City. Perhaps it was to suppress the sequence's string so that it would not collapse. One was theoretically able to destroy parallel universes, and the other was born to deal with such a theory. From Lu Yin's point of view, this theory had a huge problem. If destroying the sequence's string could really collapse the universe, then what would happen to the powerhouses from the outer realms who were helping the Eternals? Would they all gather in the disaster region? Obviously not. If those powerhouses were willing to help the Eternals, then they definitely had their reasons. If the universe was destroyed, where would they survive? Lu Yin muttered to himself. The Eternals wanted the humans to see balance, so was this a plan that the Eternals wanted the humans to know about? Regardless of whether Mu Ji was right or not, he was right about one thing. The mission would appear on the third day. The 7 captains of the True God Guard were each given a mission to destroy 7 parallel universes. The parallel universes that Lu Yin was to destroy were connected to the Ice Spirit clan and belonged to them. This was also a connection point. The other captains were to destroy parallel universes that belonged to the 5 spirit clans and the 3 Moons Alliance. The Eternals had long since discovered too many connection points for the sequence's string. They had not attacked these parallel universes in the past since they belonged to the 5 spirit clans, but things were different now. Not only did they have to destroy the parallel universes that belonged to Yu Hua and the Gargoyle, but they also had to destroy the parallel universes that belonged to the 5 spirit clans, the 3 Moons Alliance and White Cloud City. The mission came in a hurry. After confirming the Stargate, the captains set off without bringing any Progenitor Corps kings. The True God Guard's Progenitor Corps kings had been reduced from 100 to less than 50. The Six Direction Society's war, the Endless Battlefield, and the Disaster Region's battle had continuously depleted the Progenitor Corps kings, but there were not endless Progenitor Corps kings. The remaining Progenitor Corps kings had all been taken away to participate in other battles. After passing through the Stargate, Lu Yin arrived at an unfamiliar region of space. He looked around and then headed into the distance. This region was connected to the Ice Spirit clan, and the creatures that existed here had been purged by them. To the original creatures of this region, the Ice Spirit clan was an enemy, just like how the Eternals were an enemy to the humans. In this universe, the division between friend and foe was very simple. This was the most primitive rule of survival. Along the way, Lu Yin saw the Ice Spirit clan. After confirming that he had not come to the wrong place, he tore through the void and headed straight for the Eternal Kingdom to return to the Above Heaven. At this moment, the Above Heaven was waiting for White Cloud City's reply. They wanted to know how to help them. Lu Yin's return excited Elder Chan and the others. Why is it here? It's here? Lu Yin was surprised. In the Above Heaven sect's main hall, Big Sister, Senior Brother Qing Ping, Senior Brother Mu Xie Lung Qing, and the others were all present. Half of the Progenitor Realm experts were gathered in the origin space. Jiang Qin has requested for help. White Cloud City's situation is probably not good. Elder Chan immediately said. Lu Yin solemnly said, I came back for this matter. Speaking of this, he looked at Senior Brother Qing Ping in surprise. Senior Brother, you? Qing Ping's expression was calm. Progenitor Realm. Lu Yin was dumbfounded. Didn't you fail? Big Sister grinned. Congratulations, Little Seven. This senior brother of yours has walked a different path. Although he failed the Progenitor Realm origin tribulation, he was still able to return to the Progenitor Realm. This matter has made the half-step ancestors in the origin space excited. They can't wait to break through to the Progenitor Realm. Lu Yin was overjoyed. Really? That's great. Congratulations, senior brother. Even a solemn person like Qing Ping had a rare smile on his face. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of a disciple that Mr. Mu had acknowledged. Senior Brother Mu Xie had single-handedly defeated countless members of the Six Direction Society, and even the 7 Sky Gods had taken note of him. Senior Brother Mu Xie's strength was unfathomable, and now Senior Brother Qing Ping had actually been able to walk another path. Since Senior Brother has broken through to the Progenitor Realm, we have more than enough manpower. Everyone, the Eternals and White Cloud City have started an all-out war. This has caused White Cloud City to be unable to rescue the 5 spirit races and the 3 Moon Alliance. We also can't spare any manpower to stop the Eternals from destroying the spacetime. I, Lu Yin, as the Above Heaven Sect's Tao Master and the Master of the Origin Space, give the order. Everyone was solemn. Nether Ancestor, Qing Ping, Mu Xie, Xiaochen, Su Wuwei, and Mu Xie are to head to 6 different spacetime and stop the Eternals from destroying the spacetime. Even though Big Sister and the others didn't understand what Lu Yin was talking about, they only needed to listen to Lu Yin's orders. Didn't you say there are 7 spacetime? Since you're disguised as Yi Bo, shouldn't you be in charge of 1 spacetime? Elder Chan reminded him. Lu Yin frowned. Yes, his spacetime also needed people to act or his identity as Yi Bo would be wasted. I'll go. A loud shout came from outside the main hall. Lu Qi walked out of the void. Lu Yin looked over. Dad. Lu Qi grinned. Little Seven, let me join in. Lu Yin was troubled. If you go, what about the astral tree? With Forefather Channy overseeing, there's nothing to be afraid of even if the sole true God comes. Besides, Forefather Lu Yuan is only in seclusion. He's not dead, Lu Qi said loudly. Lu Yin was speechless. If the Forefather heard this, he would have a hard time. Lu Yin didn't hesitate. If others could go, then Lu Qi could go as well. Besides, Lu Yin was the one who had asked for it. This was what it meant to be a cultivator. Whether it was life or death, they had to fight. Contact Su Wuwei and Mu Xie. We'll set off as soon as they arrive. There's no time to lose, Lu Yin formally ordered. Not long after, Xiaoqin, Su Wuwei and Mu Xie arrived. Su Wuwei had been delaying the berserk corpses at the edge of the void god spacetime, but this time he had to take action. Forefather Lu Tianyi had personally gone to the void god spacetime to deal with the berserk corpses. If possible, Lu Yin also wanted to ask Forefather Lu Tianyi to deal with all the berserk corpses in the Six Direction Society. However, this kind of thing could only be done once. Once it was done, the Eternals could use similar methods to set a trap for Lu Tianyi. Sometimes, when faced with a situation, there were clearly people who could resolve it, but they couldn't. Mu Xie had personally killed the berserk corpses in the wood spacetime. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2974. When everyone arrived, Lu Yin immediately brought them to the Ice Spirit Clan. Only through the Ice Spirit Clan could they reach the parallel universes where the 5 spirit clans and the March Alliance were about to be destroyed. Lu Yin assigned each captain and opponent according to the characteristics of the true God Guard captains. He himself went to the Ice Spirit Realm. Crazy director Xiao Chen went to the parallel universes that he was supposed to destroy to at least leave traces of the battle. Far away from the Ice Spirit Realm, the Ice Master was still freezing the corpse. The sequence particles spread from the ground of the Ice Spirit Realm and connected to the Ice Master's sequence particles, constantly consuming them. Lu Yin arrived at the Ice Spirit Realm and saw this scene. He hurriedly went underground to check on Bing Xian and contacted the Ice Master at the same time. The Ice Master learned of Lu Yin's arrival but did not have time to return. As for Big Sister and the others, they were taken to other parallel universes by the Ice Spirit Clan. In a parallel universe filled with flames, Dual Blade Stream was constantly slashing in all directions. A creature completely made of flames was crazily swallowing high temperatures and wrapping around the Dual Blade Stream. It's time to deal with it. The Fire Spirit Clan can't help at all when dealing with the corpse, the blue-haired man shouted. The pink-haired woman cheered. I've been annoyed with it for a long time. It almost burned my hair. Cut it, cut it. As soon as she finished speaking, the blue-haired man hugged the pink-haired woman in his arms. The two of them touched and gradually turned into 2 long sabers. One was icy blue and flowed with colorful lights, while the other was completely pink and flickered with a cold light. The 2 long sabers slashed out at the same time. The flaming creature was shocked. It was an ancestor of the Fire Spirit Clan, but it was not a sequence law powerhouse. The reason it could block the dual blade stream slash until now was because it had not used its full strength. Now that the full strength slash had appeared, it felt the aura of death. Could not block it. At this moment, an evil Sarira suddenly appeared and flew toward the dual blade stream. The dual blade stream slash was stopped. It was surprised. What's that? Mu Xie walked out of the void. Your opponent is me. At the same time, in parallel universes, the true God Guard captains encountered enemies. In front of Wu Ho stood Su Wuwei. A huge cauldron brought with it a majestic void god power. The void god space actually has the ability to support the 5 spirit clans? Wu Ho was surprised. Looks like you know my god space very well. Let's see if you can stop me. Su Wuwei's expression. In front of Zhong Pan, Lu Qi grinned and laughed. You are really abnormal. Your physical strength is strong but you can't kill me. I am the undying Lu Qi. Zhong Pan leaped out, raised his fist and punched down. The God Investiture catalog appeared above Lu Qi's head. The power of the Imperial Sword walked out, but it was shattered by Zhong Pan's punch. After the power of the Imperial Sword was shattered, Lu Qi visualized the 5th continent behind him. Come. Wang Xiaoyu looked at Qing Ping who had walked out. I know you. You're the Interstellar Arbitration's head judge. You've actually broken through to the ancestor realm? Qingping was surprised. I know you too. You're a noble from the battlefield on the backside of the starry sky of trees. When I went there to train and fight for the origin item, I've heard of the 12 Marquises. As the beloved of progenitor Qin, you betrayed the human race. It's not up to you to decide who is right and who is wrong. Can you take the scepter? Can you withstand the trial? Under the starry sky, Big Sister's expression was strange. She gnashed her teeth in anger. Damn little seven, you actually gave me a dog. Woof, what are you barking for? Be careful or I'll eat dog meat. The heavenly hound was furious and slammed into Big Sister. Big Sister raised her eyebrows. You still want to bite me? I'll teach the dog a lesson today. Woof. Muji stared blankly ahead. There was deep fear and disbelief in the depths of his eyes. Muji? Why are you here? Muji looked at Muji. Long time no see, Muji. Mu Shikong has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Muji's expression changed. Why are you here? Did the Six Paths Guild interfere in this war? Where did you get the ability to do so? Muji raised his long blade. Muji, leave your name in the wood scripture. As the disciple of the wood god, you betrayed Mu Shikong and became his biggest spy. Today I'll clean you up. Luin walked out of the ice spirit realm. Bing Xian's sequence particles were constantly being consumed. He couldn't continue. Otherwise Bing Xian might be crippled. He headed towards the ice matriarch. Not long after, he saw the ice matriarch and the corpse that was constantly being consumed by the sequence particles. He frowned. This method was useless. It could only stall for a while, but it would also exhaust the sequence particles. Pathmaster Lu, how many more of these monsters do the Eternals have? The ice matriarch hurriedly asked when she saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin's tone was low. Not many. Senior, can't you deal with them? The ice matriarch was helpless. Their bodies are strong and they can resist the sequence laws. I can barely freeze them. If this continues, what will happen to Bing Xian? Luin asked. The ice matriarch didn't answer. Silence was the best answer. Luin looked at the corpse that was constantly being frozen and walked over step by step. Pathmaster Lu, what are you doing? Be careful, he's very powerful. The ice matriarch reminded him. Luin said, let me try. I can't let Bing Xian be crippled. The ice matriarch was speechless. If this continued, Bing Xian would indeed be crippled. But even she couldn't do it. How much could Luin do? It was already very impressive that he could escape from her. After all, he wasn't even an extreme powerhouse. But this monster made her feel helpless. Luin approached the corpse. Even though the berserk corpse had been frozen, his eyes, which had been completely corroded by divine power, were still moving. He stared at Lu Yin with a terrifying, crazed killing intent. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing such a monster up close. Mu Ji had said that there weren't many left in the divine power lake, but even a few were enough to cause a disaster. He could resist the sequence laws because his body had been eroded by divine power. His skin, eyes, and even hair were all red. They couldn't cultivate divine power, but they became monsters through this method. Since it was divine power, Lu Yin should be able to deal with it. Lu Yin thought as he raised his hand and placed it outside the frozen corpse. It was cold to the touch. This was the freezing sequence law, and he felt as if he was about to be frozen. Pathmaster Lu, the ice matriarch couldn't help but call out. Lu Yin took a deep breath and tried to absorb the divine power. The Eternals couldn't control the berserk corpse. It was just a monster that killed because divine power had eroded its body, including its brain. Those who cultivated divine power couldn't absorb the divine power that had invaded the corpse. But Lu Yin was different. He didn't cultivate divine power on his own. He could absorb it now, but not with his own body. He relied on the red dot in his heart that had transformed. Empty. He pressed his hand against the frozen corpse and tried to absorb the red dot in his heart, but there was no reaction. Lu Yin stared at the berserk corpse's scarlet eyes, and the starry sky in his heart suddenly released. The world of nothingness instantly isolated Lu Yin from the current spacetime. The moment it swept past the corpse, it pushed the frozen sequence law away. The ice matriarch was shocked. Master Lu Yu. The corpse broke free from the ice and reached out to grab Lu Yin. His fingers were as sharp as blades. Lu Yin didn't doubt that with the corpse's physical strength, even he might not be able to block it. It wasn't that the corpse was strong, but that its body was too strong. Even the sequence laws couldn't harm it. Lu Yin took a step forward and reversed spacetime, appearing beside the corpse. The world of nothingness swept past the corpse, but there were only a few scars. There was no blood, which surprised Luin. Even the shaman spirit god had been injured by the world of nothingness. In terms of pure physical strength, the corpse was actually stronger than the shaman spirit god. The divine power had completely eroded the body. This situation was similar to how the corpse god had completely sealed the sequence law particles in his body. The corpse's attack missed and he couldn't see Luin, so he charged directly at the ice matriarch. The ice matriarch couldn't understand what Luin was trying to do. Luin stared at the corpse, the starry sky in his heart enveloping it. The dot of divine power landed on the corpse's surface, and the corpse suddenly stopped. Its entire body trembled, and the next moment, the red that had been eroded by the divine power faded at a visible rate. To others it might have looked like it had faded, but Luin knew that it had been forcefully absorbed by the red dot. As expected, the starry sky in his heart brought about power that was different from others. Even the powerhouses of the Eternals who cultivated divine power might not be able to do so. The ice matriarch and the rest of the ice spirit race watched in shock as the red on the corpse's surface completely faded. However, the corpse still didn't have any rationality left. Its rationality had long since been eroded, and it was completely useless. Even if its divine power had been absorbed, it would still be a monster that only knew how to kill. But now, this monster had lost the protection of its divine power. Luin retracted the starry sky and struck the corpse's back with a palm. The corpse spat out blood as its back caved in, and its body was sent flying. The corpse was a progenitor, but it was only an ordinary one. Luin could injure it with a single palm strike, and it couldn't even fight back against the ice matriarch. It was frozen, and Luin shattered it with a wave of his hand. The corpse king couldn't be summoned, but this wasn't a corpse king. A corpse king couldn't have committed a mistake and been thrown into the divine power lake, so Luin summoned it. These progenitors, in the words of the former ancestor, were cultivators who had pledged allegiance to the Eternals but had made mistakes. Of course, there were also progenitors who had been captured by the Eternals, but Luin couldn't tell. Regardless of the situation, these progenitors must have hated the Eternals to begin with, and Luin would release this hatred by summoning them. The ice matriarch's shock didn't lessen when she saw the corpse king's platform again. In addition, Luin had just broken the red layer on the corpse's surface, giving him a mysterious halo. The ice matriarch looked at Luin with indescribable respect. "Master Lu, what was that just now?" The ice matriarch didn't understand. She, a powerhouse of the sequence laws, couldn't deal with this monster, but Luin had done it so easily. She couldn't understand. In terms of cultivation she was far superior to Luin, and in terms of age they were even more incomparable. How could the difference be so great? Luin looked at the ice matriarch. "How many sequence particles does the ice heart have left?" The ice matriarch said, "You can rest assured, Master Lu. As long as you don't continue to use it, the ice heart will automatically replenish the sequence particles. The remaining sequence particles are enough to freeze the people inside." His skin was scorched by the high temperature. This was the power of progenitor Qin. I'm the unkillable Lu Qi. Come on, I can spend 100 years with you. Come on." Lu Qi took the initiative to rush out, bearing his chest and crashing into the middle board. Zhongpan punched out and Lu Qi was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood that splashed across the starry sky. The blood was directly vaporized by the twisting high temperature. Zhongpan's arm was twisted at an irregular angle. He was also suffering from the backlash of the high temperature. On the other hand, Big Sister's situation was the complete opposite of Lu Qi's. She had tried everything she could, but she still couldn't hurt the heavenly hound. The constant barking sounds in the starry sky gave Big Sister a headache. Even though she can't hurt Tengu because even the heavenly dog couldn't hurt her, they were now at odds with each other. Where did this damn dog come from? Scram. Woof, if you have the ability then fight with me. How can you not fight back when you're being beaten? Woof, take this. Don't be a coward. If you have the ability, take it. Don't point your butt at me. Woof woof, say something. Woof woof woof, I don't believe that you don't know how to speak. Die for me. Woof. I'm impressed. The sharp blade continued to slash out, bringing with it the laws of the sever sequence. Every slash made Muji nervous. Even now he was still unable to cultivate divine power. The only thing he could barely resist was the surface of his body that had been corroded by divine power. The surface of his body had been corroded a little by divine power. Because of this, Muji's blade couldn't cut him in half. Otherwise he would have died long ago. Muji, although I betrayed Mu Shiyong, I didn't cause any harm to him. You and I had the best relationship back then. Don't keep chasing after me. Muji was slashed again and his arm was almost cut off. He was anxious. Muji looked up and raised his long blade high, pointing it at Muji. Muji's expression changed. Not good this move. He waved his hands and a gust of wind rose in the void. This was the wind of waning season. Everyone had evil, and if there was evil he could see it. He saw Muji's evil and wanted to control him, but Muji slashed down, cutting off the wind of waning season. Muji was an expert of the sequence laws. This kind of power was useful against other progenitors, but it was useless against such an expert. However, Muji's goal was only to break Muji's slash. He didn't really want to control him. His goal was to take out a roulette. A roulette slowly appeared in Muji's right hand. The design was simple. There was a word at the top, bottom, left, and right. When combined, it was the roulette of life and death. There were 5 pointers on the roulette, which corresponded to 5 states. Muji looked up and raised his long blade again. Muji gritted his teeth and spun the pointer. Talent bless me, talent bless me, talent bless me. Muji slashed down with his blade. Even the corpse god had to take this blade seriously. This blade had cut through the formless spacetime and severely injured the mountain-back giant king. This blade had the power to kill an expert of the sequence laws. Facing this blade, Muji couldn't take it no matter what. He could only stand in place and stare at the roulette with gritted teeth. Fast, fast, fast. The pointer stopped. The blade slashed down. Muji gripped the hilt of his blade and looked into the distance. He saw Muji standing in the starry sky, his arms hanging down as if he was dead. Muji frowned. Suddenly he thought of something and slashed with his blade. But it was too late. Muji's body merged into the void and disappeared completely. Before disappearing, Muji returned to normal. He let out a breath and grinned at Muji. I escaped from death. I was lucky, but you were unlucky. Ah, just you wait, Muji. I will make you pay for this blade. I will make Mu Shirqiang pay. As the blade swept past, the void returned to normal. Muji's face darkened. Escaping from death was a state of Muji's talent, the wheel of life and death. No matter how desperate the situation was, he could find a way to survive. Back then, it was because of his talent that he was named in the wood scripture and was accepted as a disciple by the wood god. He didn't expect that he would betray Mu Shirqiang and join the Eternals. This person's talent was extraordinary. If he didn't die this time, he would be a big threat in the future. In the Yi region, Muji escaped and came back. As soon as he came back, he saw the middle plate and Wang Ho. You failed too. Wang Xiaoyu looked cold and had no interest in talking. The middle plate was even more depressed. Muji was speechless. After escaping from death, he really wanted to find someone to talk to. Otherwise he would be scared. Unfortunately, Yibo hadn't come back yet. Could he be dead? Ancestor Shi appeared. Who was your opponent? Luchi. Qing Ping. Muji. Ancestor Shi was surprised. First, he was surprised that Qing Ping could beat Wang Ho. Second, he was surprised that Muji could escape from Muji. Muji had always been the opponent of the 7 sky gods. Although he couldn't win against the 7 sky gods one-on-one, he was qualified to fight against them. Muji could escape from Muji? Muji saw Ancestor Shi staring at him and panicked. Ancestor Shi, what do you mean by that look? I'm not a traitor. Ancestor Shi was cold. How did you escape from Muji? The 7 captains of the True God Guards were attacked by 7 experts from the Above Heaven sect. There was only one possibility for such an accurate attack. Their whereabouts were exposed. Only the 7 captains of the True God Guards knew about the 7 spacetimes arranged by Ancestor Shi. This meant that there must be someone from the Above Heaven sect among the 7 captains. And this person was most likely Muji. He was the only one who hadn't cultivated divine power. In the Eternals' knowledge, those who cultivated divine power couldn't betray the Eternals. Ancestor Shi believed that Muji was the traitor from the beginning. Now that Muji could escape from Muji, it seemed even more wrong. Marquis and Midplate stared at Muji. Muji's expression turned ugly. Ancestor Shi, I definitely didn't betray the clan. Back then, I killed a wood space progenitor before coming here. I've done my best for the clan for so many years. Although I've made mistakes, you shouldn't suspect me of betraying the clan because of this. You just need to tell me how you escaped from Muji, Ancestor Shi said indifferently. Muji hurriedly took out the wheel of life and death. Many people think that my innate talent is wind of the waning season. which allows me to see evil. In fact, this is my innate talent. I have 5 states. They are life and death together, resurrection, drunken life, escape from death, and death preservation. As long as I draw one of these states, I'll have an extra chance of survival against the enemy. When I faced Muji, I drew escape from death. Ancestor, she was shocked. She didn't know about this. Muji wasn't from the eternal race that she roped in. She wasn't in charge of this. Hence, her understanding of Muji was that he could see evil. He once tried to use evil to control the captain of the true God Guards. He broke the taboo and was thrown into the God Force Lake. The eternal race was cold, and the land of calamity was even colder. No one was in the mood to wander around and gather information. She was the same. Hence, no one knew about Muji's innate talent. Even Midplate was shocked. If what Muji said was true, he would have a chance of survival against anyone. No wonder you could become Muji's disciple. Ancestor, she spoke. She looked at Muji. Since you have such an innate talent, prove it to me. As the sound of her voice faded, she waved her hand. Heaven and earth changed. Muji only saw a sword edge slowly descending. His eyes narrowed. He was going to die. The feeling of death enveloped him. Once the sword edge completely descended, he knew that he would die without a doubt. Damn it, this crazy woman. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2976. Muji immediately moved the needle, not even looking at the blade. Anyway, it was the same whether he looked or not. He could not escape with his own ability. Only this roulette could save his life. Innate talent, one more time. Just one more time and everything would be fine. Luck, he had to have luck. The sword moved slowly. Ancestor Shi's goal wasn't to kill him but to test him. With such talent, if Muji wasn't a traitor, he would be very useful to the Eternals. Once he comprehended the sequence particles, he might have a chance to fight for the position of the 7 heavenly gods. Muji wanted to kill such an expert, but Ancestor Shi wanted to use him even more. The needle stopped, rise from the dead. Muji opened his mouth wide and didn't move. His body was pierced through by the sword, entering his chest and into the ground. His body bent back irregularly, killed by a sword. His expression was one of pain and malevolence before death. Ancestor Shi looked on calmly. He was already dead. In the middle wheel, Marquis looked at Muji. They saw with their own eyes that the roulette needle stopped at rise from the dead. Could he really come back to life? Under the gaze of the 3, Muji's body moved. Ancestor Shi's sword disappeared, and Muji's body fell to the ground. His malevolent expression changed and he coughed a few times. He held his chest and panted loudly. His eyes were unfocused and it took him a while to recover. Looking up, he saw Ancestor Shi and the other 2 looking at him in surprise. Coldness flashed past his eyes. If not for rise from the dead, he would have really died. Even if he came back to life, the injury caused by the sword in his chest would take a long time to recover. He didn't even suffer such injuries when fighting with Muji. This woman, your talent is not bad. Ancestor Shi gave a rare compliment. Muji panted heavily. Do you believe me now? Ancestor Shi didn't answer and looked at Marquis instead. Qingping can defeat you? He broke through, Marquis replied indifferently. Ancestor Shi was surprised. Didn't he fail? Marquis shook his head. Not long after, the ancient ancestor once again flipped through the information from the primordial space. This information was sent to the E region after Qingping succeeded in breaking through. However, the ancient ancestor didn't read it at that time. Now that he read it again, his expression changed. He actually chose another path after stellar origin failed. As expected of his disciple. This person didn't fail, but rather, he wasn't willing to act against the burial garden. Ancestor Shi raised his head and looked at the stargate in the sky. The 7 captains of the true divinity guard had been sniped outside of the plan. Now that a traitor had appeared in the clan, the total war this time wouldn't achieve the expected results. In the Thunder Spirit spacetime, Lu Yin retracted his hand and took out the commander appointment platform. He had killed another berserk corpse. Previously, he had killed the berserk corpses of the Ice Spirit clan, the Earth Spirit clan, and the Fire Spirit clan. This time he killed the Thunder Spirit clan and then the Wood Spirit clan. Counting it, the starry sky in the heart had absorbed quite a lot of divine power from these berserk corpses. This divine power had been corroding the progenitors for decades, centuries or even longer. The amount consumed was much more than what the captains of the true divinity guard had absorbed. In the commander appointment platform, 4 progenitors who had turned into berserk corpses were selected. Adding the 7 friends, the old woman, and the Cyclops King from before, the number of progenitors in the commander appointment platform had unknowingly surpassed the number in the God-sealing catalog. In terms of strength, the strongest in the God-sealing catalog was only Xiaoshenji. Perhaps Elder Chan could use the 3 sons' ancestral chi to transform into old ancestor Channy and have the power to kill Xiaoshenji, but that power was difficult to use. On the other hand, there was the Cyclops King in the commander appointment platform, enveloping it with the world of nothingness and cancelling out the sequence particles. It was similar to the berserk corpses and definitely had the power to fight against the sequence law experts. This was the strength of the Liu family. The God-sealing catalog and the commander appointment platform were one. If used together, there would be a total of 12 progenitors. It was simply abnormal. Lu Yin felt that the number was a little too much. However, it was still not enough. It was far from enough. When he had been an explorer, he had thought that there were not many explorers in the universe, and when he had been an enlighter, he had also thought that there were not many enlighters. Now that he had reached the progenitor realm, he knew that each level corresponded to the strength of the progenitor realm. The God-sealing catalog and the commander appointment platform should correspond to the strength of the progenitor realm and even the power of the sequence law. This was what it meant to have a single person ruling a country, and a single person could be revered. Otherwise, if one could not even reach the progenitor realm, then it would be meaningless no matter how many people there were. Next, the Wood Spirit Tribe. The heavens trembled as a violent void god's power was pulled by a cauldron and crazily pressed down on the other side. Wu Ho coughed up blood and tried to attack, but his arm froze in midair. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have been able to see the sequence particles coiling around Wu Ho's arm with his celestial eye. This was Su Wuwei's sequence law: block. Block. It could block an exit or a path. At this moment, Su Wuwei had blocked off Wu Ho's ability to resist, causing him to be constantly bombarded by Void God's power. If not for Su Wuwei's sequence law, which did not specialize in killing, Wu Ho would have died long ago. Su Wuwei was cautious. Why did he not use his divine power? Logically speaking, facing a sequence law powerhouse like him, the captain of the True God Guard should have used his divine power, but from the beginning to the end, Wu Ho was almost crippled and had not used his divine power. In that case, the Taishin domain lines isolated and contracted the void. Wu Ho suddenly looked up, and there was a bone-chilling coldness in the depths of his eyes. He raised his hand, bent his 5 fingers and pressed down. Above, red spots appeared, accompanied by flickering dark golden light. Like a meteor crashing down, the Taishin domain was distorted and torn apart. Su Wuwei raised his eyebrows. He had finally used his divine power. But why not inside his body? He suddenly looked up, his mouth wide open. Above his head, red spots appeared, accompanied by dark golden light. They turned into meteors and came crashing down from all directions. Su Wuwei was stunned. So many? He directly enlarged the cauldron and placed it on his head. The sequence particles flew up, blocking the path of the meteors. His divine power constantly offset the sequence particles. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wu Ho escaped. It was not that Su Wuwei did not want to stop him, but there were too many meteors. He had never seen someone use their divine power like this. Could it be a trap? Otherwise, why would there be so many meteors above this spacetime? In the Wood Spirit dimension, Lu Yin arrived and saw the berserk corpse trapped by the Wood Spirit clan. Using the same method as the Ice Master, they were constantly offset with sequence particles. Lu Yin looked up in another direction. There he felt a familiar power. It was Big Sister. Taking a step forward, Lu Yin easily dealt with the berserk corpse. Then he headed towards that spacetime. The leader of the Wood Spirit clan was called Wood Lord. If not for the fact that they were of different races, Lu Yin would have suspected that he was related to the Wood God. Over there, Master Lu has invited the above heaven sex experts to fight the Eternals. Thank you for your help, Master Lu. Wood Lord's appearance was that of a piece of wood, with eyes, ears, mouth, nose and 4 limbs. The 5 spirit clans were not human, and each had its own unique appearance. For example, the Earth Spirit clan's leader was a swamp, the Fire Spirit clan's leader was a ball of flame, and the Thunder Spirit clan's leader was a thundercloud. The 5 spirit clans were all strange life forms. You're welcome. They are all enemies of the Eternals. I'll go take a look. Lu Yin was worried because the opponent he had arranged for Big Sister was the Heavenly Hound. Before coming, he had specifically instructed Big Sister to chase the Heavenly Hound away. Heavenly Hounds were difficult to kill. It seemed like Big Sister was determined. "Hey, stupid dog, what do you mean by wagging your tail? Are you looking down on me? Oh, stop barking. My head hurts. Oh, get lost. I'm not going to argue with you anymore." Oh, oh. Luin watched from a distance, speechless. He saw the heavenly hound continuously charge at Big Sister and be sent flying by her various battle techniques. However, the heavenly hound would energetically continue to be beaten up, and it remained unharmed. Judging from Big Sister's words, she was convinced. Since that was the case, Luin quietly left. He could not afford to provoke Big Sister at this time. If she saw him and heard what she said, he would not have a good ending. Next, he headed to the March Alliance. As for the 5 spirit clans who had already dealt with the Berserk Corps, Luin had the same idea. He wanted to turn defense into offense. White Cloud City had charged into the Zone of E, and the Thunder Lord had fought against the only true god, forcing the Eternals to pay a price to summon the Star Toad. This was a price that even the Eternals would find difficult to bear. If White Cloud City could do it, then so could the Above Heaven sect. Luin had had enough of the Eternals constantly appearing. Even if he could not defeat the Eternals this time, he wanted to see just how strong the Eternals were. He wanted to thoroughly understand this abyss. The 5 spirit clans did not refuse, as this was an all-out war. If White Cloud City had not encountered the primordial thunder locusts, the Thunder Lord might have already charged into the Zone of E. Both White Cloud City and Above Heaven were qualified to lead them into the Zone of E. The person to lead them was, of course, Forefather Channy. The March Alliance was a huge spacetime continuum that was no smaller than the 5th mainland. There were 3 shining moons and it was very beautiful. Luin had fought the Moon Immortal twice as Yebwa, but he had never met her in his original identity. The Eternals had placed a total of 5 Berserk corpses in the March Alliance, causing it to be constantly destroyed. Even 2 progenitors had died. With Lu Yin's arrival, the situation had reversed. In the distance, the Moon Immortal was shocked to see Lu Yin deal with the Berserk corpse. Was this the legendary Lu family from the Genesis space? There were too many parallel spacetime continuums in the universe, and some were connected through various methods such as the Hexagon Association. The parallel spacetime continuums outside of the Hexagon Association were known to the Hexagon Association as long as they were not connected. To the Hexagon Association, the March Alliance, the 5 spirit clans, and White Cloud City were all part of the Hexagon Association. To the March Alliance, the Hexagon Association was also part of the Hexagon Association. From what they knew, Luin was a powerhouse from the Hexagon Association. He wasn't even an apex powerhouse, but he was able to deal with the Berserk Corps and plan a counterattack against the Eternals. He was an outsider powerhouse who had more than a dozen progenitors at his command and could join forces with Sequence Edicts. "Thank you for your help, Master Lu." The Moon Immortal was grateful, but she was not proud of being a Sequence Laws powerhouse. In front of this young man, being a Sequence Laws powerhouse was not that useful. Luin had a strange feeling. This was the 3rd time he had met the Moon Immortal. The first 2 times she had been an enemy. The 5 spirit clans would not tell her, and neither would Luin. The Eternals had spies everywhere and they might already know where he was. "You're welcome. Bring me to the other Berserk corpses," Luin said, acting decisively. The Moon Immortal was naturally more anxious than Luin. Seeing how straightforward Luin was, her impression of him improved greatly. "Master Lu, please." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2977. In the land of disaster, Tiango had returned. Big Sis had no intention of stopping him. She could not beat the dog, but the dog could not hurt Big Sis either. Wu Ho had returned earlier than Tiango. Ancestor of the past was still looking at the sky, her gaze focused on the 2 starry gates. These 2 starry gates led to the spacetime where Dual Blade and Night Lake had gone. They had not returned yet. Even Tiango had returned, but they had not. Something must have happened. There must be a traitor among the 7 true God Guard captains, but even Ancestor of the past could not be sure who it was. Mu Ji, who did not cultivate divine power, was a traitor. In the Eternal's knowledge, those who cultivated divine power could not betray the only true God. However, Mu Ji's talent had allowed him to survive Mu Ji's attack. Moreover, he had relied on his talent to avoid being corroded by the divine power lake. He was a genius. Even if he was a traitor, Ancestor of the past still wanted to use him to cultivate divine power and betray the humans. The Eternals did not kill traitors because all the traitors of the human race were gathered here. It would not be surprising if these traitors betrayed the Eternals. However, Muji was not necessarily a traitor. If he was not, who among the 6 captains was? The Eternals could tolerate the existence of traitors, but they could not tolerate not knowing who the traitor was. They had to know who the traitor was. It seems that they will not return. 2 more captains have died. Ancestor of the past glanced at all the captains. Please return to your towers and await your orders. Hearing this, Zhong Pan and the other captains left. Muji also left, clutching his chest. Ancestor of the past was calm. She had already received information that the berserk corpses were being dealt with constantly. She wanted to start a full-scale war by relying on the corpses to delay the 5 spirit tribes and the 3 Moon Alliance. This would allow the Eternals to gain the initiative. However, the corpses were being dealt with so quickly. This was unexpected and disrupted her plans. Luin? How did he dissipate the corpse's divine power? In Ancestor of the Past's eyes, this was far more important than losing the war. However, she could not do anything about this person for now. What she needed to do was to throw the remaining corpses to the 6 Direction Society. To a certain extent, Luin was similar to the Thunder Lord. They were both people who wanted to take the initiative. Now that there was an all-out war and the Eternals were at a disadvantage, it was very likely that Luin would take the initiative to attack Calamity Zone. It was not impossible for the Above Heaven sect to do so. This person had been assisting the 5 spirit races and the 3 Moon Alliance. Once they attacked the Disaster Zone, the situation they would face would not be any better than the last time. After a period of time, Luin dealt with all of the berserk corpses in the March Alliance, which allowed him to summon a total of 13 progenitors. This was a terrifying number, but Luin did not plan on doing that for the time being. Instead, he wanted to try summoning and see how many progenitors he could summon in one go. All of a sudden, a piece of information came in. Berserk corpses had appeared in the 6 Direction Society, and they were not at the border but within the 6 Direction Society. This sudden turn of events stunned Luin. What were the Eternals trying to do? With the berserk corpses stationed at the border, they could hold back the 6 Direction Society's experts. Now that they were increasing the number of berserk corpses in the 6 Direction Society, they couldn't possibly think that these berserk corpses would be enough to deal with the 6 Direction Society. Unless, Lu Yin's expression darkened. Had the Eternals guessed that he was going to counterattack Calamity Zone? At that moment, another piece of information came in, which confirmed Lu Yin's suspicions that the Eternals had guessed his intentions. In other words, there were Eternal spies within the 5 spirit races and the 3 Moon Alliance who clearly knew that Lu Yin was going to counterattack Calamity Zone. The Forgotten Ruins God was in the shattered inorganic spacetime of the endless battlefield. The Undying God was traveling through spacetime. This was the sudden piece of information that had come in. And no one could be sure where this information had come from, but Lu Yin knew that it had been released by the Eternals. Perhaps, it had been released by Ancestor of the Past. Their goal was self-evident. They had given Lu Yin a choice, to counterattack Calamity Zone, or to disperse the experts to help the 6 Direction Society deal with the berserk corpses and take the opportunity to deal with the 7 Sky Gods. This was a choice that Ancestor of the Past had given him. The 5 spirit races and the 3 Moon Alliance received this information at the same time. The Eternals wanted everyone to see what Lu Yin's choice would be. He had already discussed with the 5 spirit races and the 3 Moon Alliance to counterattack Calamity Zone. This was to help the Above Heaven sect investigate the Eternals' background, and it was also to help White Cloud City take revenge and prepare for an all-out war. Now that this information had appeared, if he gave up on attacking Calamity Zone, then it would not seem like there would be any problems. However, his image in the eyes of the 5 spirit races and the 3 Moon Alliance would be damaged, and the chances of him joining forces with them to attack Calamity Zone in the future would be much lower. If he continued to attack Calamity Zone, then how would he explain himself to the 6 Direction Society? The Grand Empyrean was in seclusion, and many of the 6 Direction Society's matters were left to Lu Yin to decide. If he did not rescue the 6 Direction Society, then it would cause the 6 Direction Society to suffer heavy losses in various parallel spacetime continuums. This would also lower his prestige in the 6 Direction Society. Everyone would agree with the bigger picture, but not everyone would be able to accept it. Right now, Lu Yin should attack Calamity Zone and see through his old enemy, the Eternals. However, whether or not the results of this attack would be able to offset the damage to the 6 Direction Society's prestige was a question that no one knew the answer to. It had not been easy for him to gain the prestige he had gained through the subjugation squads, but now that he had lost it, he did not know how long it would take to recover. A debt of blood was the most difficult to repay. The Eternals were adept at toying with people's hearts. They believed that humans were burdened by emotions and that emotions were the most worthless. Thus, they were extremely adept at toying with people's emotions. Master Lu, since the Six Direction Society is in trouble, let's deal with Berserk Corpse first, the moon goddess said to Lu Yin. She admired this young man for being able to reach such a high position at such a young age. He had not relied on the Lu family but rather he had relied on himself to bring the Lu family back. The moon goddess, the moon immortal and the moon ghost were all extremely arrogant. Even the leaders of the 5 spirit races, who were also powerhouses of the laws of the universe, might not be worthy of their attention. Lu Yin looked at the boundless sky and smiled. Only children make choices. I want them all. The 3 were confused. What did he mean? Everyone please be prepared. The plan will not change. Lu Yin said this and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. He then returned to the 5th mainland and headed for the starry sky of trees. Lu Yin arrived at the Lu Tianjing and met with Lu Qianni. Ancestor, accompany me to the reincarnation space-time. Reincarnation space-time now? For what? To awaken the exalted celestial. What? The reincarnation space-time. Lu Yin and Lu Qianni arrived. No one had expected them to come at this time. Little 7, are you sure you want to awaken the Grand Empyrean? Lu Qianni hesitated. The Grand Empyrean and the other experts had fought the only true god and the 7 sky gods, and they were both in seclusion. They wanted to counterattack the Zone of E, but they also wanted to take advantage of the only true god's injuries to delay his recovery. If they awakened the Grand Empyrean now, the Grand Empyrean's recovery time would also be delayed, and there would not be much point in starting this war. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. As long as no one disturbs Ancestor Lu Yuan's seclusion, it's fine. The Grand Empyrean sacrificed my Lu family in order to survive the bitter adversity and destroy the Eternals. She caused countless deaths in my Lu family including the people from the Lu Tianjing, the Qiming family, the Myriad Dao family and the 7 heroes. I have long wanted her to pay this blood debt. Now that we have the chance to counterattack the Eternals, it's a rare opportunity. In any case, the Grand Empyrean is fighting the only true god. If she awakens and fights the only true god in the Zone of E, her recovery time will be delayed, and the only true god will be delayed as well. No one will lose out. For us, the longer the Grand Empyrean stays in seclusion, the better. Besides, we can also drag the only true god down with us. As long as Ancestor Lu Yuan fully recovers, it will be best if no one else recovers. Lu Qianni took a deep look at Lu Yin. In the past, Lu Shaoxin would never have done such a thing. The current Lu Yin was not selfish, but his scheming made one's heart ache. He wanted to be innocent and free but in the end he had been forced into such a state. Otherwise he would have died a long time ago. Whether it was Lu Qianni or anyone else in the Lu family, they all knew Lu Yin's experiences over the years. They had seen too much and the more they knew the more guilty they felt towards Lu Yin. If he had not been forced, who would have allowed himself to fall into the darkness and become that frightening shrewd person? Fortunately this child had stuck to his bottom line, but what would happen when he faced the bitter adversity? Lu Qianni did not know. When he thought of this, Lu Qianni's gaze became resolute. No matter what, since the Lu family had returned, there were some things that this child did not need to bear. The Lu family would always be his backing. Lu Qianni suddenly raised his hand. Grand Empyrean, come out. This shout not only shook the reincarnation space-time, but it also startled Lu Yin. Why had Ancestor Qianni suddenly become so agitated? In a corner of the reincarnation space-time, Lotus Sovereign, who was about to attack the Berserk Corpse, was alarmed. Who was it? In a certain field, Xixing stood up. Not good. One figure after another moved towards Lu Qianni's group. No one knew where the Grand Empyrean was in seclusion, but they did not need to know. They just needed to shake the reincarnation spacetime. The Grand Empyrean was the same as Lu Yin. They were both masters recognized by the reincarnation spacetime. Grand Empyrean, come out. Lu Qianni directly attacked, pointing a finger at the sky. Tao of Qianni. Lotus Sovereign was shocked. Lu Qianni, you're crazy. She raised her hand and her lotus bloomed with rank 9, trying to suppress Lu Qianni's finger. However, she could not suppress this finger and her Lotus Sovereign cracked. This was the power of Lu Qianni's finger to forcefully awaken the Grand Empyrean. Even the shaman spirit god had been heavily injured by this finger, and Madman Lu had been unable to retaliate. No matter how powerful Lotus Sovereign was, she could not resist this finger. Chu Jian also appeared from afar, using the Phoenix Tail Splitter to reinforce Nirvana. In another direction Xixing walked out. Tao Lord Lu, please stop. Nirvana had also been broken by this finger. Lu Qianni had not held back as he wanted to awaken the Grand Empyrean and destroy the sky of the reincarnation spacetime. This finger had rendered the many experts of the reincarnation spacetime helpless. It had also opened Lu Yin's eyes. Forefather Qianni was truly domineering. No matter how gentle and refined the people of the Lu family were, they would never lack a domineering aura, and Lu Qianni was no different. The Dao Source sect needed a gentle ruler, but Lu Yin needed a domineering backer. The sky cracked and the reincarnation spacetime trembled. Chu Jian's pupils shrank. Stop. A reincarnation path appeared around his body, and he wanted to borrow the reincarnation spacetime's power to stop Lu Qianni. At that moment, the sky distorted, and the entire reincarnation spacetime seemed to distort in Lu Yin's eyes, forming a path that led to the unknown. This was the reincarnation path. Lu Yin saw an endless amount of sequence particles. The Grand Empyrean had appeared. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Grand Empyrean. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2978. In the reincarnation spacetime, countless people saw the Grand Empyrean appear and knelt in greeting. The Grand Empyrean looked down on everyone with a holy and unfathomable aura. His eyes were cold and emotionless as they landed on Lu Yin and Lu Qianni. Just like at the tea party, when Lu Yin looked at the Grand Empyrean, he felt as if he had been blinded. This person should not be looked at directly, he could only be looked up at. Juniors of the Lu family, are you courting death? The Grand Empyrean's voice resounded throughout the reincarnation spacetime. As he spoke, countless sequence particles descended like the heavens themselves. Lu Yin was shocked. Forefather. The God Seal catalog appeared above Lu Qianni's head, and a golden light shot into the sky. At the same time, countless sequence particles surrounded him like a tornado that connected the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the Grand Empyrean and Lu Qianni's sequence laws clashed, creating a rare storm in the reincarnation spacetime. Even Venerate Lotus and the others were forced back. The Grand Empyrean's gaze turned cold as he raised a hand. Lu Qianni narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. Lu Yin shouted, "Crazy woman, the everlasting race is finished." The Grand Empyrean did not listen to Lu Yin. He raised his hand and lowered it. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. This woman's every move had the power to destroy the world. He had thought that Forefather Qianni's appearance would allow him to speak, but this crazy woman did not listen to a single word he said. The Grand Empyrean's hand fell, but it did not attack them as Lu Yin had expected. Instead, it destroyed the corpses scattered throughout the reincarnation spacetime. Why did the corpses appear? The Grand Empyrean looked at Venerate Lotus. Venerate Lotus had also thought that the Grand Empyrean was going to attack Lu Qianni and the others. Her face was pale, but when she heard the Grand Empyrean's question, she quickly explained what had happened. The Grand Empyrean looked at Lu Yin in surprise. White Cloud City is at war with the everlasting race? Lu Yin looked at the Grand Empyrean. The 5 spirit tribes and the March Alliance are ready to counterattack at any time. The 6 sides will be attacked by the corpses, but we will take care of that. I woke you up because I want you to go to the zone. I don't want you to destroy the everlasting race, but at the very least to see their true strength. Who do you think you are? The Grand Empyrean's voice shook the heavens, almost knocking Lu Yin. You think you can resist the everlasting race? Who do you think I am? Can I be awakened by you at will? Even that brat Lu Yuan doesn't dare to speak to me like that. Lu Qianni frowned and blocked Lu Yin's path. Lu Yin's mind went blank and his vision blurred. This crazy woman. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Who do you think you are? If you weren't older than me, who do you think you are? She's just a mad woman." Venerate Lotus and the others felt a chill run down their spines. The last time Lu Yin had scolded a Grand Empyrean like this was during the tea party, and now he was doing it again. Chu Jian was furious. Lu Yin, shut up. Lu Yin pointed at the sky. So many of us created an opportunity for you to attack the Eternals. What are you pretending for? Since he had already woken up, if he had the ability he should fight with the one true God. Even the Lightning Lord attacked the Calamity region. Who do you think you are to fight with the one true God? You don't even dare to attack. Lu Yin, if you want to attack the Zone of E, go awaken your ancestor. What right do you have to disturb my master? Chu Jian roared. Lu Yin glared at Chu Jian. I'm willing. These 3 words left Chu Jian speechless. Venerate Lotus was stunned, and she subconsciously wanted to slap Lu Yin. The she-saint was a quiet person, but even he had the urge to curse at Lu Yin. This brat was clearly taking revenge. He was too hateful. Lu Tianyi was speechless. Couldn't he be a little more reserved? He took a deep breath and the sequence particles slowly descended. These 3 words might completely infuriate the Grand Empyrean. What they wanted was for the Grand Empyrean to attack the zone of E and see the Eternal's true strength, not to fight with the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin stared at the Grand Empyrean again. Although this woman was crazy, she really did want to destroy the Eternals. Not only was the Eternals the mortal enemy of the human race, but she also wanted to survive bitter adversity. Thus, she would not give up on this opportunity. After all, she had already come out of seclusion and could not make up for it. Since that was the case, why not let the one true God suffer as well? The reincarnation spacetime was silent. Everyone was waiting for the Grand Empyrean's response. The longer the silence, the more uneasy everyone felt. The Lu family reaped what they sowed, the Grand Empyrean said. Lu Tianyi's face sank. Lu Yin's eyes widened. That's because you're trying to survive bitter adversity. Little thing, you don't have the right to discuss this with me. However, you're right about one thing. I've already come out of seclusion, so I can't let the Eternals have it easy. With that, the reincarnation spacetime reversed and the world spun. The sequence particles that filled the world suddenly disappeared, and the pressure that existed in the world vanished. The Grand Empyrean had disappeared. Chu Jian and the others were confused. Had Master gone to the Eternals? Lu Yin's expression changed. Ancestor, return to the Lu Tianjing realm and prevent this crazy woman from awakening Ancestor Lu Yuan. With that, he hurriedly tore through the void. Lu Tianyi stepped through and was about to return to the Lu Tianjing realm. Suddenly, Lu Yin's body vanished, and the scene in front of him rapidly receded. Because he had moved so quickly, his vision blurred, and he instantly appeared at the border of the reincarnation spacetime. He glanced around and saw the Bao Saint. When he looked again, he saw an unfamiliar sky. The entire process had taken less than a second, so he had no time to react. When he finally reacted, he smelled a fragrance and heard a familiar voice. Little thing, since you want to see the Eternals clearly, I'll show you. Lu Yin's mouth fell open and he slowly turned his head. Up close he saw the Grand Empyrean. At this moment, he was being carried by the Grand Empyrean into the endless battlefield. In the reincarnation spacetime, Lu Tianyi had attacked the moment Lu Yin had been taken away by the Grand Empyrean, but he had been unable to catch up. He could only watch helplessly as the Grand Empyrean left. His entire temperament changed. Crazy woman, let go of little 7. Venerate Lotus and the others didn't react. They hadn't expected the Grand Empyrean to suddenly return and take Lu Yin away. What was this? From ancient times until now, no one had ever been so close to the Grand Empyrean. They had all seen the Grand Empyrean lift Lu Yin up. Something big had happened. In the endless battlefield, Lu Yin stared blankly at the Grand Empyrean. Her face was covered by a veil and he couldn't see her appearance clearly. However, her eyes were beautiful and flawless, and they were sacred and inviolable. The void constantly retreated and disappeared. In just an instant they had already crossed half of the endless battlefield. Lu Yin gulped. Although he had been clamoring and cursing the Grand Empyrean, he was now panicking. He wasn't afraid but rather unwilling. If the Grand Empyrean casually killed him, then it wouldn't be worth it. Back at the tea party, he had been forced by the Grand Empyrean, and his anger had reached a peak. He had ignored the consequences and cursed out loud. Now he wasn't angry anymore. Interrupting the Grand Empyrean's seclusion could be considered as taking back some of his blood debt. He was in a good mood, but now that the Grand Empyrean had caught him, he couldn't even curse out loud. Little thing, keep cursing. I want to hear it, the Grand Empyrean said. Since they were so close, Lu Yin discovered that the Grand Empyrean's voice was no longer as loud as before. It was impossible to tell if the Grand Empyrean was a man or a woman. Instead, it was very soft, like flowing water, but it also carried a hint of immortality. Why did you catch me? Lu Yin asked, stunned. Didn't you want to see the Eternals' bottom line? You can go take a look. I still have to deal with the Berserk corpses. The Six Direction Society is filled with Berserk corpses, and I can deal with them the fastest. It doesn't matter. Those brainless monsters can't do much damage. If you want to see the Eternals, then I'll take you there. As they spoke, they arrived at the Giant's Hell. Lu Yin was very familiar with this place. He had thought that the Star Devourer was still here, but it wasn't. In an instant, the Grand Empyrean carried Lu Yin through the Giant's Hell and into a dark land. Lu Yin was also familiar with this place. This was the Zone of E, and more accurately, it was the place where the Zone of E was connected to the endless battlefield. It was also the most direct battlefield between the Six Direction Society and the Eternals, and the victorious Celestials stayed here all year round. Grand Empyrean, it's not good to fight the one true God with me. Let me go, I still have things to do. Lu Yin wanted to struggle, but he sadly discovered that he couldn't resist. The Grand Empyrean's tone was icy. You're not calling me a crazy woman anymore? Lu Yin opened his mouth. He hadn't experienced the feeling of having his life in someone else's hands in a very long time, and threats were useless. Even Patriarch Lu Yuan and the Grand Empyrean weren't afraid of him. The Grand Empyrean's strength was at the peak of the universe, and even the one true God hadn't surpassed them. This meant that no one else could surpass them, including Mr. Mu. After Lu Yin, there was no one else who could threaten the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin hadn't expected the Grand Empyrean to capture him. There was a loud rumble and a golden light flashed. It was the victorious Celestial. The Grand Empyrean carried Lu Yin and instantly arrived at the golden light. His eyes darted around as he looked in a certain direction. There, the victorious Celestial had smashed a berserk corpse to death with his golden staff. The victorious Celestial sensed something and turned around. When he saw the Grand Empyrean and Lu Yin, he was stunned. What was going on? The Grand Empyrean only glanced at the victorious Celestial before taking another step and heading towards the Zone of E. The victorious Celestial gripped his golden staff tightly. A berserk corpse charged over from the side, but he didn't attack. Instead, he chased after the Grand Empyrean. Soon after, Lu Qianni appeared and also chased after the Grand Empyrean. In the Zone of E, the Eternals didn't know that Lu Yin had gone to the reincarnation spacetime to awaken the Grand Empyrean. The entire process hadn't taken long, and even if they had obtained this information, they wouldn't have been faster than the Grand Empyrean. When the Grand Empyrean entered the Zone of E, the entire Zone of E shook. The reincarnation spacetime repelled the Eternals, and the Zone of E naturally repelled non-Eternals, especially those like the Grand Empyrean. The moment they entered the Zone of E, they immediately caused a commotion, just like when the one true God had entered the reincarnation spacetime. The Dark Mother Tree swayed and the void trembled. The Grand Empyrean descended with a single step, flattening all of the eternal kingdoms in his path and directly killing a progenitor realm corpse king. The ancestor of the past was shocked. Tai Hong. An oppressive aura surged out, and Mu Ji looked into the distance in shock. What kind of terrifying power was this? It swept through the entire Zone of E as if it wanted to tear it apart. He had never felt such a terrifying power before. Even when he had approached the shrine for the first time and faced the one true God statue, he hadn't felt such a real apocalyptic aura. Thanks QZQ4418 Baidu Brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2979. Someone could bring about doomsday for the Eternals. This was something that even the Thunder Lord hadn't been able to do. The Grand Empyrean's eyes were cold as he descended with Lu Yin and looked at the Dark Mother Tree. Eternal, come out. Lu Yin was a puppet. Before entering the Dark Mother Tree, he had wanted the Grand Empyrean to put him down. Now that they were inside, the Grand Empyrean could fight the sole true God at any moment. He didn't say a word in fear of disturbing the Grand Empyrean. The sole true God and the Grand Empyrean had fought many times, but was this really the Grand Empyrean's first time here? Impossible, she was very familiar with this place. Tai Hong, you dare to enter? The ancestor tore through the void and appeared in front of the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean looked at the ancestor and didn't say a word. He waved his hand and an overwhelming amount of sequence particles bombarded the ancestor. This was purely using the laws of the sequence to suppress him. The ancestor's expression changed and he retreated without hesitation. The Grand Empyrean coldly glanced at her and stepped forward, heading for the Dark Mother Tree. Behind him, Celestial Victor shone with a golden light and smashed down with his staff. A white figure flashed by. It was the Celestial Dog. It had recognized Celestial Victor, and as long as Celestial Victor appeared, it would take a beating. After all, it wouldn't die. Lu Qianni followed closely behind. Grand Empyrean let Little Seven go. No matter how he chased, he couldn't catch up to the Grand Empyrean. He watched as the Grand Empyrean stepped through the void and headed for the Dark Mother Tree. Down below, Zhong Pan had narrowly escaped being trampled to death, but his tower had also been shattered. Grand Empyrean. Lu Qianni shouted as the ancestor's sword flashed past. Lu Qianni pointed and there was a bang. Tao of Tianyi? The ancestor was shocked. You are Chuyi's successor? Lu Tianyi's expression turned ugly as he stared into the distance, afraid that the Grand Empyrean would kill Lu Yin. In an instant, the Grand Empyrean stepped onto the dark mother tree. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. He had never been so close to the black mother tree before. The closer he got to it, the more he felt an urge to touch it. The flowing waterfall was very tempting to him, and even the red dot in his heart was trembling. The Grand Empyrean's attention was on the black mother tree. Eternal, why aren't you coming out? As he spoke, he took a step forward and arrived above the black mother tree, which was the place where the lightning master had been standing before. He raised his palm and slammed it down. Tai Hong, you actually came here? The only true God's voice echoed. A palm stretched out from the black mother tree and collided with the Grand Empyrean's palm. With a Hong sound, the void exploded, slicing apart horizontally, splitting the sky above the entire disaster region into two, heaven and earth severed. The Grand Heavenly Venerable withdrew his hand. That little thing from the Lu family made it impossible for me to cultivate in seclusion. Don't think you'll have it easy either. He lifted Lu Yin up. Didn't you want to see what the Eternals have? See for yourself. The black mother tree's branches that had been blocking the surroundings were now broken. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked into the distance, his face full of disbelief. How was this possible? Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, Lu Yin had encountered many things that were enough to shock him, but the scene in front of him was still unbelievable. What was he seeing? He saw a piece of land that was far away. There was an eternal kingdom on this land, and there was a stargate in the sky. This was another disaster region. Looking in another direction, he saw another piece of land, and then he changed again. Although it was blocked by the mother tree's branches, Lu Yin was certain that there was another piece of land. Piece after piece of land surrounded the black mother tree, just like the disaster region. This scene reminded Lu Yin of the primordial space's golden age of the Above Heaven sect. He thought of the 6 continents that surrounded the mother tree. The Above Heaven sect had the mother tree, and the Eternals had the black mother tree. The Above Heaven sect had 6 continents, so the Eternals should have 6 continents as well. The Above Heaven sect had the 3 realms and 6 Daos, but what about the Eternals? Based on this speculation, the Eternals might have something similar to the 3 realms and 6 Daos, but what about the 7 sky gods? Lu Yin's mind was muddy, and too many thoughts flashed through his mind. At that moment, a white light flashed by, causing Lu Yin's body to turn cold. The Grand Empyrean raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing an arrow to suddenly appear in front of him and fly towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't even see it clearly, and if not for the Grand Empyrean's sudden move, the arrow would have pierced his throat. The sequence particles on the arrow crumbled. The Grand Empyrean looked down at the black mother tree. This disaster region has been seen clearly. Next, it will be the 7 sky gods' turn to die one by one. This little thing from the Lu family is extremely talented, but he also has a ruthless heart. I want to see how the 3 pillars and 6 seas that you're so proud of will die under this little thing's schemes. You overestimate him. If he wasn't useful, he would have died long ago. I also want to kill him, but I want to see him disgust you even more. Beams of light appeared in the disaster region, connecting the heavens and the earth. Lu Yin had seen this scene several times before. The Eternals had invited reinforcements. Within the beams of light, the void split open as a familiar figure squeezed out. It was the Star Devourer, and his enormous body covered the sky. A humanoid figure walked out from the adjacent beam of light, but he had no facial features. His entire body flowed with a mercury-like luster. Strange creatures walked out one after another. They were all reinforcements from the Eternals. Above them, Star Toad walked out. Eternals, what kind of evil guest do you want me to chase away this time? Tai Hong? Star Toad's eyes widened as he stared at the black mother tree. The Grand Empyrean looked at the sky. When did you start working with the Eternals? I love making money without any capital. I only care about money. Tai Hong, if you can pay the price, I'll fight the Eternals with you right now. Star Toad shook his straw hat proudly. Star Toad, you have to be honest when doing business. The one true God's voice rang out. Star Toad was vexed. That's right. The Eternals paid the price first. Tai Hong, I'm sorry. The Grand Empyrean's gaze was cold as he picked up Lu Yin and walked towards the endless battlefield. Every time you attack, you ask for reinforcements. Eternals, let's see how much you can pay. Let's see how long your disaster region can last. No one stopped the Grand Empyrean from leaving, not even Star Toad. After the Grand Empyrean left, Victor Celestial and Lu Tianyi also left. The disaster region fell silent, and only Star Toad's gloating voice could be heard. Eternals, the evil guest is gone. Although he didn't attack, you won't go back on your word, right? Tai Hong didn't come here to fight. He brought the Lu family's kid to see the Eternals clearly. She has changed. The endless battlefield, the entrance to the disaster region. Lu Yin was thrown down by the Grand Empyrean. He twisted his body and landed firmly on the ground. The ground beneath his feet was mixed with blood, and a pungent smell wafted out. The Grand Empyrean looked down from the sky. Did you see it clearly? Victor Celestial and Lu Tianyi had arrived. Little 7. Lu Tianyi shouted and hurried to Lu Yin's side. Lu Yin said, "Ancestor, I'm fine." Lu Tianyi relaxed. That's good. He noticed that Lu Yin's expression wasn't right and he frowned. What's wrong? Little 7. The Grand Empyrean said, I'm asking you, did you see it clearly? Lu Tianyi raised his head and looked at the Grand Empyrean. If there's anything, come at us. Grand Empyrean, the Lu family will take you on at any time. Did you see it clearly? The Grand Empyrean asked for the third time. Lu Yin slowly raised his head and looked at the Grand Empyrean. Even though he couldn't look directly at the Grand Empyrean, his gaze never wavered. I saw it clearly. Is that what you want to know? Yes. Is your arrogance still there? The Grand Empyrean asked, his voice echoing throughout the land. Countless corpse kings froze, not daring to move. In the distance, Victor Celestial withdrew his golden light. Lu Yin was silent as he looked at the Grand Empyrean. The absolute difference in strength is like the gap between heaven and earth. You're just a mortal. So what if you've become the master of the origin space? So what if you've cultivated to the ancestor realm? So what if you've obtained the entire six-direction sect? You'll never be able to fill that gap. What right do you have to point your sword at the Eternals? What right do you have to think that you can control everything? What you're doing is just petty tricks. Grand Empyrean. Lu Tianyi shouted angrily. I don't owe the Lu family anything. A mere Lu family can't make up for anything. You have to give up something to gain something. Lu Yuan doesn't even know that the everlasting race has become like this. Your Lu family's vision is forever limited to the Genesis space. What right do you have to think that you can protect humanity? Everything you've seen so far and everything you've seen can't make up for this gap. Lu Tianyi was shocked as he looked at Lu Yin. What had they seen? Lu Yin asked, Is this why you crossed the bitter adversity? The Grand Empyrean's gaze was cold. Only by crossing the bitter adversity and becoming the strongest in the universe can you sweep through everything. No matter how many ants there are, it's just a thought. Do you care how many mortals attack you? If I'm willing, I can destroy a spacetime, even if that spacetime is filled with progenitors. If the absolute difference in strength can't be made up, then you have to stand on a higher level. Now do you understand? Lu Yin relaxed his fingers, and he seemed to let out a sigh of relief. His entire body relaxed. I understand. In the end, you'll have to recognize that you're ants, the Grand Empyrean said disdainfully. Lu Tianyi was worried. He didn't know what Lu Yin had seen. Although there was no danger to his life if his will collapsed, then it would be even more cruel than death. What had he seen? In the distance, the Grand Empyrean let out a breath. When a person saw hope, they would have the courage to fight. Even if they couldn't see hope or the end, if they were a little stupid, they would still fight. But if they couldn't even see the end, how could they fight? They thought that they were evenly matched with the everlasting race, and that they had both exhausted each other in the endless battlefield. There had been victories and losses, but in reality, this was what the everlasting race wanted the humans to see. As long as they wanted, they could take it back and destroy it at any time. Humans were like standing on a cliff. No matter how much they wanted to climb, they couldn't see the end. The despair they felt was enough to drive them crazy. Even the Grand Empyrean had been confused and dispirited. The truth about the everlasting race was not something that just anyone could accept, let alone this youth who hadn't even reached the progenitor realm. Thanks. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers tip, I'll give it to you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2980. In his opinion, even though this young man was rare and had a will that no ordinary person could possess, he was still an ordinary person with flesh and blood, feelings and fear. Today's provocation brought him a mental breakdown. Especially when he stood at the peak of what he thought he was, only to find that there was no end to it. It was as if he was living in a fake world. Grand Empyrean, Can I ask you a few questions? Luin whispered. The Grand Empyrean lowered his gaze. Since you have seen and understood, you should know what you need to do. Stay in the origin space and hide the truth you saw. Do your best to maintain your dignity until you contribute your last bit of life to humanity. Is the progenitor dead? Luin suddenly asked. The Grand Empyrean's gaze turned cold. How many of the original 3 realms and 6 Daos are dead? The origin space has nothing to do with me. The Grand Empyrean frowned. Luin looked up at the Grand Empyrean. What about the burial garden? The Grand Empyrean raised a brow. What about Immemorial City? Luin continued to ask. The Grand Empyrean looked at Luin coldly. Luin looked up. I admit that I'm panicking. I saw the Eternals clearly and saw the insurmountable gap. That's why I'm afraid, nervous, and confused. I don't know what to do. Can humanity really be saved? Will the Eternals give humanity time? Fear. I rarely experience this feeling, but I'm really afraid now. I'm worried that one day the truth about the Eternals will become reality. What you showed me clearly I really did. What you showed me clearly I also understood. But I'm not alone. In the distance, the Grand Empyrean's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curled up. Lu Tianyi looked into Lu Yin's eyes and smiled. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with fear, panic, and apprehension, just as he had said himself. However, this was what a human was like. Even if an ordinary person could cultivate to the progenitor realm, they would still be a human. A human's emotions were complex, and they could feel fear or even despair. However, they could not lack one thing: determination. Luin took a deep breath. Since you're afraid, then find more people to face it together. If one person isn't enough, then bring 10. If 10 isn't enough, then bring 100. There are plenty of people standing behind me. Back then, heavens above heaven was destroyed one continent after another, but there were still people who survived to this day. Burial Garden is the hope left behind by that era, no matter how slim that hope is. I don't understand. No one has ever proven that the Grim Reaper, Wu Tian, and the others are dead. Fate will return. The desolate god will be reborn. Indigo is missing. I don't know where these people went. Where is the primogenitor? Is he really dead? It wasn't until I saw the truth that I realized that they were also waiting. Perhaps they were also afraid and panicked. They couldn't defeat the Eternals alone, so they had to wait. There would be a day when they would meet again. The Grand Empyrean sneered. No one has proven that they're dead, but no one has proven that they're alive either. Luin raised a hand and death energy appeared in his palm. The symbol of a civilization's immortality is its inheritance. The death energy comes from the Grim Reaper, the celestial eye comes from Wu Tian, Fates, and the Book of Destiny all come from Fate. My Lu family also has Indigo's bloodline and a human-shaped source box. All of these things represent their continuation. Even if they're really dead, this era can be rebuilt. As long as the human race isn't destroyed, we won't give up. I'm now certain that the Eternals will be difficult to deal with, and I don't see any hope of victory. If you can't see it, then don't look. Lu Yin's words puzzled the Grand Empyrean. If I lose, someone else will take my place. If someone else loses, I'll take their place. It's fine to retreat, but fear is only temporary. Humans only have one life, but their spirit is limitless. If worst comes to worst, we'll all end up like you and go crazy. Lunatics aren't afraid of death. Lu Yin's voice also resounded throughout the land. Ah! The Grand Empyrean laughed. Kid from the Lu family, I admire you. Crazy people aren't afraid of death, ha! Lu Tianyi exhaled and smiled as he looked up at the sky. The Grand Empyrean narrowed his eyes and stared deeply at Luin. Are you trying to reason with me? Luin grinned. No, I'm just venting my fear. I'm really afraid and my legs are shaking. The Grand Empyrean didn't know what to say. She felt that there was something wrong with this kid's brain. How could someone in his position say that he was afraid? Afraid? Shouldn't he be filled with righteousness and the determination to die? But this kid was making it sound as if he was crazy. He was mocking her, the Lu family's bastard. Did this kid see the Eternals clearly? She didn't know how to retort. The Grand Empyrean left. Luin watched the Grand Empyrean leave and finally relaxed. Little Seven, what did you see? Lu Tianyi asked. Luin was puzzled. Ancestor, you really don't know? The Eternals we're facing right now are just one of the continents. If I'm not wrong, the Eternals are imitating the Above Heavens sect, with the Mother Tree as the center and 6 continents surrounding it. Lu Tianyi's expression changed. What did you say? He's right. The Grand Empyrean walked over, bringing with him a sense of pressure. Luin looked over. Although he had fought the corpse god with the Grand Empyrean, this was the first time he truly saw the Grand Empyrean. This person's appearance was ordinary, but his face was resolute. It was obvious that he was an iron-blooded person, and there was a resplendent golden light in the depths of his eyes. The true Eternals are exactly the same as the Above Heavens sect in your primordial space. The Above Heavens sect has the primogenitor, the 3 realms and the 6 Daos. The Eternals also have the one true God, the 3 pillars and the 6 Daos. Lu Yin and Lu Tianyi were confused. 3 high masters and 6 vast masters? The Grand Empyrean's expression was solemn. This is a collective name, but I don't know who exactly it is. After all, we're facing a continent of calamity zone. However, you don't have to despair so much. The 7 sky gods are also the top powerhouses of the Eternals, second only to the one true God. The Grand Empyrean said that the 7 sky gods is a collective name for the top powerhouses of the Eternals, and it overlaps with the 3 high masters and 6 vast masters. There are several members of the 7 sky gods who are also part of the 3 high masters and 6 vast masters. Lu Yin and Lu Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. This made sense. Otherwise, there would be too many top powerhouses of the Eternals. If not for the overlap, then the 7 sky gods and the 3 high masters and 6 vast masters would be 16 top powerhouses, and the humans would not have any hope. The Grand Empyrean looked at Lu Yin in admiration. Did you feel despair when you saw the other continents of Calamity Zone? Lu Yin bitterly replied, despair and fear. That's the truth. Actually, I felt the same, the Grand Empyrean said. Lu Yin was curious. You've seen them before? The Grand Empyrean's expression was solemn. I've seen them before. If the Eternals had focused all of their forces on the Six-Way Society, then the Six-Way Society would not even exist. There are only a few people in the Six-Way Society who truly know the truth about the Eternals. Even the Spacetime Masters do not know, such as the Void God and the Lost Tribe's Grand Elder. Even they do not know, so it's not strange that your Lu family does not know. The Eternals only need to use the 7 sky gods and the Calamity Zone to deal with our Six-Way Society. The Grand Empyrean wants to break through the Calamity Zone and use absolute power to crush the Eternals like ants. This path is not wrong, but she is too extreme. For this, she will not hesitate to sacrifice anything. This is also the reason why I don't get along with her. I would rather guard this land. Even if the Eternals attacked the Six-Way Society with all of their might, I would at least have enough time to send a warning to the Six-Way Society. Lu Yin was filled with deep respect for the Grand Empyrean. After discovering the truth about the Eternals, the Grand Empyrean still dared to guard the Calamity Zone by himself. This meant that the Grand Empyrean did not plan on leaving alive. Such a person was worthy of respect. Lu Tianyi was shocked. I never thought that even we would not be able to see the Eternals clearly. The Grand Empyrean looked at Lu Yin. The Grand Empyrean admires you. Lu Yin was puzzled. Admires me? She wants nothing more than to kill me. How many times have I called her a crazy woman? The Grand Empyrean laughed. I know her very well. No matter what, she is still my master. If she does not admire you, she will not care about what you say and will not bring you to see the truth. Do you think she wants to step into the Calamity Zone? If she wants to get through the Calamity Zone, she will do her best to avoid unnecessary battles. Even so, she still brought you to the Calamity Zone. I am certain that she admires you. At the very least, her attitude towards you is completely different from how she treats others. When the one true God led the 7 sky gods to attack the Tea Party, his goal was to see the Grand Empyrean's cultivation level. If not for the negative impact of attacking the Tea Party and the people from Primeval City, the Grand Empyrean would not have joined forces with the other Spacetime Masters to fight against the Eternals. Throughout history, you are the only one who has been personally brought to the Calamity Zone by her. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Even if you say that, it will not offset the blood debt she left for my Lu family. That is a matter between you and her. In her eyes, sacrificing the Lu family to get through the Calamity Zone is nothing. Thus, we do not care how you want to take revenge on her, the Grand Empyrean said. That was true, but how could he take revenge? Lu Yin knew that even if he broke through to the progenitor realm, he would not be a match for the Grand Empyrean in a short amount of time. The peak of human cultivation was the progenitor realm. In the past, he had thought that the progenitor realm was just a realm, but now he knew that it was a concept that signified that one had reached the source. The primordial realm could be considered the progenitor realm, but it could also be considered above the progenitor realm. Even passing through the Calamity Zone was considered the progenitor realm. Only by passing through the Calamity Zone could one truly surpass the progenitor realm. In other words, eternal life or transcendence. Now, Luin knew of several paths that could lead to transcendence. For example, Mr. Mu's ancient tracing, the nine-yang cauldron transformation, the primogenitor's astral source, and the only true God's divine force. In their words, they could all transcend, but they themselves could not. The path that Luin was most certain of was the Lost Clan's ancient card. Back then, just a corner of it had appeared, and it had scared away the seven-star ancient card, Eternal Darkness. Eternal Darkness corresponded to the Lost Clan's Grand Elder. Although the Lost Clan's Grand Elder had not reached the primordial realm, he was definitely an extremely powerful expert in the progenitor realm. He could not even compare to his senior apprentice brother, Mu Carving. Someone at such a level had been scared away by a corner of the ancient card. Luin was absolutely certain that the ancient card was an existence that could allow him to transcend. He hoped that after breaking through to the progenitor realm, he would be able to draw out the ancient card. There are thousands of paths in the world, and no one can say for sure which path is correct. Madmen do not fear death, but that does not mean that only madmen can defeat their enemies, Luin muttered to himself. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2981. Just as the Grand Empyrean brought Luin into the Calamity Zone to see the truth about the Eternals, a war that could destroy space-time erupted in the hyperspace. He stared blankly into the distance as the starry sky trembled. Sharp blades slashed across the starry sky from time to time, cutting through the void and creating huge cracks in the void. Uncle Emo was anxious. "My lord, let's leave quickly. It will be too late if we don't leave now." He clenched her fists. "I just came back and can't leave. If I go to the above heavens again, I'll still be a puppet." With a crack, the withered yellow slash swept over their heads and shattered the stairs behind them. Uncle Emo hurriedly pushed the broken stones away to protect He-Ran. Not long ago, they had received a notice to return to the above heavens. A war was about to break out in the hyperspace and they did not have much time left. Not only them, but everyone in the hyperspace had to secretly evacuate as soon as possible. However, less than 15 minutes after the notice was given, a battle broke out. Uncle Emo did not know who was involved in this battle, but he knew that even if he had the black energy source, he would die without a doubt if he was involved in this battle, let alone the current him. This was a terrifying battle that he had never experienced before. Even the aftershocks were not something he dared to casually touch. Far away, on the other side of the hyperspace border battlefield, 5 figures stood in the starry sky. The undying god was in the center, surrounded by 4 figures. 2 of them were humans, Big Sis and Wood Carving. The other 2 were not humans but foreign aid that Luin had invited, Lei Tian and Huozhu. Many corpses would appear in the 6 directions battlefield, and the above heavens did not have enough powerhouses. Luin could only ask the 5 spirit tribes and the Trimoon Alliance to help kill the Undying God and the Forgotten Ruins God. Lei Tian and Huozhu would help kill the Undying God, while Wood Carving, the Moon God, and the Moon Immortal would help kill the Forgotten Ruins God. Since the Eternals had betrayed the 7 Sky Gods, Luin naturally had to get rid of them. There would be one less powerhouse at this level to kill. Before discovering the truth about the Eternals and learning that they had betrayed the Undying God and the Forgotten Ruins God, Luin had thought that the Eternals were at their wits' end. But now he did not know what the Eternals were thinking. They were actually allowing the 7 Sky Gods to be killed. It was only now that Luin understood why the 7 Sky Gods would rather hide in the endless battlefield and the 6 Directions Society than go to the Calamity Zone after being heavily injured. The Undying Deity's eyes were burning with passion. Right in front of him, the wooden blade was raised. He took a step forward and slashed diagonally with his long blade. The battle between him and the Undying Deity on the way of the blade had already been decided. He was no match for the Undying Deity. Because of this, he had to keep attacking. The undead deity sneered, and his yellow long blade met the wood carving's blade. "You still haven't given up. You are far from being my match when it comes to using blades." Pang, the blades collided, turning into a howling gale that tore through the void. Lightning struck the Undying Deity through the gaps in the wind. Big Sister opened her hand, and a giant Ming flower bloomed below, giving the Undying Deity a strong sense of danger. Beneath the Undying God's feet, the withered grass spread out towards the Ming flower, growing on it. In his hands, the blade continued to strike out, and the wooden carving's body continued to be slashed out. This was no longer just a clash of blades, but the Undying God's dissociation innate skill was killing the wooden carving. Every slash of the wooden carving was real, but not necessarily the Grim Reaper. He could be real, but he could also be dissociation, making it difficult for the wooden carving to deal with him. Only the frantic lightning could strike the undying deity after he used his dissociation innate skill. No matter how strong the undying deity's innate skill was, he could not fight against the undying deity. He could deal with 4 sequence precepts masters in an injured state, and his body also had wounds left behind by the wooden carving's slashes. The Ming flower continued to deplete the undying deity's ancestral world, and the wooden carving delayed his blade. The undying deity wanted to leave, but the sky of Sirius was covered with obscure Ming flowers, and the surroundings were burned into a world of nothingness by the Fire Lord. In order to kill the undying deity, the 4 sequence precepts masters tried everything. Even so, it was not that easy to get rid of the undying deity. After all, he had not used his divine power yet. As they depleted each other, the starry sky collapsed and hyperspace trembled. After a while, the undying deity finally used his divine power, wanting to use it to force his way out. The wooden carving, Lei Tian, and the Fire Lord attacked together. If the undying deity escaped this time, they did not know when they would find another opportunity to kill him. The undying deity used reverse steps, easily avoiding their attacks, and entered the world of nothingness that was burned by the Fire Lord. Just as he was about to escape, a huge woman in black appeared behind Big Sister. It was her ancestral world, the Netherworld King. The Netherworld King raised her hands, and a huge Ming flower bloomed in the starry sky. Ming flower blooms transcend to the other shore. The huge Ming flower contracted as if binding the entire void. The sequence particles around the undying deity were filled with a decaying aura, causing the surface of the Ming flower to wither. Big Sister snorted, and Ming flowers bloomed in the starry sky, contracting continuously. She was competing with the sequence precepts with the undying deity. The undying deity was already seriously injured, and his sequence precepts could not compare to hers. His divine power could at most protect him, but he could not rush out of the Ming flower. After all, she had killed the 7 sky gods before and had experience. The undying deity saw Ming flowers constantly appearing. If this continued, it would be even harder for him to escape once more masters from the heavenly sect appeared. At this thought, the fervor in the undying deity's eyes suddenly disappeared, and he became lazy as if he was about to fall asleep at any time. This state caused Mu Feng's expression to change, and he kept his long blade as he stared at the undying deity. The undying deity raised his foot and took a step forward. A shadow appeared in front of him, and as the undying deity walked past, his injuries immediately healed. Lei Tian and Huozhu were stunned. Was there such a thing? Big Sister was shocked. He skipped time. The undying deity's step not only healed him, but also walked out of the Ming flower's encirclement. He skipped the time when he was injured and when Big Sister used the Ming flowers to stop him from leaving. Big Sister could not believe it. How could they fight this? This guy could actually skip time? At this moment, Mu Feng's eyes suddenly widened. He had found the undying deity, and he raised his arm high and slammed it down. Go back. As soon as he finished speaking, a blurry shadow appeared out of nowhere and merged into the undying deity's body. The undying deity was just about to escape, but as the shadow merged into him, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body changed visibly and half of his body was shattered. This was an injury caused by Lu Yin's world of nothingness. Not only that, but Lu Tianyi's Xidigarba needle had also caused this injury. That blurry shadow was the time that the undying deity had skipped during the battle in the endless battlefield. How could they not be prepared to surround and kill the undying deity? How could they surround and kill someone who could skip time at any time? The only way was to find the time that he had skipped, and tracing back could do it. It was difficult for tracing back to find the time that the undying deity had skipped without a primer, but as long as the undying deity skipped again, Mu Feng was confident that he could use this time as a primer to find the time that the undying deity had skipped. Mu Feng would be able to find the time that the undying deity had skipped and return that time to him. Mr. Mu's battle techniques were very useful at this moment. The undying deity was heavily injured and on the verge of death. His lazy state changed for the first time and he turned back to look at Mu Feng. You really are my nemesis. Kill. Big Sister shouted, and her Ming flowers expanded wildly, making it difficult for the undying deity to escape. Lei Tian and Huozhu attacked at the same time. Mu Feng stared at the undying deity. As long as he dared to skip time, he could help the undying deity find the time when he was heavily injured. With two heavy injuries appearing at the same time, he would definitely die. At this moment, the undying deity had been crippled. Attacks after attacks continuously depleted the undying deity's godly power. Wu Xing, you will definitely die this time. Big Sister's face was gloomy. She and the undying deity were from the same generation, and she was furious at the undying deity's betrayal. The undying deity laughed. Yes, I will definitely die. I didn't expect you to live until now. You mean I thought you went to Immemorial City with Su Wangtian and the rest? Why did you betray humanity? Why did you betray Wu Tian? Big Sister shouted. The godly power on the surface of the undying deity's body continued to decrease. Back then, how Wu Tian treated you, we all saw it with our own eyes. He was the one who adopted you, taught you cultivation, brought you on this path, and even let you guard the martial monument, allowing you to observe it at any time. In that era, how many people wished to observe the martial monument but were unable to do so? I was the same. Why did you betray such a person? The undying deity and Big Sister looked at each other. The word betray is not accurate. I'm not from the primordial space. You betrayed your own humanity. Even a dog cannot betray its master. So what if you are from different races? Wu Tian treated you as his son. Big Sister questioned. The undying deity raised his head. Thunder rumbled and flames burned. He looked at Mu Feng. Even the reverse deity couldn't escape. They are well prepared. Was it set up by that brat from the Lu clan? Let him come, I have something to say to him. No need. He doesn't need to see a dead person who betrayed Wu Tian. Big Sister said coldly. The undying deity's mouth curved. What if I say that Wu Tian is not dead? Big Sister and Mu Feng's expression changed. Wu Tian is not dead? A smile appeared on the undying deity's lazy face. Wu Tian is not dead. Where is Wu Tian? Big Sister asked quickly. The undying deity looked at her with a smile. Let that brat from the Lu clan come and see me. I will tell him. You want to deal with Shao Qi? What else can I do now? Big Sister was conflicted. She looked at the wooden carving. Mu Feng nodded and sent the news back to the above heaven. On the other side, Lu Yin had already returned to the above heavens sect. He did not participate in the encirclement of the undying god and the Forgotten Ruins god. Once he was surrounded and killed, his victory would be assured. He also did not expect to be able to defeat these two seven sky gods. The seven sky gods were facing certain death, so how could they be so easily defeated by him? So there was no need for him to go. However, the news from the undying deity made Lu Yin unable to sit still. He did not know whether the undying deity was telling the truth or not. If Wu Tian was not dead, then it would be great news for the human race. Lu Yin directly went to the beyond space. When he arrived at the beyond space, Lu Yin saw a huge Ming flower in the distance. The undying deity was being bombarded by thunder and flames. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2982. Lu Yin could see with his heavenly eye that the undying god sequence laws were almost exhausted, and his divine power was decreasing. He was not far from death. He went over and soon arrived outside the flower. The undying god saw him. I'm here. Where's Wu Tian? Lu Yin asked loudly. Within the flower, the undying god sized up Lu Yin. Lu family brat, we've met many times, but this is the first time we've spoken. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. What do you want to say? Haha, you're indeed powerful to be able to kill me, but I'm not bad either. I've always been scheming to kill Wu Tian. The undying god spoke slowly, his eyes cold. Lu Yin frowned. Wu Tian really isn't dead? No, it's not that easy. I've tried everything but I couldn't kill him. What a pity. The undying god lamented. Lu Yin stared at the undying god. Why do you want to kill Wu Tian? The undying god laughed mockingly. What? I'm one of the eternal race's 7 sky gods. I cultivate divine power and worship the one true god. Why do you think I want to kill Wu Tian? Over the years, I've left behind countless blood debts in the primordial space. I'm the one who created the corpses to hunt down the ancient bloodline. I want to cut off the inheritances of the above heaven era. Hehe, Lu family brat, you're no exception. The undying god suddenly disappeared. Big Sis' expression changed. Be careful. The undying god appeared in front of Lu Yin, but at the same time, a blade appeared. Wood carving kept staring at the undying god. Lei Tian and Huozhu did the same. Although they were not far apart, it was almost impossible for the Undying God to touch Lu Yin. The Undying God used reverse steps to get closer to Lu Yin, but there were only blooming flowers in front of him. No matter how he used reverse steps or drift, he could not get close. Lu Yin stood quietly in place as he watched. He saw the miraculous reverse footwork, which was different from the reverse footwork that he had learned before. There were more variations, and these variations did not seem to be as simple as reversing spacetime. The Undying God kept using reverse steps, trying to break through Big Sis and the others. He was bombarded and his injuries worsened, but he continued to use reverse steps. For a moment, Lu Yin's attention was drawn to the reverse steps. He saw the steps, saw the changes, and saw the entire reverse steps. What is this? Lu Yin suddenly raised his head and looked at the Undying Deity. The Undying Deity returned his gaze, and a slash appeared beside him. His arm was sent flying, and his back was scorched by flames as a hole was pierced through his abdomen. Lightning descended, and half of the Undying Deity's head was smashed apart. The Undying Deity lost an eye, but the remaining eye met Lu Yin's gaze with a terrifying calmness. When it saw Lu Yin looking over, Undying God suddenly paused and took a step forward, its illusory shadow appearing. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This was the final change that he had seen clearly. The Undying Deity passed through the illusory shadow. The wood carving raised its arm and slammed it down. A shadow suddenly appeared and rushed towards the Undying Deity. The Undying God stepped over the illusory shadow that it had created, skipping time and appearing directly in front of Lu Yin. Big Sister was shocked. Little 7. Lu Yin and the Undying God were facing each other. Behind them was the shadow that had been dragged out by the wooden carving. This shadow represented the time that the Undying God had skipped before this battle, and he was also in a heavily injured state. Given the Undying God's current body, he would definitely die if the shadow merged with him. The woodcutter had thought that the Undying God had used reverse time skipping to recover, but he hadn't expected the Undying God to approach Lu Yin. Big Sister hadn't expected this either. They hadn't expected the Undying God to use reverse time skipping. Once he used it, he would definitely die. Big Sister's scream was heard. Lu Yin was calm as he faced the Undying God. Half of the Undying God's head was gone. His abdomen was pierced and his arm was broken. Behind him, the shadow kept approaching, representing the time of his death. He looked at Lu Yin and said, "Be careful of Maiden, the third disaster region." Behind him, the shadow merged into his body. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood spurted out from the cracks and scattered into space. His already heavily injured body had already suffered from one-time skipping. Now he had suffered another time skipping, causing the Undying God's body to completely shatter. He smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at him in a daze. "I want Wu Tian dead. Wu Tian must die. I don't regret the disaster I brought to the primordial space. I'm not from this space-time. I don't regret joining the Eternals or becoming one of the 7 gods. I'm not a traitor. I'm not from the primordial space. The primordial space's survival has nothing to do with me. I only want Wu Tian dead." His mournful voice spread through the space-time. As the Undying God's body shattered, it slowly disappeared. From the beginning to the end, Lu Yin had not moved even once. The Undying God had not planned to attack him. He had approached Lu Yin only to say those words. The lightning disappeared, the flames extinguished, and the flowers retracted. Big Sis hurriedly looked at Lu Yin. "Little 7, are you all right?" Lu Yin looked at the empty void, and the Undying God's voice seemed to echo in his ears. Another 7 gods had died, but Lu Yin was not relaxed. The Undying God's death was deserved. No matter what he said to Lu Yin in the end, nothing he had done could make up for it. The damage he had caused to the primordial space was no less than any of the 7 gods. He had severed many ancient bloodlines. He deserved to die. He did not care about the survival of the humans in the primordial space. He only cared about Wu Tian. But why did he have to kill Wu Tian? The third disaster region. Wu Tian should be in the third disaster region. Lu Yin's heart sank. Wu Tian could not have betrayed the above heaven, right? The Eternals had the 3 pillars and 6 how. Could Wu Tian be one of them? But even if Wu Tian had betrayed the above heaven, what did it have to do with the Undying God? Lu Yin did not care about the primordial space in the first place. Lu Yin could not figure it out. The answer lay in the third disaster region. He had to find a way to get there. The Eternals had 6 disaster regions, the 3 pillars, the 6 how, the bone arc, and the only true God. He needed to understand all of these. "Master Lu, this blade belonged to the Undying God." Lei Tian brought the withered blade over. Luin took it. The withered blade had belonged to the undying god, and the withered yellow color on its surface had been formed by the undying god's ancestral world's power of decay. Now that the undying god had died, the withered yellow was also dissipating. The withered blade's surface slowly dissipated, revealing a sharp blade. At the same time, for words were revealed, "Can slay Mo Shang." Luin was shocked. This blade could slay old freak Mo? Why did Wu Xing leave this for you? Big Sis did not understand. Mu Feng frowned. The 7 sky gods were the mortal enemies of the human race, and there was nothing wrong with killing them. However, the 7 sky gods had not attacked Lu Yin before their deaths, and they had even left behind a blade that could kill Lu Yin's enemies. This was very strange, and Mu Feng wondered if he had killed the wrong person. Big Sis also thought of this and had a strange expression. "Little 7, this is Wu Xing," Lu Yin said. "Wu Xing's betrayal of the humans is true. He brought disaster to the humans as one of the 7 gods. He destroyed continent after continent and severed the ancient bloodlines. These are all true. Then why did he help you?" Big Sis asked. She was puzzled. Lu Yin put away the blade. "He didn't help me. He just wanted to slay Mo Shang. There's no contradiction." Big Sis recalled the scene just now. Wu Xing had risked his injuries to get close to Lu Yin, but he had continuously used the reverse step. He had approached Lu Yin with the possibility of certain death, but he had not attacked. What had he said to Lu Yin? Mu Feng did not ask any more questions and returned to the wood spacetime continuum. Lu Yin thanked Lei Tian and the Flame Lord, and they also returned to the 5 spirit tribes. Finally, Lu Yin and Big Sis returned to the Above the Sky sect. When they returned, they received news that the Forgotten Ruins deity had not been found. The Forgotten Ruins deity had escaped. Lu Yin was not surprised. He had killed the undying god, and it would be strange if he had killed 2 7 gods in a row. Moreover, although the Forgotten Ruins deity was not the strongest among the 7 gods, he was definitely the most cunning and would not be easy to kill. After returning to the Above Sky, Lu Yin's first order was to capture Bai Xianer. He did not need to care whether she was in the reincarnation spacetime or not. He did not need to care too much. This order caused the reincarnation spacetime to explode. Bai Xianer had already been accepted as a disciple by a Grand Empyrean, and there was no special reason for the Above Sky to capture her. If things went wrong, the 2 sides might even go to war. The 9 Lotus Sovereigns came to the Above Sky to meet Lu Yin for the first time. Lu Yin was lost in thought as he looked at the list. This list had been given to him by Heavenly Sovereign Doshing, and it detailed the reinforcements that the Eternals had invited. At the top of the list was the Star Toad. If these reinforcements were not dealt with, the Eternals could still launch a counterattack. Heavenly Sovereign Doshing had given Lu Yin this list with a clear goal. He hoped that Lu Yin could think of a way to deal with these foreign enemies. The Grand Empyrean was focused on surviving the bitter adversity and was not willing to fight to the death with the Eternals. He felt that this was meaningless, so he naturally left this matter to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the Star Toad at the top of the list. This beast indeed needed to be dealt with. It had chased away the Lightning Lord, and it had the strength to face a Grand Empyrean. It should be a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity. This beast was very troublesome. If he wanted to deal with the Star Toad, he would need eternity. Path Master, the Reincarnation Spacetime Lotus Sovereigns and Chu Jian request an audience. "Let them in," Lu Yin said indifferently as he looked at the list. The 9 Lotus Sovereigns quickly entered the main hall. "Master Lu. Master Lu." Although they were unwilling, the 9 Lotus Sovereigns had no choice but to show sufficient respect to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had been taken away by a Grand Empyrean and returned alive. The Grand Empyrean had gone into seclusion again, and there was no one in the reincarnation spacetime who could suppress Lu Yin. Moreover, the Above Sky sect had just dealt with the 7 sky gods, which greatly boosted the morale of the 6 Paths Society. Under these circumstances, Lu Yin's status had risen to the point that they had to bow to him. "What is it?" Lu Yin asked without even looking up. Chu Jian asked, "Master Lu, may I ask why you want to capture my senior apprentice sister?" "Bai Xianer?" "Yes. Once you capture her, I will give you an explanation." Chu Jian choked. "Master Lu, Bai Xianer is my senior apprentice sister and the Grand Empyrean's disciple." Lu Yin looked up. "So what?" Chu Jian frowned. "Has Master Lu considered the reincarnation spacetime in order to capture the Grand Empyrean's disciple?" Lu Yin looked at him. "There is no need to consider." The 9 Lotus Sovereigns said, "Although the Eternals have been heavily injured, they have not been wiped out. They have many powerful reinforcements from the outside, and it will not be easy to completely eliminate them. Under these circumstances, why is Master Lu trying to provoke a conflict with the reincarnation spacetime? The Six Paths Society must join forces against the Eternals. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2983. Lu Yin didn't care about Venerate Lotus's words at all. There's no conflict. Baixianer is the disciple of a Grand Empyrean, so it should be the Grand Empyrean who has a problem. You don't have the right to cause trouble for me. I said that I'll give you an explanation once I catch her. That's my attitude. Master Lu, the other spacetimes of the Six Direction sect won't agree to this. First Jian couldn't help but say. Lu Yin casually took a sip of tea. I won't give face to a Grand Empyrean. Venerate Lotus and First Jian's expressions turned ugly. However, I can give face to Grand Empyrean Victor. Go find Baixianer yourselves. I'll give her a chance to meet me face to face. Lu Yin put down his teacup. Venerate Lotus didn't understand. Just because the four-way Libra betrayed the Lu family, Master Lu is willing to make things difficult for the reincarnation spacetime for Baixianer? Lu Yin looked at Venerate Lotus. I'll say it again. I'll give her a chance to meet me face to face as long as you can find her. First Jian frowned. He had tried to find Baixianer the moment the order had appeared, but he couldn't find her. Lu Yin's attitude was firm. Was there something wrong with Baixianer? Although this person was arrogant and overbearing, he wasn't an unreasonable person. Master Lu, what's wrong with Baixianer? If she has a reason to be captured, the reincarnation spacetime is willing to help. First Jian's tone changed. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's up to you whether to help or not. You don't need to know too much. With that, he tossed the list in his hand to First Jian. This time we entered the zone of E to help the Eternals. If you have time, think of a way to deal with a few. The Eternals have the help of outsiders, but so do you. Take advantage of the fact that the Eternals seem to be heavily injured and do your best. See? Venerate Lotus didn't understand what Lu Yin meant. No matter how he looked at it, the Eternals seemed to be heavily injured. Another of the 7 sky gods had died, and the Grand Empyrean had killed his way into the zone of E, forcing the Eternals to ask for external help. The corpses were being dealt with one by one, and the captains of the true god guards were either killed or captured. This was indeed a heavy blow. Venerate Lotus and First Jian's help. Reincarnation spacetime had to help Baixianer was the disciple of the Grand Empyrean. If they didn't help her, and once the above find her, she would death. Lu Yin, so they had to seize the opportunity. First, venerate her, S's. Otherwise, if the above heaven sect really executed Baixianer, the reincarnation spacetime and the Grand Heavenly Venerate would lose all face. In this matter, Lu Yin had always held the upper hand, and the entire Six Direction Society had to listen to him. To them. There is something wrong with Wang Xiaoyu, Tees is with Tees. I tried her for betraying her own race, but Wang Xiaoyu didn't lose. That trial ended in a draw. Without asking about anything else, just based on the trial, neither she nor I betrayed our own race, Qingping said. Lu Yin frowned. How can that be? Wang Xiaoyu is known as the Fifth Mainland's greatest redback. If not for her, progenitor Chen wouldn't have started a war with the Sixth Mainland. The war between the two mainlands allowed the Eternals to take advantage of the situation, which led to the current situation. Countless people died and disappeared. The Lu family had no choice but to separate the astral tree from the Fifth Mainland and form a barrier against the Eternals. Wang Xiaoyu was the catalyst for all of this. Qingping replied, I know, but that's the result of the trial. Senior brother, what's the basis for the trial? The rules. You've grasped the rules? Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. Qingping shook his head. The rules that I speak of are different from the ones that you understand. I don't know how to explain it to you. It seems like my trial comes from outside, but in reality, it's a trial of everyone's self. In this world, everyone wears a mask and you and I are the same. Masks are worn for others to see, and if you wear them for too long, sometimes you won't even know what kind of person you are. My trial is equivalent to removing that mask and facing oneself. What if Wang Xiaoyu can deny herself? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Qingping thought about it. Then her own existence will also be denied and she will be erased by her own rules. Lu Yin still didn't understand, but he trusted Qing Ping. Since Qing Ping was so certain, could there really be a problem with Wang Xiaoyu's betrayal of the Fifth Mainland? Lu Yin recalled his previous guess that there must be a human spy among the Eternals, but he still had no answer as to who it was. Perhaps it was one of the 7 sky gods, a progenitor who had betrayed humanity, or even a true God Guard captain who was not part of the human race but was willing to help them. If there was a problem with Wang Xiaoyu's betrayal, then could she be a spy? But the price to pay for being a spy was too high. It was ridiculously high, and that was impossible. Who could say for sure what was going on in this world? The Eternals couldn't have imagined that he had disguised himself as Yi Bo and entered the zone of calamity. Anything could happen. He still had to return to the zone of calamity and see the Eternals clearly. The truth about the Eternals was horrifying, but now that he had seen it clearly, even though he was in despair, he also had a direction. Lu Yin now hoped to break through the zone of calamity and have the other zones of the Eternals intervene in the 6-party tournament. That way he could come into contact with the entire Eternals, and naturally he could only come into contact with Yi Bo. He told Wang Wen his thoughts, and Wang Wen felt a headache coming on. The Eternals must be certain that there is a traitor among the true God Guard captains. If they catch that traitor, Yi Bo can return now, but the traitor is a chess piece, Your Highness. How can they catch a traitor? So, once Yi Bo returns to the zone of calamity, even if he isn't immediately recognized as a traitor, he will still be under constant surveillance and mistrust. Under such circumstances, returning to the zone of calamity is meaningless. Lu Yin understood this as well. So, we need to think of a reason that won't arouse the Eternals' suspicions. Wang Wen already knew the truth about the Eternals. Lu Yin was worried that others would feel despair, but he wasn't worried that Wang Wen would feel despair. In the past, they had used the Outerverse as their foundation to plot against the entire Fifth Mainland. The difficulty of doing so was no less than using the current Heaven's Path as their foundation to fight against the Eternals. Wang Wen was someone who didn't want to be left out, and he hoped that the greater the challenge, the better. Wei Rong was the same. This was the advantage of being smart. They understood themselves too well and knew what they could and couldn't do. I can't think of a way right now, but we can lay the groundwork. Right now, the Heaven's Path has captured 3 true God Guard captains. One is a heavy ghost, one is someone from the Thousand Faces game, and the last one is a man and a woman who were captured by Senior Musia. I think they're called 2 Blades or something. Your Highness, you can first have Yi Bo be captured by the Heaven's Path. Besides, we definitely can't return to the zone of calamity right now. It's too sudden, Wang Wen said. Lu Yin agreed, as that was the only way. Of the progenitors that the Heaven's Path had captured, they could only imprison them under the deathly aura of the Eternal Kingdom. They could use the deathly aura to suppress and erode progenitors, just like how they had dealt with Mu Jun. The deathly aura carried a domineering chill, and being suppressed by the deathly aura was not a pleasant feeling. At this moment, 2 Blades had also been captured under the Eternal Kingdom. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been a hindrance, Big Brother would have been able to escape. The pink-haired girl blamed herself and curled up in the blue-haired man's embrace. The blue-haired man looked up at the deathly aura that blocked his vision. It's all right. At most, we'll shatter like the other Blades. That's what we deserve. I'm sorry, Big Brother. There's nothing to be sorry about. If I lose you, I won't live alone. As long as we're together, it'll be the same whether we're in the Eternal Kingdom or the Six Directions Society. At this moment, the deathly aura in front of them dispersed and Wang Wen walked over. He looked at the 2 with curiosity and a smile. The pink-haired girl immediately became alert and stared at Wang Wen. This human's gaze made her shudder. The blue-haired man frowned. Human, if you want to kill us, then kill us. Wang Wen was curious. Are the 2 of you Blades? Why? The pink-haired girl became even more alert and threatened. I'm warning you, don't even think about us. We'd rather shatter. Wang Wen smiled brightly. Since you're Blades, you can join the Eternal Kingdom or join us. You don't have to be loyal, do you? The blue-haired man looked up. The loyalty of weapons is different from you humans. We won't betray you. Wang Wen shook his head. That's wrong. If you die, you'll lose everything. We don't care, the 2 said in unison. Wang Wen was speechless. This isn't about whether you don't care. Let's put it this way. If you 2 don't join us, only one of you can live. The pink-haired girl rolled her eyes. Human, we're Blades. We can shatter at any time. Don't play such tricks. The blue-haired man couldn't be bothered to respond. Wang Wen suddenly pointed at the pink-haired girl. Even if you shatter, I'll stick you up and give you to a pervert who's covered in pus, whose hair hasn't been washed for 10,000 years, and who likes to use the filth in his hair to wipe his blades. The pink-haired girl was stunned and then screamed, "Human, you're too evil." Wang Wen laughed and pointed at the blue-haired man. "I'll give you to the most beautiful woman in the universe." The pink-haired girl screamed even louder. "Human, I'll kill you." The blue-haired man hurriedly grabbed the pink-haired girl and stared at Wang Wen fiercely. "Human, you're the most evil, shameless person I've ever seen." Wang Wen shrugged. "Thanks for the compliment. I like it. It's a compliment among humans." Two blades glared at Wang Wen fiercely. A few words had made them angry. This human was a villain. "All right, human, it's useless to say anything. Since we're shattered, we don't have consciousness. We're just shells. You can use us however you want," the blue-haired man said coldly as he hugged the pink-haired girl. The pink-haired girl was still glaring at Wang Wen fiercely. She wanted to cut him down. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2984. Wang Wen sighed deeply. "I really don't know what the Eternals fed you to make you so loyal. Those three are the same." "Three?" The blue-haired man was surprised. Wang Wen waved his hand, and the death energy dispersed, revealing a large area. Three figures appeared in three different directions. One was clad in pitch-black armor, his face, hands, and legs hidden. Another was a member of the Thousand Faces Bureau, lying miserably on the ground. However, his eyes were moving, indicating that he was still conscious. The last was Lu Yin disguised as Yi Bo, his hands and feet bound by the death energy. He didn't seem to be faring well either. Because of the death energy, even though they weren't far from each other, none of them knew of each other's existence. "Yi Bo?" the pink-haired woman exclaimed. Lu Yin looked up. "Dual blade stream? You've been captured too? You've been captured too? How did you end up like this?" The blue-haired man was shocked. Lu Yin said bitterly, "I was captured by a powerhouse from the Above Heaven sect. I don't know who betrayed us, but none of our attacks on the 6 spacetime zones were successful." "Is this the new captain of the True God Guard? Poor thing, you've been beaten up like this. Look at me, I'm fine. I told you before that there's no harm in wearing more armor." "See, I was right," the heavy ghost said from the distance. The blue-haired man looked at the heavy ghost. "You're not dead yet? Hey, what's with that tone? Do you want me dead? I was only hit by Lu Tiany's love attack once. It's not a big deal. Look, cough." He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Dual Blade Stream looked at the Thousand Faces Bureau member on the ground. "Hey, Bureau member, you're not dead yet, are you?" Lu Yin said in a hoarse voice. "He's not dead. He's still conscious." "Bureau member, speak." The man from the Game of 1,000 Faces gritted his teeth. The fury in his heart had already reached the heavens. This bastard Yi Bo was clearly a spy that the humans had planted in the clan. He was the one who had beaten him down, and now he had actually pretended to be captured. What was he planning? He couldn't say a word. This bastard. "Hey, Bureau member, you're not dead yet, are you?" Lu Yin said a few more words. The Thousand Faces Bureau member was about to vomit blood. The blue-haired man said, "Forget it. It looks like his injuries aren't light." Clap, clap, clap. Wang Wen clapped. "Everyone, are you satisfied with this environment? Do you want me to let you continue chatting?" "Cut the crap. We won't betray the clan." Lu Yin was the first to speak. Hearing this, the people from Game of 1,000 Faces almost ground their teeth to pieces. Wang Wen sighed regretfully. "What a pity. I wanted you to have a chat with each other and come to a tacit agreement to betray the everlasting race and help my Six Paths Guild. Since none of you are willing to do so, then we'll stick to our original plan. What awaits you is a miserable end, especially you, Yi Bo." His expression changed, and he looked at Lu Yin with an incomparably gloomy expression. "The sins you committed in the astral tree domain will not be repaid even if you die 10,000 times. We will send you to the Lu family to suffer an unimaginable punishment." Lu Yin sneered. "If you betray the race, you will suffer an even more miserable punishment. Humans, you will be defeated sooner or later. You have no idea how deep the Eternal's foundations are." Wang Wen waved his hand, and the Chi of Death descended, separating everyone again. Only the people from the Thousand Faces game were not separated. As the Chi of Death descended, Lu Yin exhaled, took off his mask and reverted to his original appearance. Under the shocked gazes of the people from Game of 1,000 Faces, he approached step by step. The people from Game of a Thousand Faces would never have imagined that Yi Bo was Lu Yin in disguise. Back in the Neoverse, he was struck down by Yi Bo and lost the chance to return to the realm of disaster. At that time he did not know that Yi Bo was Lu Yin. Now he knew. The shock it brought was so great that it gave him the illusion that everything was fake. Lu Yin was the Tao master of the Above Heaven sect, the master of the primordial space. Yet, he had risked his life to sneak into the realm of disaster and even cultivated divine power. How did he do it? The people from Game of a Thousand Faces stared blankly at Lu Yin as he walked over step by step. Lu Yin squatted in front of him. Are you surprised? The person from Game of a Thousand Faces could speak now. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. Tao Master Lu, I admire you. Lu Yin smiled faintly. The everlasting race cannot discover me. Because you cultivated divine power. The person from Game of a Thousand Faces did not believe his own words, but it was the truth. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, divine power. In the eyes of the everlasting race, once you cultivate divine power, you will never betray them. You will always listen to the one true God, but I am an exception. You will not be an exception. It's just that the time has not come yet. The person from Game of a Thousand Faces gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Lu Yin looked at the person from Game of a Thousand Faces. You people will never betray the one true God, right? The person from Game of a Thousand Faces did not answer. Instead he stared at Lu Yin. In that case there is no value in keeping you alive, especially you. You know that I disguised myself as Yi Bo to sneak into the realm of disaster, Lu Yin said casually. The person from Game of a Thousand Faces narrowed his eyes. You will become like us sooner or later. The one true God is our God, and the everlasting race is our home. You will be the same. Lu Yin suddenly raised his hand and slapped down. The person from Game of a Thousand Faces looked ferocious. Just as Lu Yin's palm was about to hit him, Lu Yin suddenly stopped. A gust of wind blew, bringing a chill to the person from Game of a Thousand Faces. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. The taste of death is not good, right? Lu Yin said calmly. The person from Game of a Thousand Faces looked at Lu Yin in a daze. Why don't you kill me? Lu Yin stood up. I need you to put on a show, but not now. Enjoy the feeling of waiting for death. This day will come sooner or later. After saying that, Lu Yin left. To him, the person from Game of a Thousand Faces' greatest value was his consciousness. The person from Game of a Thousand Faces had the ability to separate his consciousness and control others. Lu Yin did not know if this was a talent or a battle technique. He wanted to obtain this ability. Perhaps he could make the Dai's 6 pips into a controllable situation. Therefore he gave the person from Game of a Thousand Faces a taste of death. No matter how the true God Guard captain would not betray the everlasting race, being afraid of death was the nature of living creatures. This had nothing to do with betrayal. Lu Yin hoped that the next time he came, he would be able to get what he wanted from the person from Game of a Thousand Faces. Back then he had relied on this method to break down Mu Jun's will step by step. He knew that he was not a charming person. He could not capture someone and expect them to submit to him. Only an idiot would think that. Things should be done step by step. The person from Game of a Thousand Faces panted heavily. He had really thought that he was going to die. That feeling of death was rather despairing. If he was not afraid of death, he would not have been in such a hurry to return to the Neoverse. No living creature was unafraid of death, unless they had lost their rationality. For example, the Corpse King. He did not want to die, but he also could not betray the everlasting race. What was Lu Yin trying to do? On the other side, Two-Blade Stream was also talking. Yi Bo will be miserable, the pink-haired woman said in a low voice. The blue-haired man said, he came from this space-time and has an irreconcilable hatred with this space-time. His ending will not be good. What a pity. Actually, I think he's quite pleasing to the eye even if he's cold. Among the everlasting race, he's already considered kind. Forget it, let's not think about him. Brother, I'm sorry. You're doing it again? Above the sky Sexback Mountain, Lu Yin drank the tea that Zhao Ran had brewed. It was a newly developed tea that was entirely emerald in color. It looked good, but its taste was a little like glass. More than half a month had passed since Lu Yin had put on a show in front of Two-Blade Stream. By now, all of the berserk corpses in the Six Direction Society had been dealt with. Aside from the Cyclops King, there were now 17 other progenitors at Lu Yin's command platform. This was a terrifying number. This was the Lu family. As long as they had the chance, they could quickly go from 0 to double digits. Lu Yin could do it, and so could Lu Channy and the others. However, they did not have that many progenitors to give them command. In the endless battlefield, the Sixth Direction Society had completely gained the upper hand. They had gathered outside 3 layers of hell and suppressed the everlasting race. Even Stardevourer, who should have been in the Giant's Hell, was nowhere to be seen. He had previously supported the Giant's Hell, but no one knew where he was now. Although the situation was optimistic, no one suggested attacking the Calamity Realm. Aside from Lu Yin and the Grand Empyrean, no one else dared to make such a decision. Of the 2 who could make such a decision, one did not care, while the other knew that they would not be able to win. Thus, there was still only Celestial Victor in the Calamity Realm, and he could be considered the Sixth Direction Society's gatekeeper. Wang Wen constantly racked his brain cells to think of a reasonable way to send Yi Bo back to the Calamity Realm. Wei Rong had also joined in, and the 2 of them were scheming in a corner of Above the Sky sect. Lu Yin felt that the atmosphere there had become much darker. He tried counterstep. The Undying God had added a new change to counterstep, which allowed it to not only reverse spacetime but also skip time. Lu Yin could clearly see this change. He knew about this change, but if he wanted to reach the level of skipping time, he would need to continue comprehending it. It was not something that could be done overnight. Right, he remembered that cheap disciple of his, so he called the second Night King over. How has Tua Lin been recently? The second Night King had a strange expression. Pathmaster He's been a little obsessed. Lu Yin did not understand. Obsessed? Those history books that were given to him? He seems to be very obsessed with those books. He's been reading them all this time and he doesn't respond even when I call out to him. Lu Yin was stunned. Was there such a thing? He had only casually spouted nonsense to not cause Tua Lin to despair. Lu Yin had given him a test that would take a long time to pass, so how had he become obsessed? With that in mind, Lu Yin headed towards Tua Lin's residence. He looked around and saw that the entire courtyard was filled with books. It was not just Tua Lin's courtyard. The surroundings and even the entire mountain peak were filled with books. Many of these books were precious, and they were the type that had been preserved using special methods. Where did these books come from? Lu Yin asked. The second Night King replied, many people have heard that the Pathmaster is collecting books on the history of the Fifth Mainland, and they have sent them over. I've already rejected a large batch, but there are still so many that have been sent over. There are still more waiting to be delivered. Because of this, a new industry has appeared in the outside world. It's called the Department of Books. Lu Yin was speechless. A casual sentence from him had actually brought about an industry. He peered through the books and saw Tua Lin flipping through a book in a daze. He flipped through the pages very quickly. Was this really reading? After watching for a while and seeing that Tua Lin had no intention of stopping, Lu Yin left. No matter what, there was no harm in reading more books. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2985. A few days later, someone reported that eccentric Mo had not been found in the dark spacetime. Lu Yin frowned. Where had eccentric Mo gone? That old thing was also a thorn in his side, and if he was not removed, there would be endless trouble in the future. If he joined the Eternals, he would also be a powerful enemy. Now that he had the withered blade left behind by the Undying God, Lu Yin really wanted to find eccentric Mo and give him a stab to see the effects. Unfortunately, he could not find him. As Lu Yin's status rose, the sect above Heaven's path also grew stronger. His former enemies had either been eliminated or had gone into hiding. Sometimes, the higher one stood, the further one could see, but that did not necessarily mean that one could see clearly. On this day, Peach requested an audience, which surprised Lu Yin. Peach was the captain of the 6th Squadron of the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial Squadrons. Many years had passed since then and she had grown from a height of 1.2 meters to 1.7 meters. She was a striking beauty, and her cultivation had also advanced from the cruiser realm to the enlighter realm. Although Lu Yin did not visit the Great Yu Empire much, it was still the same as Earth. It represented Lu Yin's growth, and the overall power of the 13 Imperial Squadrons had far surpassed what it had been in the past. The captains were all at least enlighters. Greetings, Pathmaster. Peach was much more mature now and she bowed to Lu Yin. Lu Yin sized her up. I'm not bad. You've grown a lot. Peach smiled and her smile was still as sweet and adorable as ever. It reminded Lu Yin of the times when he had given her snacks. Pathmaster, I'm here to deliver this. Peach opened her gadget and displayed an image in the void. Lu Yin looked over and his expression changed. The tree? The image was taken by the spacecraft. Half of the tree's body was rooted in the void, and the other half was exposed outside. A transport spacecraft's captain accidentally saw this scene and thought of the sect above heaven's path's reward, so he took a picture. He wanted to report it to the sect above heaven's path, but it's very difficult for them to meet with the higher-ups. Thus, they sent someone to find me and ask me to bring the picture to you, Pathmaster, Peach explained. Lu Yin was excited. He had finally found the tree again. Give me the reward. Send me the location. Peach hurriedly sent the location to Lu Yin. Lu Yin easily found the location, but some time had passed since the spacecraft had seen the tree, and the tree was no longer there. Lu Yin stared at the space in front of him and saw spatial lines. Since half of the tree's body was rooted in the void, it was possible that its entire body had entered the void. However, he couldn't see anything from the spatial lines and he wasn't willing to give up. He activated his celestial eye and scanned his surroundings. Suddenly he saw a dissonance. Even though there weren't any changes in space, there had to be a reason why the celestial eye was looking at a dissonance. Lu Yin took a step forward and arrived at the place that was out of place. He moved the spatial lines and a gap appeared in the void. That's right, this should be the place where the tree took root in the void. I wonder where this gap leads to. With Lu Yin's current strength, he was confident that he would be able to return no matter where he went. Besides, this was not a gap in a parallel spacetime, but a gap in a hidden space that was similar to a great world. He didn't hesitate any longer and slowly reached his hand in. He didn't feel anything and his entire body entered. The scene before his eyes changed. He went from the dark and deep starry sky to the side of a yellow lake. The yellow light seemed dazzling, but it was very gentle. He looked at the huge yellow lake in front of him and found it familiar. Suddenly, he turned to look in another direction, where he saw a figure sitting quietly by the lake. He sat on a rock at the side and looked at the lake in a daze. The yellow light shone on his face, reflecting his image and causing it to sway continuously. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the yellow lake to ripple. There wasn't a single sound in the surroundings, and it was like a harmonious landscape painting. Only Lu Yin stared blankly at the figure sitting on the rock. His mouth fell open and he blurted out, "Progenitor Qin?" The sudden voice disrupted the tranquility of the area. Lu Yin's mind was in a mess, as he hadn't thought that he would suddenly see Progenitor Qin. Wait, this is the burial garden. He remembered now. When he had merged with a wandering corpse, he had coincidentally seen Progenitor Qin standing by the yellow lake. It was exactly the same scene. In the distance, the figure sitting on the rock retracted his gaze and turned to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared blankly at Progenitor Qin. This person's appearance had shocked him greatly. It could be said that without this person, Lu Yin would not be where he was today. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, the first technique he had obtained was the serious art. With the serious art as his foundation, he had skyrocketed and surpassed his peers. No matter when, the serious art would not fall behind. As his cultivation grew stronger, the external effects of the serious art would also become stronger. This was especially true during the decisive battle with the Eternals on the Fifth Mainland. He had borrowed the power of the serious art to save the Blood Progenitor, expel the Eternals and resist Xia Xinji. The reversal step had also come from Progenitor Qin. It had allowed Lu Yin to reverse spacetime and come into contact with the power of time. Without the reversal step, Lu Yin might not have been able to come into contact with the power of time, even with the help of Deadwood. Lu Yin's cultivation history was inseparable from Progenitor Qin, as Progenitor Qin's power had run through his decades of cultivation. Progenitor Qin himself was also a legend to the Fifth Mainland. We finally meet. Progenitor Qin spoke for the second time. Lu Yin stared at him blankly. You know me? Progenitor Qin's expression was calm, but his eyes were filled with admiration. Of course I know you. I've noticed you since the first time you entered Burial Garden. You cultivate the serious art. Lu Yin did not know what to say. Suddenly seeing Progenitor Qin made him feel as if there were many words stuck in his mouth, but he could not say them. This is Burial Garden. Although you've entered, it's not time for Burial Garden to open yet, Progenitor Qin said as he looked at the lake once more. Lu Yin was puzzled. What? Burial Garden has already been opened before. That's because we have no other choice. Burial Garden is a continuation of the above heaven era for the future humans. It represents hope and inheritance. Before we have absolute confidence in defeating the Eternals, Burial Garden cannot be fully opened. Humans cannot lose hope. Lu Yin felt strange. Was this something Progenitor Chin should say? Progenitor Chin laughed. This is what the Tomb Keeper wanted me to tell you. He hopes that you will not forcefully open Burial Garden. Luin asked, then what does Senior think? Progenitor Chin smiled. I don't really care about hope and inheritance. I'm good at fighting, and if I didn't owe the Tomb Keeper a favor, I wouldn't have stayed here. I'm only suitable to remain in history. Luin looked around. This was indeed Burial Garden, but it could not be opened? There were ancient bloodlines here as well as inheritances from the above heaven era. If it was completely opened, its significance would far exceed the fifth pagoda. It was a connection between eras, and it would be a pity if it could not be opened. Luin looked into the distance and saw a city. It should have been built by those who had entered Burial Garden but were unable to leave. Luin saw the Mountain Protector's chief. That old fellow was here. He also saw Shangqing and Shiguang. These people were not far from Progenitor Chin. A city had been built here. The Tomb Keeper doesn't want Burial Garden to open, but how can he be sure that it will open in the future? The above heaven has reappeared, and we now have more than 15 progenitors. Among them there are several sequence law powerhouses. We also have equipment that can materialize sequence particles, allowing ordinary progenitors to use sequence laws to fight. The above heaven is now the strongest of the Six Paths Association. Progenitor Chin exchanged glances with Luin. Can you defeat the Everlasting? Luin choked. He would have dared to say this before seeing the truth about the Everlasting, but now he was far from that level. Does Senior know anything about the Everlasting? Progenitor Chin retracted his gaze. I have 6 calamity zones. You have as well? Progenitor Chin asked. Luin explained how he had been captured by a Grand Empyrean to see the truth about the Everlasting. Progenitor Chin was amused. Your experience is legendary. Luin smiled bitterly and sat down. I'd rather not have that legend. I really thought that crazy woman wanted to kill me. Progenitor Chin calmly replied, those who cross calamity have their own perseverance. They will allow themselves to become paranoid lunatics, but they are not true lunatics. Some matters will be handled differently in the hands of others than in their hands. Luin looked at Progenitor Chin. Does Senior understand the bitter adversity realm very well? Bitter adversity is not a realm. If you cross it, you will be a realm. If you don't, you will still be an ancestor. There is not much difference. Is that so? Luin recalled the strength of a Grand Empyrean and compared it to Curmudgeon Mo. The difference was like heaven and earth. Since Progenitor Chin understood bitter adversity, then what realm was he at? Luin was about to ask when Progenitor Chin spoke up. How is the Xia family? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Does Senior know about the Lu family's exile? I've heard, Progenitor Chin replied. Xia Xinji's main body was destroyed by a clone. That clone now listens to me, Luin said. Progenitor Chen's lips curled up. The Xia family is full of trash. Xia Xinji is naturally jealous. When I was young, I created my own battle technique to defeat him, but he took revenge on me. His path is destined to be tragic. He then looked at Luin. What did the Fifth Mainland say about me? Luin thought about it. Invincible. That's all? Yes. Progenitor Chin laughed. Invincible. I also want to be invincible, but I can't do it. If I could, I would have killed my way to the Calamity Zone a long time ago. I wouldn't have let Ku Xie get there first. I just don't know how that guy is doing. Ku Xie was brought back. It just so happened that my Lu family was exiled and I saw him in the void. However, he is now a living dead and I don't know how to save him. Yi Tianyi, you don't need to save him. He will wake up sooner or later. How many of my old friends are still alive? I really want to go out and take a look. Luin suddenly asked, Senior, did Wang Xiaoyu really betray humanity? Progenitor Chin fell silent and did not answer. Luin waited quietly. I'm good at fighting, but I'm not good at reading people's minds. I don't want to think too much about what happened back then. If you must let me say it. Progenitor Chen's gaze was complicated. I believe in her. Luin looked at Progenitor Chin and saw the complicated emotions in his eyes. This was a pure person, and only such a person could create a nearly invincible battle record. Are you disappointed? Progenitor Chin asked. Luin was puzzled. Disappointed? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2986. In the history of the Fifth Mainland, my image is much more glorious than what you see now. Ancestor Chen smiled faintly. Luin couldn't help but laugh. History is just a legend. Every person's image will be modified after it enters their mind. Everyone is just a normal person. You're so young, yet you're so open-minded. Don't be so mature. Sometimes being impulsive isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's tiring to put too many shackles on yourself. Ancestor Chen laughed. Luin smiled. I thought you were a serious person. I'm very serious when I fight, Patriarch Chen replied. I hope to see you walk out of Burial Garden one day, Luin said. Ancestor Chen's face was calm, but there was also a trace of longing. This day will come. I will create an invincible battle skill, and I will be closer to killing the only true god than anyone else. Luin was astonished. Close. Ancestor Chen stared at the lake. I've been in Burial Garden for so many years because I wanted to think of a battle technique that could kill the only true god. I'm good at fighting and creating battle techniques. Even so, it's hard to create a truly invincible battle technique. I did create some variations for other battle techniques. It's meaningless to me, but I can help you. Reverse step, do you want to learn it? I know how to walk backwards. There's a new change. I will also experience new changes from the undying god. The immortal god of the 7 gods? Alright, when we fought, he said that he was the one who created reverse steps. He could use reverse steps to skip time and completely recover himself. What a creative change. How is he? He's dead. He was killed by us. Is that so? I've learned his reverse steps, but I'm still far from being able to jump through time. What he meant was skipping time. What I meant was being parallel to time. You can also understand it as time stopping. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Time stop? Patriarch Chen looked at him. Interested? Lu Yin was naturally interested. Every time Mr. Mu appeared, time would stop, and Lu Yin had no idea how he did it. But now, Progenitor Chen had actually developed such an ability for reversing steps. This was truly something that Lu Yin did not even know how to describe. Even the undying god, who had created reversing steps, did not have such an ability. It could only be said that Ancestor Chen was really good at creating combat skills. His interactions with Progenitor Chen had exceeded his expectations, but it was also within his expectations. Progenitor Chen was an easy person to get along with. On the 5th mainland, his legends were accompanied by fierce battles and killings, but there were no descriptions of him. The only thing he could pry into was the matter of Xiazhen. In order to take revenge on the Xia clan, Ancestor Chen gave Xiazhen pointers, causing the Xia clan to face a choice. In order to take revenge on the Xia clan, he had stolen the Xia clan's mountains and seas, causing Xia Xinji to fail to become the 9 mountains and 8 seas. From these events, it could be seen that Progenitor Chen was a vengeful person. He wasn't as great as others thought him to be, and he was also the one who had started the war with the 6th mainland. But this was a human being, a genuine human being. The persecution he had suffered and the experiences he had encountered had forced him to his current state step by step. However, his purity had never changed. He did not betray humanity because of the Xia clan's persecution, nor did he hurt the innocent. He took revenge and he never implicated others. After promising the tomb keeper to stay in the cemetery, he never left, no matter how much he wanted to leave. Faced with the threat of the Eternals, he could sit for countless years and quietly think of a way to break the stalemate. He was confident that he could do it. He had a good impression of this junior and was willing to teach him wholeheartedly. He held nothing back. Progenitor Chen was a pure man of the pugilistic world. 2 months later, Lu Yin was about to leave. He had mastered the changes that Progenitor Chen had added to reverse time, but it would take him a long time to reach the level of parallel time. Before leaving, Lu Yin faced Progenitor Chen and bowed deeply. Throughout this junior's path of cultivation, I am indebted to senior's kindness. This junior hereby thanks you. However, Progenitor Chen had already disappeared, and only his words could be heard. I'm not that great. It's your luck that you were able to learn my techniques. It has nothing to do with me. When I create an invincible battle technique that can kill the one true god, I'll accept anyone's worship. Lu Yin stood up, tore through the void and left. During these 2 months, there was no movement from the Above Heaven sect, but there was a lot of news from the Sixth Direction Society. A rank 9 Lotus Venerable had joined forces with an extraterrestrial powerhouse to kill the Eternals. In the Void God's time, the Azure Sea region was destroyed and Xiao Ci was killed. Blood stained the starry sky, and the entire Azure Sea region was bathed in blood. It came from an extraterrestrial powerhouse named Hibernation Awakening. Not only did Hibernation Awakening cause a bloodbath in the Azure Sea region, but it also declared that if the Sixth Direction Society attacked the Eternals, it would not just be a bloodbath in the Azure Sea region, but also a certain spacetime of the Sixth Direction Society. Lu Yin's expression sank when he heard the news. If not for the Sixth Direction Society's leaders being in seclusion, these extraterrestrials would not have dared to enter. Su Leng arrived at the Above Heaven sect with an ugly expression. Sister Leng, I'll invite Senior Su Wuwei to Two-Colored Mountain. With him there we should be able to protect ourselves, Lu Yin said. After all, Su Wuwei was a sequence law realm powerhouse. No matter how powerful these extraterrestrials were, they might not be able to reach the level of a parallel spacetime master. Su Leng bitterly replied, Hibernation awakening threatens the entire Void God spacetime. Unless we deal with it, we can't always be on guard. Lu Yin frowned. Hibernation awakening was the first, and if it was not dealt with, there would be a second and a third. The greatest threat, the Star Toad, might even come. At that time, no one would be able to stop it. He ignored the Grand Empyreans and wanted to control the Sixth Direction Society, but he had to be able to shoulder this responsibility. Reincarnation Spacetime was also the one who had given the list of names to attack the extraterrestrials. It was not good to ask them to stop now. Su Leng had left, and she had come to seek the Above Heaven sect's protection. Otherwise, Two-Colored Mountain might become the next Azure Sea region. She had come without telling Su Heng, which Lu Yin could understand. He did not want anything to happen to them. Hibernation awakening had to be dealt with. No extraterrestrials could threaten the Sixth Direction Society, or they would have a headache in the future. First, he needed to understand hibernation awakening. A few days later, Jiang Chen's sudden arrival surprised Lu Yin. Why are you here? Lu Yin was surprised. White Cloud City had asked the Above Heaven sect for help, and the Above Heaven sect had sent 6 experts to fight against the Eternal Race's 6 true God Guard captains. The remaining 5 spirit races and the Tri-Moon Alliance had suppressed the Eternal Race. At the same time, the Grand Empyrean had suddenly gone to Calamity Zone, causing the all-out war to stop. White Cloud City only needed to deal with their own problems. I heard that you're looking for information on hibernation awakening? Jiang Chen sat down. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. You know about it? My father knows about it, so he sent me to tell you, Jiang Chen said. Lu Yin's gaze turned serious. The Lightning Lord knows about hibernation awakening? I fought it before. If it hadn't fled fast enough, my father would have killed it, Jiang Chen said regretfully. Through Jiang Chen, Lu Yin gradually learned about hibernation awakening. Hibernation awakening was a very powerful insect, but it was unusually timid. Because of its timidity, it would do many things to the extreme. For example, it had massacred the Azure Sea region in order to intimidate the Sixth Direction Society and prevent it from being targeted by the reincarnation dimension. Looking at Jiang Chen's drawing, Lu Yin recalled that when the Grand Empyrean had taken him to Calamity Zone, the Eternal Race's extraterrestrial helpers had appeared, and one of them had been this insect. It's greedy by nature, but it's more timid than anyone else. If it can't intimidate the Sixth Direction Society this time, it'll flee far, far away. It'll return after this matter blows over, and even the Eternal Race won't be able to find it. So if you really want to get rid of it, you'll either have to create an opportunity for it to strike again, or you won't have another chance, Jiang Chen said. It's said that it's going to destroy the Sixth Direction Society in a parallel universe, Lu Yin said. Jiang Chen disdainfully replied, It's fake. It's just trying to scare you. It'll be best if it can scare you, but if it can't, it'll just run away. It's just a bug anyway. Do you expect it to care about its reputation? Lu Yin pondered for a moment and agreed. But how can I create an opportunity for it to strike again? Jiang Chen told Lu Yin about hibernation awakening's habits. It hadn't massacred the Azure Sea region randomly, but the Azure Sea region was very suitable for it and gave it a sense of security. Next, as long as they could find a suitable place for it to live and cooperate with the reincarnation dimension, hibernation awakening might strike again. Of course, there would only be one chance. Once it escaped, it would be impossible to find it again. Lu Yin immediately ordered the Sixth Direction Society to secretly search for a place similar to the Azure Sea region. At the same time, he contacted the reincarnation dimension and asked them to postpone their attack. Thank you. If it wasn't for your information, I really wouldn't know how to deal with this insect, Lu Yin said. Jiang Chen said casually, I'm not confident that I can deal with it. It's actually not very strong, far weaker than the Star Toad, let alone the Ancient Thunder Locust. Ancient Thunder Locust? That's the enemy that the Lightning Lord is dealing with? Lu Yin asked. Jiang Chen was distressed. Yes. If it wasn't for the ancient thunder locust, Father would have killed his way into the Calamity region. Whether or not he could defeat it, he would have fought it 3 times. But this ancient thunder locust is like a natural barrier blocking his path. What's going on? Luin was curious. Jiang Qin rubbed his head and told him about the grudge between the ancient thunder locust and the lightning lord. The lightning lord had the ability to absorb the power of lightning when he touched it. Jiang Qin didn't hide this ability from him. He had borrowed the power of the Black Pearl. The ancient thunder locust was a creature that cultivated the laws of lightning. It had a strong desire to devour lightning. Compared to the ancient thunder locust, the lightning lord was far inferior in terms of the purity of lightning. Generally speaking, as long as one didn't provoke the ancient thunder locust, it would be fine. However, the lightning lord had accidentally touched the strongest type of lightning in the universe. This type of lightning was protected by the ancient thunder locust. Because of this, the lightning lord was hunted down by the ancient thunder locust. No matter where the lightning lord fled to, the ancient thunder locust could find him. Is the lightning lord not afraid of the ancient thunder locust? Luin asked. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. Of course. If you can defeat it, why run? The ancient thunder locust sounds invincible. Even the eternal race doesn't want to provoke it. You can think of it as being close to the level of a great Empyrean. Father can delay and lure it away, but it's unlikely that he can defeat it head-on. Every time we have to work together with Uncle Kong to drive it away, but it appears again not long after. It wasn't easy to find a parallel spacetime and create a maze to trap it. Who would have thought that the eternal race would keep an eye on it? When we were about to go to war with the eternal race released the ancient thunder locust and caught us off guard. As a result, Father and the others couldn't help the 5 spirit races. Otherwise, why would I ask for help from the above heaven sect? No, I'm just a little confused. Why did you agree so quickly? Because what you said makes sense. What did I say? Think about it yourself. Jiang Qin stood still and thought about what he said just now. What did he say? He didn't say anything that made this guy agree so quickly. Cough cough. Brother Lu, let me confirm with you. I said that when Uncle Byrone comes back, you must return this compass to him. Do you agree? Jiang Qin stared at Luin seriously. Luin nodded again. His expression was even more serious than Jiang Qin's. I agree. Jiang Qin was speechless. He was happy that Luin agreed, but why did he feel that it was unreal? Was he fooled? But Luin had agreed and he was the one who set the conditions. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. But he looked at Luin. Luin was impatient. Are you going to tell me the purpose of this compass or not? If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. I will never return this compass to Yixing. It's useless even if Byrone comes. Jiang Qin hastily said, I agree. No, it's not me who agreed, it's you who agreed. I'll tell you the purpose of this compass. Luin grunted in acknowledgement and remained very calm. Byrone coming back? What a joke, keep dreaming. That guy's corpse is in my cosmic ring, and he won't be coming back for the rest of his life. In fact, the compass has been returned to its rightful owner, and it's still in my cosmic ring. The purpose of this compass is very simple. When you touch the compass, think of what you want the most, and the compass will point to that thing. You just have to find it, said Jiang Qin. Luin looked at Jiang Qin and then looked at the compass. He was still holding it, there's no reaction. Of course not. Jiang Qin waved his hand and tore the void. He then signaled Luin to place the compass at the location of the tear in the void. The compass doesn't just point to the current time and space, it points to the entire parallel time and space. In order to point to all the parallel time and space, of course, you have to give it the path to other parallel time and space. That's why my father wanted to borrow it. Luin was surprised. He placed the compass at the location of the tear in the void, and the needle on the compass moved slowly. Really moved. At this moment, Luin was thinking of parallel time and space with different flow speeds. He wanted to find parallel time and space with different flow speeds to increase the time for the flowing light to reverse. This was the decisive factor. Although it was only 1 second now, Luin had a premonition that the flowing light would transform sooner or later. In the universe, no cultivator could avoid time and space. These two things could be touched by the flowing light. Moreover, Luin could use the flowing light to reverse time, and this was also his idea. What should I do next? Luin was puzzled. Even if the needle on the compass moved and pointed to a direction, what was in that direction? I'm an emissary now, and if I don't even dare to do that, how can I return to White Cloud City? Alright, there's also my sister. Bring her along so that you can cultivate your relationship with her. You can also bring along an old turtle. If you encounter any danger, you can toss him out to protect yourself, Jiang Qin urged. Lu Yin couldn't refuse. He was searching for parallel time and space with different flow of time. A few more people wouldn't make much difference, and he didn't plan on searching alone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2988. Almost all parallel universes with different time flows were controlled by experts. Lu Yin had heard that the experts in the outer domain liked to trade in these parallel universes, especially non-human experts. Many of them could live for a long time and they had plenty of time. They didn't mind spending their time in these parallel universes. Think carefully. Once I go there, I won't be able to return in a short period of time. Spending my life in those parallel universes is also consuming my own life. Perhaps a few generations will have passed by the time you return to White Cloud City, Lu Yin reminded. Jiang Qin didn't care. Do you know how White Cloud City has developed? If it's just father alone, even if he doesn't do anything, protecting White Cloud City all day is very tiring. If we want to develop, the others need to be able to keep up. Uncle Kong, Ba Shu, and Uncle all went to the 5 spirit races to cultivate. At this point, his expression turned gloomy. There are too few who can come back alive. They are all proud and arrogant people, and they have all competed with Father. They have not reached the heights that Father has reached, so they will not come back. Ever since White Cloud City was established, the first generation of experts have almost all withered away. Father blamed himself because many of them didn't go through the baptism of resources, and the planet was completely safe. Father was only an explorer who could walk freely in the void. Although his 100% chi aura far surpassed that of an explorer, the highest realm that the others could reach was only the Lamita realm. It was unrealistic to let that group of people increase their cultivation through time. That group of people never returned, but White Cloud City still needs to develop. White Cloud City has attracted the attention of countless experts in the universe, and it needs to be strengthened. Batch after batch of people went and only a few returned. However, White Cloud City is gaining more and more experts. I understand Father's pain, and as the young lord of White Cloud City, I naturally have to bear the burden. Why do you think my sister stayed alone in the 6th mainland to cultivate? Why do you think I came to this place so many times? Before I came to this place, I was also cultivating in other parallel universes. White Cloud City doesn't only have the Lightning Lord. Lu Yin looked deeply at Jiang Qin. This young lord of White Cloud City who was always smiling seemed to have changed into a different person at this moment. Some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. They might seem noble, but the pressure they faced was different from ordinary people. Some pressures were enough to drive them crazy. Lu Yin was like that, and so was Jiang Qin. Alright, I'll bring you guys along when I find a parallel universe, Lu Yin agreed. Thank you, Jiang Qin said gratefully. You can take advantage of that opportunity to get closer to my sister. Lu Yin was speechless. The Lu family was eager to find a wife for him, and White Cloud City was eager to marry Jiang Qingyue off as well. As long as he or Jiang Qingyue nodded, they would already have children. Half a month later, many people reported that they had found a few places that matched Lu Yin's description. These places had environments that were similar to the Azure Sea region, and if Awakening Zephyr wanted to take action, it was very likely that it would be one of these places. However, most of them were ordinary places, and there weren't any targets for Awakening Hibernation to attack. There was only one special place that was close to a lake. From what Lu Yin could tell, it had another name, Knowledge Traveler Stream. Awakening Hibernation is a coward. Once it does something, it will definitely achieve the greatest effect. It has already killed an Ancestor Realm expert in the Azure Sea region. If it still can't deter the 6th Direction gang, it will most likely strike from another direction. Brother Lu, what kind of place did you say this Knowledge Traveler Stream is? Jiang Qin analyzed. Lu Yin said, the Void God Spacetime is the transfer point for information gathering. Send the information on the endless battlefield to the 6th Direction Society. Jiang Qin clapped his hands. That's right. If killing the strong isn't effective, then let's make them feel pain. The everlasting race should be very concerned about this kind of place. Lu Yin told Jiang Qin about Qingfen. Jiang Qin was even more certain that Awakening Hibernation's next target was likely to be this place. That insect has a sequence law related to Earth. Father called it ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It means that once it touches an enemy, the enemy's body will instantly turn into dust. Time? Luin was surprised. Jiang Qin shook his head. The change of state can speed up time, and it can also change the quality of the body. Just like a cup of water, the temperature is different and the speed at which it evaporates into gas is different. This worm can turn the body of flesh and blood into dust, changing the body of flesh and blood. Luin was afraid. It would be troublesome if he encountered this kind of attack. It can turn any flesh and blood it touches into dust as long as you have a flesh and blood body. However, it doesn't turn your blood into dust. Its purpose is to intimidate. That's why it said wake of hibernation, blood stains dust. It wants to use blood to warn those who want to attack it. This is actually a sign of its cowardice. Jiang Qin said. Not only that, its body can also harden. It's very hard, so hard that it will make you doubt your life. If not, Father wouldn't have let it escape. Jiang Qin told Luin all the information about awakening hibernation so that Luin would have a way to deal with it accurately. Luin thought for a while and decided to kill awakening hibernation. Although he guessed that awakening hibernation would appear in Knowledge Traveler's stream, he still had to guard against other places. The experts of 6 direction groups spread out and watched those places. Luin originally wanted to send people to watch the places in the origin space that were suitable for awakening hibernation, but Jiang Qin said that it was completely unnecessary. No matter how bold awakening hibernation was, it wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the origin space. In the Void God dimension, Knowledge Traveler stream was a place where 2 lakes intersected. It was formed by the convergence of water from 2 lakes, but because of the different substances in the water, it formed 2 different colors. It looked very strange but also very beautiful. Luin brought Su Wuwei, Big Sister and Qing Ping to Knowledge Traveler stream. He had already informed Su Wuwei before coming, otherwise, it would be easy for Knowledge Traveler stream to attack. Although Luin didn't care about it, he was still worried that something might happen if awakening hibernation was watching this place. After arriving at Knowledge Traveler stream, Luin let reincarnation time and space continue to attack in the extraterritorial domain. Soon, news of the extraterritorial battle came and it was very intense. It was said that Heavenly Sovereign Doshing threw out a rod and almost killed an extraterritorial expert. Luin sat on the top of Knowledge Traveler stream with a long fishing line hanging down. This was the way the cultivators in Knowledge Traveler stream passed the time. Many people were fishing, so it didn't seem strange. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Luin was fishing peacefully, but his mind was thinking about the change of time reversal. Ancestor Qin said that he was good at fighting and creating combat techniques, and it was true. The Undying God was much older than Progenitor Qin, but even he was only capable of skipping time. Whether or not he was the one who had invented this ability was another matter, but Progenitor Qin had forcefully created a parallel time transformation that could stop time. This was an ability that Luin had always dreamed of. Ancestor Qin was a genius. Luin looked over in the shadow. Sister, you better not appear. That thing is timid. Big Sister rolled her eyes. It's so boring. Endure it for a few more days. If it doesn't appear, we will leave. Easy for you to say. What if it appears after we leave? With such a powerhouse, even a second of delay is a disaster. Luin obviously knew this, or else he wouldn't have deliberately stayed behind. From the above heaven sect to the Void God spacetime and then to Knowledge Traveler stream, even with the speed of a sequence law powerhouse, it was impossible for them to arrive in an instant. This amount of time was enough for awakening hibernation to destroy Knowledge Traveler stream. It took less than 100 breaths to destroy the Azure Sea region, and Xiao Ci didn't even put up a decent resistance. All that was left was blood staining the seawater. Knowledge Traveler stream didn't even have a progenitor, so it would only be destroyed even faster. It would also be very difficult to leave a progenitor behind to stall for time. This thing could forcefully resist the Thunderlord's attack and escape. Even Senior Brother Woodcut wouldn't be able to hold it back. The Eternals didn't care about just any creature. The first mission that Luin had participated in while disguised as Yi Bo had been to destroy spacetime. The strongest person in that spacetime was also a sequence law powerhouse, but the Eternals didn't care about them and directly dealt with them. Thus, anyone who could cooperate with the Eternals was not simple. Sister, you should go back first to avoid being discovered, Luin advised again. Big Sister was unhappy and turned to leave. Suddenly she paused. At the same time, Lu Yin's hair stood on end as he felt like he was being watched. He tightened his grip on the fishing rod and didn't move. Big Sister lifted her foot and continued walking forward. At the bottom of the lake, a pair of eyes stared up. Then, a giant earthworm-like body wriggled out from the bottom of the lake and suddenly rose up. There was a boom as Knowledge Traveler Stream shook and the ground cracked open. A purple earthworm-like worm emerged from the bottom of the lake and connected the sky to the earth. It let out a sharp, ear-piercing cry at Knowledge Traveler Stream that formed ripples that swept through the void. "Humans, you're courting death." Luine looked up. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Awakening." Big Sister suddenly turned around and waved her right hand, causing the ground to bloom with spider lilies that spread wildly. At the same time, two figures appeared. One was Su Wuwei and the other was Qing Ping. Awakening Jellyfish had charged towards the bottom of the lake the moment the spider lilies bloomed. It knew that it had been ambushed, and the humans had actually calculated where it was going to attack. This made it uneasy and it didn't even think about fighting. Su Wuwei sneered. "You still want to escape with me here?" His sequence law was to block the exits and block the source of battle techniques. Blocking the bottom of the lake was a simple task. Awakening Jellyfish slammed into the bottom of the lake, but all it saw were sequence particles. It was shocked. There was more than one sequence law powerhouse here. Luine raised his right fist, and an endless inner world appeared and continuously merged into it. Battle force from the realm of mastery spread out as he visualized the Akalanatha King's elephant and sealed it with 100 punches. There was a thump, and Awakening Jellyfish's body was distorted. The terrifying force almost tore its body apart, and if not for its flexibility, the punch would have pierced right through it. Awakening Jellyfish shrieked and spat out a mouthful of dirt at Luine. Luine hurriedly retreated, not daring to be touched by the dirt. It looked like dirt, but it was actually a sequence law. Once touched, the area it touched would immediately turn into dust. "Human, are you going to fight me to the death?" Awakening Jellyfish shrieked. "You think you're worthy?" When he saw the dirt, Luine suddenly thought of the mortal world that had been formed from his third inner world. It had been a speck of dust and he still didn't know what it was used for. Awakening Jellyfish violently swung its body in all directions, directly destroying Knowledge Traveler Stream. Fortunately, the people in Knowledge Traveler Stream had left the moment the battle started, or they would have all died. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2989. Awakening Jellyfish leaped out of the lake and headed for the stars. At the same time, its surface was as smooth as a mirror, a sign of hardening. This bug was too afraid to fight back, so it hardened as soon as it escaped. Luine tried punching it, but it was completely useless against the beast's body. This was a good time for Senior Brother Woodcut's broken sequence, but it was the same with Senior Brother Qing Ping. Luine had thought about this siege very carefully, and he could not let Awakening Jellyfish escape. In the sky, spider lilies bloomed in all directions. Big Sis attacked, but she could not break Awakening Jellyfish's defense. Seeing Awakening Jellyfish frantically attacking the spider lilies, Su Wuwei waved his hand and continued to block it. Wherever Awakening Jellyfish rushed, he blocked it, causing Awakening Jellyfish's anger to rise. "Humans, you're courting death." At that moment, a scale appeared in the void. One side was under Qing Ping's feet, while the other extended towards Awakening Jellyfish. Awakening Jellyfish's body immediately curled up. It did not want to touch this thing, so it opened its mouth and spat out soil, drowning the scale. Luine frowned. This was a sequence law. He had never seen Senior Brother's judgment scale fail to even touch an opponent. Awakening Jellyfish rushed towards Su Wuwei. It had failed to escape several times, but Su Wuwei was always there to block it. This guy did not have many sequence particles, but his characteristics were disgusting. He directly blocked the front. It was not impossible to break through, but it would consume more sequence particles. Su Wuwei raised his hand and kept blocking Awakening Jellyfish's path. Big Sis used the spider lilies to delay Awakening Jellyfish. Awakening Jellyfish felt as if it had fallen into a swamp and could not move. It was completely trapped. At that moment the sky changed. The airflow rotated, circled, and entangled together, forming a storm that connected the sky and the earth. Awakening Jellyfish panicked. Unknown changes were always frightening, especially when this movement was a little too big. Luine looked at Qing Ping. This movement was caused by Senior Brother Qing Ping. In the sky, the airflow rotated and turned into an ancient scale. The scale was parallel to the sky, and the hanging line extended towards Awakening Jellyfish like a fishing rod. Awakening Jellyfish screamed and spat out soil, trying to drown the scale like it had drowned the scale. But this time, awakening jellyfish's sequence law could not drown the scale. The scale's line wrapped around awakening jellyfish's body, but it was still dragged under the scale. Luin stared at this scene in shock. There were no sequence particles, which meant that his senior brother was not a powerhouse of the sequence laws. But what was going on? How could the ancestors sequence? Big sister was shocked. Using the rules, judging the rules. Sis, what do you mean? Big sister said in a low voice, there is no such thing as absolute perfection in the universe. Laws are the same. Most people cultivate the laws and use them to attack, but there are also people who don't cultivate the laws. Instead, they find loopholes in the laws and use the vast and boundless laws to complete certain actions. Your senior brother is such a person. He used the vast and boundless laws of this spacetime to complete a trial. This has nothing to do with whether or not he is a sequence law adept. What he needs to do is to avoid the laws while also borrowing the laws. Since ancient times, very few people have been able to do this. What a lunatic. Back when he broke through to Ancestor Breakthrough, he used a single sentence to force the magical laws to Judge Lang Lang by. Then he became the messenger and broke through to Ancestor Breakthrough. That's the highest level of shamelessness. Now he's getting more and more used to it. Little Seven, this elder brother of yours is the most shameless person I've ever seen. Luin stared blankly at Qing Ping. Shameless? Those who were reputable were actually the most shameless. Those who were shameless were the ones who were shameless. This was also the rule. Right now, Jingzhe was the most fearful. It was stunned. It understood what was happening. It felt like it was being suppressed by an irresistible force, but the other party was clearly not even a sequence law adept. What the hell? Trial. Guts. Qing Ping's voice resounded through the world. Luin, Big Sis, and even Void Wuwei were speechless. Wasn't this bullying? No, this was bullying a bug. Jingzhe was also stunned. Guts. This word was taboo, and no creature dared to mention it in front of it. Was this mocking it for being cowardly? No trial? Jingzhe stared at Qing Ping. Qing Ping looked at it quietly. Then the scale began to change and Jingzhe was slowly raised. It felt uneasy and increasingly uneasy as if something was wrong. When Jingzhe was raised to the highest point, Luin knew that it had lost this trial. But what was the price for that? With a whoosh, the airflow completely disappeared and so did the scale. Jingzhe immediately left its original spot, but a crack had appeared on its body at some point. It was not caused by Luin and the others. It had not appeared before the trial, but after the trial, it had appeared. In the distance, Qing Ping spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Luin hurriedly rushed over to support him. Big Sis sighed. It's not easy to exploit the loopholes in the rules. You have to pay the price yourself. Sis, there are wounds on its body. I know it can't run. Jingzhe wanted to escape, but Void Wuwei was still blocking its way. Big Sis raised her hand, and a dark purple force bombarded Jingzhe. Jingzhe was completely enraged. It opened its mouth and spat out soil, wanting to bury the starry sky. Otherwise it knew that it could not escape. Luin took a step forward and the flowing light reversed for a second. The soil that Jingzhe had spat out disappeared instantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he raised his hand and whipped the slipper directly at the wound on its body. With a scream, Jingzhe curled up and retreated, purple blood flowing from the wound. This whip scared Jingzhe and it went completely crazy. It spat out soil again but it failed. Its mouth was blocked by Void Wuwei. Jingzhe roared, and its sequence particles rushed to its mouth to fight against Void Wuwei. Void Wuwei's face paled. His sequence particles were far inferior to Jingzhe's. I can't hold on any longer. Luin appeared at Jingzhe's wound and raised his slipper. Jingzhe howled again, and its hardened body was broken open along with the wound. It kept twisting as it tried to escape, but Luin used the reverse step and disrupted spacetime, not allowing Jingzhe to escape. Jingzhe was not weak and its hardened body made them helpless. They did not dare to touch its sequence laws. Luin and Qing Ping had to join forces with two sequence laws experts to be able to kill it. However, its attack method was too simple. Once it was restrained, it could either escape or fight to the death. Perhaps this was also the reason why it was so timid. Its body was destined to not have many ways to attack. Humans had unlimited possibilities. Although Jingzhe seemed very powerful, the possibilities were too small. It was completely limited. If not for its hardening ability, even the Eternals might not have taken it seriously. Now that its hardening had been broken, it could only wait for death. It could not even escape. Wails continued to ring out, and the surroundings were filled with blooming spider lilies. Lu Yin whipped Jingzhi crazily, causing its body to shrink and the wound to widen. Suddenly Jingzhi's body split into two. One half fled to the south while the other fled to the north. This was beyond Lu Yin's expectations. Jiang Qin had never said that it had such an ability. Or rather, it should be said that no one could force Jingzhi to split into two to escape. Behind Big Sis, Pluto appeared. A huge spider lily bloomed from bottom to top, forming a sealed area that extended to the surrounding starry sky. Jingzhi was shocked. The number of sequence particles contained in the spider lily was not below its own. No, it had even surpassed it. If that was all, it would not have cared because the spider lily did not have the ability to break through its hardening. But now that its hardened body had been broken, it did not hesitate to split into two to escape. Now that it was sealed by the spider lily, it was very dangerous. Human, let's make peace. No more fighting. Jingzhi shrieked. Lu Yin sneered. The spider lily closed. This was a power that could even trap the undying god. How could a mere Jingzhi escape? The split Jingzhi's body was gathered in the middle by the spider lily. It kept twisting its body. Human, I'll help you. I'll help you fight the Eternals. I'll join the Sixth Direction gang. Lu Yin was unmoved. He was now thinking about the issue of selecting a leader. This insect had brought a lot of blood to the human race. The Azure Sea region was bathed in blood, and it was difficult to take it for their own use. Even if it could be sealed as a god, Lu Yin could not. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to the Void God universe. In the big picture, the more such powerhouses the better, but human emotions were selfish. It was not worth offending the Void God universe for this insect. The Void God universe had always been good to Lu Yin. Moreover, this insect threatened the Sixth Direction gang, which could be sealed as a god, but it was not a deterrent to the powerhouses from the outer realms. Since sealing as a god was not possible, then he would select a leader. The spider lily continued to close. Lu Yin had never seen Big Sis fight with the spider lily. He was also very curious, but Jingzhi could not die under Big Sis's hands. Big Sis, I want to select a leader. Big Sis was unhappy. It's not easy to nourish the spider lily. Forget it, you can have it. Lu Yin was puzzled. Big Sis, what do you mean by nourishing the spider lily? Nothing. Big Sis said. Su Wuwei interjected. The Void Master once said that there is a netherworld above. When the spider lily blooms, it will be nourished by the blood of powerhouses. Even immortals can't save it. Lu Yin was confused. When the red spider lilies are completely closed, no one can save the powerhouses trapped inside. The red spider lilies are nourished by the blood of powerhouses and can continuously grow stronger. Master Su said that the Nether Lord used the red spider lilies to kill 7 sky gods of the eternal tribe. Su Wuwei continued. Lu Yin was surprised. Big Sis, can your spider lily be strengthened? Big Sis raised her eyebrows. You think this is all I have, right? Lu Yin's expression changed and he quickly smiled apologetically. Of course not. What? Are you disappointed that I couldn't help you after so many attempts? Big Sis' tone became more and more unhappy. Lu Yin quickly assured, absolutely not. That Big Sis, it's yours. Big Sis snorted coldly. You select the leader. Lu Yin shook his head. I've selected too many progenitors. This one may not work, so it's better for you to do it. Big Sis looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin quickly took out the platform. Look, there are so many. Looking at the brand on the platform, Big Sis frowned. They are all progenitors? More than 10. Lu Yin was a little proud. Throughout the history of the Lu family, no one had selected so many progenitors. Su Wuwei was amazed. More than 10 progenitors for his own use. Big Sis retracted her gaze. Okay, then I won't pretend to be polite with you. Give this to me. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2990. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief when Big Sis agreed, as he did not want to be targeted by her. But since Big Sis' resurrection lily had killed the 7 sky gods, why had it become so weak now? Was it because the power it had lost in the river of time had not fully recovered? Or had it been consumed? Jingzhi had been listening to their conversation, but it did not know anything about the resurrection lily. It only knew that it was in danger. Human, I know the secrets of the Eternals and I've been to other zones of calamity. Let me go and I'll work with you to deal with the Eternals. Big Sis glanced at Lu Yin, and when she saw that he did not stop her, she knew that there was no need for more nonsense. The resurrection lily quickly closed. Jingja's screams grew louder and louder as it frantically slammed into the resurrection lily, spitting out dirt in an attempt to consume the resurrection lily's sequence particles. However, every time it was about to use up the particles, its mouth would be blocked by the taste of nothingness. It was extremely uncomfortable, and it looked like an earthworm that had been caught by a fishing line. Finally, the red spider lily closed up, and within it, Jingja's body froze. The two halves of her body stopped moving, and the purple radiance swirled around her. Under the shocked gazes of Lu Yin and the rest, the purple radiance absorbed all of the blood in her body, and her body visibly shriveled up. This scene was rather horrifying, but due to the beauty of the resurrection lily and the purple brilliance circulating around it, it did not seem bloody. Jingja liked to turn living creatures of flesh and blood into dust, leaving only their blood as a warning to others. Now its blood was being absorbed by the resurrection lily. This was an eye for an eye. Jingja's screams completely disappeared, and its eyes turned white before turning gray. It completely lost its luster as its body fell through the resurrection lily and into the lake. The resurrection lily bloomed, and the purple brilliance spread throughout the void god spacetime. It was beautiful and flawless. The ice heart was the most beautiful flower Lu Yin had ever seen, but this resurrection lily did not lose out to the ice heart at all. Lu Yin opened his celestial eye and stared at the resurrection lily. Even now, he did not know what Big Sis had grasped, and he had never asked her about it. He only saw that the resurrection lily was covered with sequence particles, and the beautiful purple brilliance that bloomed with flowing light was both beautiful and dangerous. This was the true netherworld progenitor. The red spider lily slowly disappeared, and Big Sister heaved a sigh of relief. He's finally starting to recover. Su Wuwei was shaken. He knew that if he fell into the red spider lily, he wouldn't be able to escape. This was the netherworld ancestor. Back in the days of the Above Heaven sect, there were countless experts who came to pay homage to him. What reincarnation spacetime would spacetime? None of them were worthy of the Above Heaven sect's attention. Even in the Above Heaven sect, the netherworld progenitor was one of the strongest. To be respected by the Tao Master, one could imagine how strong the netherworld progenitor was when he was at his peak. Even the Void Master was afraid of him. This was a powerful being who was both beautiful and dangerous. Knowledge Traveler Stream was completely destroyed. Jingja's corpse floated on the surface of the lake. It was completely shriveled up, but because of its powerful strength, even its shriveled body was difficult to cut. It would probably be very useful as a material. As the battle ended, only then did the cultivators in the virtual god universe dare to approach. Su Heng, Su Lung and Su Wuji had all arrived. They stared at Jingja's corpse in silence for a long time. Many of the Six Direction Society's members were unfamiliar with the outsiders, including the progenitors. The Six Direction Society's enemy was the everlasting race, while the outsiders had their own enemies. They rarely interfered with each other, just like how the Six Direction Society rarely had the time to interfere with the outsiders' grudges. But now, a powerful outsider had died in the virtual god universe. This matter had a huge impact on the Six Direction Society. Feng Hui and the everlasting race were not small. In fact, from the moment the everlasting race had invited the outsiders to aid the Zone of E, the word outsiders had become history. Since they interfered, they had to be prepared to die. This applied to both Jingzhe and the Six Direction Society. Lu Yin believed that there must be an outsider eyeing his head right now. Then he would have to see who was more powerful. The battle at Knowledge Traveler Stream had shaken the outsiders. Before this battle, the reincarnation spacetime had been able to find outsiders who had helped the everlasting race. But after this battle, those outsiders had all disappeared, and not a single one could be found. It wasn't because they were afraid, but because they were worried that they would be surrounded and killed. Jingzhe's fate made them wary. However, the number of hostile gazes towards the Above Heaven sect had also increased. Lu Yin was very clear about the impact of this battle. There was no other way. If he didn't intimidate the outsiders, how could he suppress the war? If he didn't kill those outsiders, they would always interfere in every battle with the everlasting race. No matter how many experts the Six Direction Society had, they would never be enough. The outsiders had their eyes on him, and he had his eyes on the outsiders as well. At the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin held the compass and slowly tore the void. The needle on the compass kept shaking, indicating that he had failed again. 3 months had passed since the battle with Jingzhe. He had been trying to coordinate with the force of the compass to tear the void, but as Jiang Chen had said, it wasn't easy. Fortunately, he had been improving. When he first started using it, the needle didn't have any possibility of stopping. It would shake as long as it moved, but now he could maintain it for a moment. According to this calculation, it would take him at least a few years to keep the needle still. In Jiang Chen's words, this speed was much faster than his father's back then. Lu Yin didn't have time to waste on this. Therefore, he decided to roll the die and practice in the time-stop space. He didn't need to tear the void. As long as he could control and coordinate with the strength of the compass, he would be able to save a lot of time. Finally, he would be able to tear the void. With that thought in mind, Lu Yin announced that he was going into seclusion. Many people were speechless when they heard that Lu Yin was going into seclusion. What was there to announce? Everyone else had taken longer to rest than he did. He raised his hand and slowly rotated the die. He tapped it and it stopped at 3 pips. 2 screens of light appeared. 3 pips? Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring. What was there to upgrade? He thought about it and then took out the slippers. Ever since he had obtained the slippers, they had been of great help to Lu Yin. He didn't even have a decent weapon, so he had to rely on the slippers. Although they were a little embarrassing, they were very durable. Back then, he hadn't been able to upgrade them to their maximum potential because he hadn't had the money to do so. However, things were different now, and Lu Yin wanted to try upgrading them again to see if they could be upgraded again. A single slipper could threaten the 7 sky gods and scatter a sequence particle. Lu Yin didn't know what exactly it was, but that didn't stop him from using it. He tossed the slippers onto the upper screen and then began to toss in star essence. He first needed to use up the star essence from the reincarnation spacetime, as he still had 7 trillion left. At 2 trillion the slippers dropped, but there didn't seem to be any change. At 4 trillion the slippers dropped, but there still wasn't any change. Next the slippers stopped moving. Lu Yin continued tossing in star essence, but none of them were consumed. Lu Yin blinked. This meant that he had upgraded them to their maximum potential. 6 trillion, and the Book of Destiny also had 6 trillion. It seemed that for many external items 6 trillion was the limit. The primogenitor's swordsman had consumed 12 trillion. This was something that could not be surpassed. Lu Yin picked up the slippers and casually waved them around. There wasn't much of a difference, and he needed to find a test subject to test their might. The first person he thought of was the Hellworm, but he decided against it. Even the Undying God had been afraid of the slippers, and now that he had upgraded them a few more times, he reckoned that he would be able to beat the Hellworm half to death. Once he went to the Outlands, he would find an enemy to test it out on. He put away the slippers and continued to roll his die. 6 pips. He was rather surprised, as he didn't really want to roll pips in the Genesis space right now. Only progenitors would be able to fuse with him. Currently, he was the master of the primordial space. The progenitors were either his seniors or subordinates. There was no meaning in fusing into their bodies, especially someone like Big Sister. Fusing into her body would be very awkward. But since he had rolled 6 pips, he didn't want to waste it. In the worst-case scenario, he would just retreat once he fused with someone he was familiar with. He wasn't the kind of person who needed to completely control his subordinates' thoughts. Lu Yin trusted people like Elder Chan, but he never trusted people like Chen Lu. There was no need for him to know what Chen Lu was thinking. As long as he could control Chen Lu, it would be fine. Thus, there was no point in knowing their thoughts. His consciousness entered the dark space, and he quickly saw a glaring ball of light in the distance that represented a progenitor. Now that he was in the Above Heaven sect, who did this ball of light represent? Zen Elder? Star Monarch? Or who else? Forget it, I'll give it a try. It rushed toward the ball of light and merged with it. When he opened his eyes, he realized that this was Death Chi. Memories flooded in and Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. He had actually fused with someone from the Bureau of 1,000 Faces. This person was in the parallel universe of the Kingdom of Eternity, but this parallel universe was connected to the primordial space all year round, so it wasn't impossible for Lu Yin to fuse with someone from the Bureau of 1,000 Faces. If the die's 6 pips allowed him to fuse with a cultivator from the cosmic tree plane, then he could naturally fuse with someone from the Kingdom of Eternity as well. It was worth it. This person from the Bureau of 1,000 Faces was the captain of the True God Guard, so he should know a lot about the everlasting race. Lu Yin hurriedly looked through his memories. Within the Death Chi, the expression of the person from the Bureau of 1,000 Faces constantly changed. In fact, Lu Yin's expression was also constantly changing. He had confirmed what Yu Hua had said about the bone galleys, and he had also seen the past missions of the everlasting race through the person from the Bureau of 1,000 Faces. Most of what he knew was similar to what he knew. The captain of the True God Guard's position in the everlasting race was neither high nor low, so it was impossible for him to know too many secrets. However, what he did know was enough to give Lu Yin some value. The experience of the person from the Bureau of 1,000 Faces was not much different from what Lu Yin had experienced in the everlasting race when he had disguised himself as Yi Bo. They were all missions and endless missions. These missions were all about destroying spacetime, which was actually destroying the sequence of strings. Suddenly, the expression of the person from the Bureau of 1,000 Faces changed, and his eyes opened abruptly with shock. Lu Yin saw the desolate ancestor. The desolate ancestor had really killed his way into the zone of disaster alone. Relying on his almost immortal nature, he had withstood the attacks of several 7 heavenly gods, as well as attacks from other zones of disaster. He had killed his way to the Black Mother Tree to confront the only true God. Unfortunately, the person from the Bureau of 1,000 Faces had only seen a fleeting glimpse of the desolate ancestor. This duel had nothing to do with him, so he could not intervene. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated. Although the people from the Bureau of 1,000 Faces did not see much, the scene of the desolate ancestor withstanding the attacks of the 7 heavenly gods and vowing to kill the only true God had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. That kind of solemn and stirring, as well as the determination to kill with the determination to die, had shocked the people from the Bureau of 1,000 Faces. From the beginning to the end, the desolate ancestor had only said one sentence: "Humans will eventually pave a bloody path to kill you. I am willing to turn into a stone and be trampled on by future generations. I will send him to kill you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2991. Lu Yin let out a long sigh. Had the desolate ancestor seen the other landmasses? Of course he had seen them. He had also withstood the attacks of the other landmasses. Had he given up? No, his consciousness was unimaginable. His belief represented humanity's belief that there would be a day when humanity would be able to slay the one true God. He was only willing to turn into a stone, an ordinary stone on the bloody path. This was the desolate ancestor. The desolate ancestor had fought his way into the Calamity realm with the belief that he would die. Progenitor Chen had sat alone in the Yellow Springs for countless years just to think of a way to defeat the one true God. The symbol Progenitor had saved the Fifth Mainland by leaving behind his rune lines. Progenitor Hui had planned for an eternity. He was neither a human nor a ghost, but he was still fighting for humanity's victory. This was only the era of the Daosaur sect's 9 mountains and 8 seas. Even before that, Burial Garden and Limitless had been the seeds of humanity's inheritance. How many had died in the Above Sky sect's era? How many had survived? What were they doing? Perhaps they were fighting for humanity's victory. Who knew about the intense battle between Immemorial City and the Eternals? They were all fighting for humanity's sake. He was not alone, and he had never been alone. Humans were very complicated. They could scheme against each other, but they could also gather together. There were greed, anger, stupidity, and evil, but there were also sacrifices, righteousness, and dedication. This was what it meant to be a human with flesh and blood. Lu Yin slowly sat down, closed his eyes, and exited the fusion. After Lu Yin exited the fusion, the person from the 1,000 Faces game opened his eyes in confusion. What had just happened to him? It seemed like he had lost control. At the Above Sky sect's back mountain, Lu Yin tore through the void and headed straight for the Eternal Kingdom. He descended underground and arrived in front of the person from the 1,000 Faces game. The 1,000 Faces game looked at Lu Yin, who had suddenly arrived, not knowing what he wanted to do. Lu Yin sat down cross-legged and faced him. "I'll give you one chance to kill me." The 1,000 Faces game was stunned. "What did you say?" Lu Yin calmly replied, "I'll give you one chance to kill me, but it will only be limited to a battle of consciousness." The 1,000 Faces game stared at Lu Yin. "You want a battle of consciousness with me?" "That's right." The 1,000 Faces game's expression changed as he did not know what Lu Yin wanted to do. Where did his confidence come from? Back in the dark spacetime he had tried to control Lu Yin to deal with Curmudgeon Mo, but he had failed. At that time he knew that Lu Yin's consciousness wasn't weak, but it wasn't strong enough to fight against him. Lu Yin's consciousness was like a boulder. Although he couldn't pry it open, the boulder wouldn't move either. "You have the ability to fight with consciousness?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "No, I just want to see if your consciousness can move me." The eyes of the person from the game of 1,000 Faces flickered. He didn't move and kept thinking. Was this a trap? Or what? What? Are you scared? Lu Yin casually waved his hand, and the death aura dispersed to reveal Dual Blade Flow, Heavy Ghost, and Yi Bo, who he had disguised himself with death aura. All of them had been corroded by the death aura, and it was impossible to recognize them. These three captains are all looking at you. I'll give you a chance to kill me, and if you do, you'll be eliminating a great enemy of the Eternals. I can guarantee that I'll only fight you in a battle of consciousness. Do you really not dare to do that? Zhong Gui let out a strange cry. Dual consciousness? As someone in the game, let's fight it out with him. Since we're going to die anyway, let's fight it out. This is a collision of love. The pink-haired woman clenched her fist. As someone in the game, let's go. Don't be afraid. The blue-haired man frowned. You clearly know that the person in the game is good at consciousness, so why give him a chance? There's something wrong with this Master Lu. If we don't betray the clan, we'll die. It doesn't matter if there's a problem or not, Yi Bo said coldly. This Yi Bo was naturally a disguise that Lu Yin had asked someone to disguise him. In the death aura, Dual Blade Flow and the others couldn't see through him. The person from the game of 1,000 Faces listened to their conversation and thought that it made sense. Unless he betrayed the Eternals, he would definitely die. Betrayal was impossible. With divine power, betrayal meant death, so he might as well fight it out. Fine, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The person from the game of 1,000 Faces immediately attacked, his consciousness frantically invading Lu Yin's body. He didn't give Lu Yin a chance to prepare at all. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. His brain was bombarded, but his consciousness was as stable as a rock. It wasn't something that the person from the game of 1,000 Faces could move. The person from the game of 1,000 Faces kept increasing his consciousness. Lu Yin merged with the person from the game of 1,000 Faces. Other than seeing those memories, he also learned the secret of the person's consciousness. His consciousness was neither an innate gift nor a technique, but a combination of both. He could only cultivate by using his technique to drive his innate gift. His innate gift was called the game of 1,000 Faces, and he could control others. To a certain extent, he could use this method to strengthen his consciousness, but this method was too slow. It wasn't until the Eternals discovered it that he was taught a unique technique called the Thousand Leaves technique. It was with this technique and the innate gift of the game of 1,000 Faces that he could quickly strengthen his consciousness and reach the level of a true God Guard captain. This was the secret of the person from the game of 1,000 Faces. However, the Thousand Leaves technique had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it could allow the person in the game to quickly strengthen his consciousness. This was the result. The disadvantage was that this technique didn't care about the source of the technique, but who could control it better. Rather than calling it a technique, it was better to call it a method of attraction. The person in the game would use his innate gift to materialize his opponent's consciousness and then use the Thousand Leaves technique to guide it into his own body. As long as it went smoothly, he could naturally strengthen his consciousness. However, if another consciousness tried to snatch it away, the Thousand Leaves technique would act like a rope. Whoever had more strength would be able to snatch the consciousness away. What Lu Yin wanted to do now was to snatch the Thousand Leaves technique from the game of 1,000 Faces. If it went well, he could snatch the person's consciousness and strengthen his own. If it didn't go well, then forget it. His consciousness was as stable as a rock, and no matter how strong the rope was, it couldn't drag the rock away. As the consciousness of the person from the game of 1,000 Faces surged wildly, he attacked Lu Yin with all his might. Lu Yin could clearly feel his own consciousness being dragged away. He couldn't see the consciousness, but the person from the game of 1,000 Faces could see it with his innate gift. The person from the game of 1,000 Faces gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Yin. He could clearly see that this person's consciousness was terrifyingly tough. It was really like a rock. No matter how hard he tried, the Thousand Leaves technique wouldn't budge. Suddenly Lu Yin made his move. Relying on the die's 6 pips, he began to drag the Thousand Leaves technique. The person from the game of 1,000 Faces was shocked and aghast. You. Lu Yin looked at the person from the game of 1,000 Faces calmly. It's time to decide the winner. Let's compete. The person from the game of 1,000 Faces gritted his teeth. Is this why you asked me to make a move? You want to snatch my consciousness? Lu Yin didn't hide anything. That's right. How do you know about the Thousand Leaves technique? The person from the game of 1,000 Faces couldn't believe it because Lu Yin made his move directly for the Thousand Leaves technique without hesitation. This was something that only people who knew about the Thousand Leaves technique would do. Lu Yin was disdainful. It's just a technique. You can tell with a glance. Haven't you heard of my legend? The person from the game of 1,000 Faces kept thinking about Lu Yin's legend. This person's innate gift was extraordinary. He knew many techniques and knew how to use them. The time he spent in seclusion was never long. Cultivation had nothing to do with time. Could it be true that his innate gift was called the number one since ancient times? He could tell the drawbacks of the Thousand Leaves technique with a glance? It doesn't matter how you know about the Thousand Leaves technique. The existence of consciousness isn't something that can be cultivated overnight. If you want to snatch it, then try. If you lose, you'll become an idiot. The person from the game of 1,000 faces didn't think anymore. He calmed his heart and made his move completely with his consciousness. Lu Yin closed his eyes and similarly made his move with his consciousness. He wasn't confident that he could win, but he was confident that he wouldn't lose. Since that was the case, why not give it a try? Zhong Gui cried out strangely, "This is amazing. The person from the game of 1,000 faces has met his match. This Master Lu can actually snatch consciousness. He's scary, very scary." The man with short blue hair had a gloomy expression. This person was indeed full of unpredictability, just like the rumors said. Anything that was impossible in the eyes of others became logical in his eyes. Now he could even snatch consciousness. Just by looking at the person from the game of 1,000 faces, one could tell that it wasn't easy. This battle was dangerous. Since this person took the initiative to provoke him, he must be confident. "Brother, will the person from the game of 1,000 faces win?" The woman with long pink hair murmured. She wasn't worried about the person from the game of 1,000 faces. There was no affection between the captains of the true God Guards. She was worried about themselves and her brother. The man with short blue hair smiled. "It should be. The power of consciousness is very rare even in the entire universe." The woman with long pink hair felt uneasy as she watched Lu Yin fight with the person from the game of 1,000 faces. The person from the game of 1,000 faces was extremely confident in his own consciousness. Throughout the history of the universe, he hadn't found many who could cultivate it. A majestic consciousness rushed into Lu Yin's mind. Lu Yin's face turned green and white, and he felt that he would faint at any time. This result was within the expectations of the person from the game of 1,000 faces. No matter how strong this person's consciousness was, it was impossible for him to control it like Lu Yin. Lu Yin could control his consciousness not because of the Thousand Leaves technique, but because of his innate gift. His innate gift combined with the Thousand Leaves technique had allowed him to cultivate his consciousness to its current level. What did this person rely on? Although the person from the game of 1,000 faces didn't know how Lu Yin had cultivated his consciousness to such a tenacious state, no matter how tenacious it was, there would always be a moment when water dripped down a stone. Lu Yin was like a small boat facing a storm that could capsize at any time. The person from the game of 1,000 faces continuously attacked, wanting to get rid of Lu Yin in one go. However, although Lu Yin's boat was light, it could always break through the waves and withstand the bombardment of the person's consciousness. No one was stupid, and the person from the game of 1,000 faces naturally knew that Lu Yin had dared to compete with him in terms of consciousness and even wanted to steal his consciousness. There was a certain degree of confidence in Lu Yin, so he couldn't be so weak. However, he had no other choice. This person was clearly playing with him, but he was also showing weakness. No matter how deep one's schemes were, they couldn't compare to absolute strength. At that moment, the person from the game of 1,000 faces bombarded Lu Yin with all of his consciousness. Not only did he want to control Lu Yin, but he also wanted to drag Lu Yin's consciousness and turn him into an idiot. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and his vision became increasingly blurry. His body swayed and he could faint at any time. The person from the game of 1,000 faces gritted his teeth and continued. Boom, boom, boom. The Thousand Leaves technique crazily dragged at Lu Yin's consciousness, and he felt that he could drag it out. This person was too arrogant. Although Lu Yin's innate gift was extraordinary, when it came to consciousness, no one from the eternal race could surpass him except for that monster. Lu Yin grew weaker and weaker and he could faint at a glance. Beside him, the pink-haired girl clenched her fists. Harder, harder. Zhong Gui screamed, hit him, hit him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2992. The blue-haired man frowned. How long had it been? Lu Yin still hadn't fainted. Something was wrong. As he continued to compete with Lu Yin, the confidence of the person from the game of 1,000 faces became weaker and weaker. He found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move Lu Yin's consciousness. Lu Yin looked like he could faint at any time, but he didn't. Although his consciousness wasn't so strong that it couldn't be shaken, it was like a fish. Even if it was pulled, it would quickly recover. Gradually, the person from the game of 1,000 Faces realized that something was wrong. This guy was baiting him? You guessed right. Luin was baiting him. He was using this method to compete with the person from the game of 1,000 Faces. In terms of consciousness control, he couldn't compare to the person from the game of 1,000 Faces. The only way was to be steady, but he had to attract the person from the game of 1,000 Faces to keep attacking. A person's physical strength was limited. It was the same for consciousness battles. After attacking too many times, the person from the game of 1,000 Faces would eventually get tired. He had underestimated himself. Fishing was a very interesting activity. It wasn't something that could be pulled up just because you caught it. It required technique. Although Luin didn't know much about fishing, he had heard of it. It was just right to use it to deal with the person from the game of 1,000 Faces. Seeing that the person from the game of 1,000 Faces had seen through him, Lu Yin's body changed. His vision wasn't blurry and his head wasn't dizzy. He returned to normal. Come, let's start. The person from the game of 1,000 Faces was stunned. He had used all his strength. This despicable person. The pink-haired woman pointed at Lu Yin. So despicable. The heavy ghost screamed, despicable, despicable human. The blue-haired man sighed. Sure enough, this wasn't despicable but battle wisdom. Could it be that the two sides had to fight openly? This was a life-and-death battle. It was killing and the continuation of a race. This was the cruelest war. No wonder this person could go from being weak to where he was now. He fought every battle as the cruelest war. His heart had never relaxed. The person from the game of 1,000 Faces gritted his teeth. No matter what you do, you can't surpass my control of consciousness. At most, you can only remain undefeated. Luin nodded. That's right. But why is your consciousness suddenly weakened? The person from the game of 1,000 Faces' expression changed. No matter what kind of power it is, the use of it requires some kind of support, physical strength, willpower, determination, state, and so on. What we are competing in is this. Whether or not you can kill me in the game of 1,000 Faces depends on your determination. With that, he closed his eyes and silently recited the primogenitor's scripture. At times like this, the primogenitor's scripture would definitely bring him some benefits. Even if he didn't get anything, cultivating the primogenitor's scripture would still be pretty good. The person from the game of 1,000 Faces stared at Luin and took a deep breath. If he wanted to compete, then so be it. He refused to believe that he would lose. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, all the way until 10 days had passed. Lu Yin's expression did not change, but the person in the 1,000 Faces layout paled. Not only did he have to compete with his willpower, but he also had to endure the corrosion of the deathly aura. The aura of death continued to wear down his body, and at the same time, it was also wearing down his will. If it weren't for the death energy's characteristics, Lu Yin wouldn't have felt at ease locking up the true God Guard captain here. The more time passed, the less the people in the game of 1,000 Faces could hold on. He abruptly opened his eyes and glared at Lu Yin, but it was impossible for him to retreat now. The 1,000-leaf technique was being dragged down by Lu Yin, and the moment he relaxed, his consciousness would be snatched away. He had to persevere. The pink-haired woman looked at the person in the game of 1,000 Faces, and her heart sank. He lost from the beginning, the blue-haired man said. The pink-haired woman was dissatisfied. This human is really despicable. The blue-haired man sighed. Look, it seems like he has a choice. The person in the game of 1,000 Faces can choose not to make a move, but under such circumstances, how can he not make a move? The so-called choice is just an inescapable nightmare. This human is terrifying. Another 5 days passed, and the person in the game of 1,000 Faces suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The world before his eyes spun, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. On the other side, Lu Yin calmly opened his eyes and continued. 3 days later, the person in the game of 1,000 Faces collapsed and fainted. At this moment, his consciousness was completely taken away by Lu Yin. What Lu Yin took away was not only his consciousness, but also his determination. The Eternals had always been suppressing the humans. All the powerhouses from the outer domain who joined the Eternals said that humans were full of bad habits. Their 7 emotions and 6 desires were their weakness, and their willpower could never be compared to the Eternals because the Eternals were not even afraid of death. But at this moment, Lu Yin had defeated the person in the game of 1,000 Faces. No matter what method he used, a victory was a victory. Dual Blade and the Heavy Ghosts were silent. They had never been honorable people, and despicable was not a derogatory term in their eyes. It was just a way to vent. Now that Lu Yin had won, and in the consciousness domain that the person in the game of 1,000 faces was most proficient in, they were extremely shocked. At this moment, the starry sky around Lu Yin's heart changed. An inexplicable force surged in and turned into a star that slowly rotated. This was a star of consciousness. There was now an additional star in his starry sky. When he opened his eyes, he saw the person in the game of 1,000 faces lying on the ground. Lu Yin stood up and glanced at Dual Blade and the others. Without saying a word, he covered the land with death energy. He returned to the above heavens mountain and continued to roll his die. He looked forward to rolling Enhance and seeing what changes would occur. The die slowly rotated and stopped at Enhance. Time stop space. Lu Yin was speechless. He did not have it when he wanted it, but it just had to come when he did not want it. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin directly increased his time stop space to 1 year. He then began to practice using the compass. Even the Lightning Lord had to practice for a long time, and Lu Yin knew that he would not be short. A year quickly passed and the scene in front of him changed again. Lu Yin appeared in the above heavens mountain and raised his hand to continue rolling his die. 1 roll, 2 rolls, 10 days of rest, 6 rolls. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with excitement as he finally rolled it. His consciousness appeared in the dark space and he looked around. The balls of light were still the same, but he could now see further. What was that? Lu Yin saw something that looked like a wall of air in the distance, as if it was separating this dark space. He walked in that direction. Not long after, he approached the wall of air and touched it. The elasticity caused his consciousness to be shaken back and he looked outside. There were still balls of light. Could this be a parallel spacetime separation? These balls of light represented a human's consciousness, and Lu Yin had only been able to merge with the current parallel spacetime. The 5th mainland, 6th mainland, and the astral tree all belonged to the primordial space. He had also merged with other people's bodies in the Void God spacetime by cultivating Void God's power. Only by using the power of those people's cultivation could he merge with them. However, things were different now. With the sudden increase in his consciousness, this dark space had also changed. This wall of air should be a separation between parallel spacetimes. As long as he could break through it, he would be able to merge with cultivators from other parallel spacetimes. This was equivalent to separating his consciousness from his cultivation. Lu Yin grew excited and began to bang his head against the wall. The wall was not hard, but it was very elastic, and Lu Yin's consciousness continuously tried to break through it. However, he could not break through it, and the wall of air did not even ripple. His consciousness was still too weak and he needed to strengthen it. After leaving the dark space, Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at his hands. He continued to strengthen his consciousness. As long as he could break through the wall of air, he would be able to merge with even more cultivators. If this really was a parallel spacetime, then it would not only represent the 6 Directions Society, but also the Outerverse. The reason Lu Yin wanted to use the compass to find parallel spacetimes with different time flows was not only because he needed them, but also because he wanted to understand the Outerverse. Otherwise, whenever the Eternals were at a disadvantage, they would be able to resolve the crisis by inviting a few Outerverse experts. This was something Lu Yin could not accept. If he could rely on his consciousness to understand the Outerverse, it would be much better than going to the Outerverse. However, from the looks of it, it would take more than a day or 2 for his consciousness to break through the wall of air. The Thousand Faces game had only reached this level after absorbing consciousness for a long time with the Thousand Leaf technique. Unless there were a few more consciousness experts like the Thousand Faces game, it would be impossible to break through the wall of air in a short period of time. Lu Yin continued to roll the die. 2 months passed in seclusion. During this time, Lu Yin had continuously rolled the die and fought against the Thousand Faces game. He had also entered the time-stop space a few times, and had finally gotten used to tearing through the void with the compass. Coincidentally, Jiang Qin came again at this time with a gloating expression. "Brother Lu, how's your practice going?" Jiang Qin smiled as if he was watching a good show. He was well aware of the difficulty of tearing through the void with the compass. Even his father had practiced for a long time, and had only mastered it with Uncle Birong's help. If Lu Yin wanted to succeed on his own, wouldn't it take him several years? This man had been cultivating for 10 years and was accompanied by a legend. It seemed that nothing could stump him. Lu Yin knew what Jiang Qin was thinking with one glance. "What, are you here to laugh at me?" Jiang Qin laughed. "You misunderstand, Brother Lu. I just wanted to see if you needed any help." "It's going well." "I don't need it," Lu Yin said. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. "Brother Lu, let's not pretend to be friends. How about it? It's hard to control the compass, isn't it? Tell me and I'll help you. Lu Yin looked at Jiang Qin. You can control it? I can't, but I know how to help you. Uncle Burong helped my father like that. Do you want me to help you? Don't mind it. Who hasn't had a difficult time before? Lu Yin smiled faintly. It's quite difficult. Jiang Qin was proud. Isn't it? My father practiced for several years with Uncle Burong's help. Show me what you can do now. Lu Yin took out the compass. In front of Jiang Chen's eyes, he tore open the void without the needle moving. Everything was done in one go. Jiang Chen was stunned. You succeeded? You flatter me. Wait, how long did you practice? Not long. Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something and clicked his tongue. You must have cheated by using a different time flow. Lu Yin pursed his lips. He couldn't refute that. He realized that his legend had been cracked. Many things had been done in the time-stop space. When others saw how quickly he'd accomplished them, they thought he was talented. For example, the strategy secret, the serious art, the primogenitor scripture, and so on. They'd all relied on the time-stop space to greatly reduce their cultivation time and become known as geniuses. Now this method was no longer a secret. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2993. To be more precise, this was not a secret in the progenitor realm, as there were many parallel universes with different time flows. However, it was still considered a secret for those below the progenitor realm. Jiang Qin was an exception. Lu Yin felt helpless. He had lost his title as a genius. Since you've succeeded, I'll go back and ask my father to let me travel with you. Jiang Qin was eager to try. Lu Yin replied, It's not a trip. It's very dangerous. I know. I won't blame you if I die. Jiang Qin then left. Lu Yin did not know why Jiang Qin had come all this way. Yi Bo's identity could not be used for the time being, as there was no perfect reason for him to return to the everlasting realm. For now, even Wang Wen and Wei Rong could not think of a perfect reason for Yi Bo to return to the Calamity Zone. Thus, Lu Yin planned to use this time to search for parallel universes with different time flows to gain a better understanding of the outside. Jiang Qin and Jiang Chen were the candidates to go to the extraterritorial region. Jiang Qingyue might not go, but they needed an absolute expert. Big Sister was a candidate, but she was too impulsive. Senior brother Mu Carving might not have the time. Plus, he had to guard the wood spacetime dimension, and old ancestor Channy had to guard the starry sky tree. Right amount was also needed. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Not long after, the second Night King reported, Taoist Master, the Astral Combat Academy has sent news that the Astral Combat Tournament is about to begin. Do you want to take a look? Lu Yin was surprised. The Astral Combat Tournament? Yes. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated. Before he knew it, it was time for the Astral Combat Tournament. Every once in a while, the Astral Combat Academy would hold a tournament. Although they had lost a few students, the tradition of the Astral Combat Tournament had not been abandoned. Back then, Lu Yin had entered the eyes of countless people in the universe through the Astral Combat Tournament, which had started his legendary life. He wondered if someone like him would appear in this tournament. Let's take a look. Soon, a screen appeared in midair. Lu Yin was seated at a stone table, drinking tea that Zhao Ran had brewed for him as he watched the Astral Combat Tournament. On the screen, the battles seemed so childish to the current him, but they had surpassed those of his generation. In his generation, it was difficult to cultivate battle force, and battle skills were in the hands of the various powerful sects and clans. At that time he had no idea about the Sixth Mainland or the Starry Sky Tree. Now, the Fifth Pagoda had allowed countless cultivators to obtain battle techniques, and the various parallel universes of the Sixth Direction Society had also brought about different cultivation methods. Even the Sixth Mainland's reflection, which the Fifth Mainland viewed as a trashy cultivation method, had been used by the Sixth Mainland. This had caused the Astral Combat Tournament to be filled with drama. If the current generation of geniuses from the Astral Combat Academy were to compete with the geniuses from his generation, then his generation might not be a match for them. Unfortunately, Lu Yin's eyes did not light up. He looked around and suddenly found a familiar face, Coco. That syringe was too eye-catching. Why is Coco in the Astral Combat Academy? The second Night King respectfully replied, Coco is now an external mentor of Astral 10. So that was how it was. Lu Yin looked at Coco on the screen. She had matured a lot. The once timid and cute girl was now a teacher. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed as he remembered. Master Grass. It was Master Grass. Back then, Jiang Qingyue had mentioned the cultivation of Shi, saying that there was life in the universe and that it could breathe. Lu Yin did not understand, so he had asked Lu Bujing and the others. Lu Bujing had said that Lu Yuan's ancestor had also mentioned this before, but because so much time had passed and the Lu family had returned, Lu Yin had forgotten to ask the ancestor. At the time, he had a feeling that someone else besides Jiang Qingyue had said this to him before, but he could not recall who it was. Now that he saw Coco, Lu Yin suddenly recalled that it was Windrift Hall's Master Grass. The goo flow zone is sick and I'm treating it. The poison circulation is abnormal, just like how a person's breathing is abnormal. When the day comes when you can see that this blade of grass is looking at you, you'll be able to see that the goo flow zone is breathing. Or rather, in the universe, any natural state or any operating order can breathe and have life. These words kept popping up in Lu Yin's mind, all of which had been said by Grandmaster Grasshopper. He retrieved a small blade of grass from his cosmic ring, which had been given to him by Master Grass. Master Grass had said that if Lu Yin could see the grass looking at him, he would be able to see that the goo flow zone was breathing. Lu Yin had never taken this matter to heart, and after that, he had only contacted Master Grass after the appearance of the human blood fruit in the burial garden. Master Grass had always kept a low profile, to the point that he might not even recognize all of the disciples in Windrift Hall, so Lu Yin had forgotten about him. Now that he thought about it, how could a normal cultivator who was not even an envoy see the universe's breathing? Lu Yin stepped forward and headed towards Windrift Hall. He had never been there before as it was located in the Innerverse First Flow Zone, not too far from the Yo Court. Lu Yin found it very easily. Windrift Hall was located on a planet with lush vegetation, and Lu Yin's arrival shocked the entire place. No one had ever dreamed that he would come. The Hall Master of Windrift Hall was still Master Grass, but the person in charge was usually Zheng Jie, who had only met Lu Yin once before. Zheng Jie and the entire Windrift Hall greet Master Lu. Greetings, Master Lu. There were many people in Windrift Hall, and there were more than 10,000 of them. This was far more than when Lu Yin had been in the Astral Combat Academy, and this was inseparable from the support of the sect above heaven. Now that Shamrock Enterprises was under Lu Yin's control, Windrift Hall, a small organization that saved people, was supported by the sect above heaven. Whether it was in terms of resources or treatment, it was completely different from before. Long time no see, Zheng Jie. Lu Yin smiled. Zheng Jie was terrified. Master Lu, you still remember me? Lu Yin nodded and clasped his hands behind his back as he looked around. Tell them to disperse. Where's Master Grass? Master is in the goo flow zone. Lu Yin was astonished. Master Grass is still in the goo flow zone? Zheng Jie smiled bitterly. I don't know why, but Master has been eyeing the goo flow zone for over 100 years. We haven't dared to disturb him. Lu Yin grunted. I'll go look for Master Grass. You guys go about your business. With that, Lu Yin headed towards the goo flow zone. Zheng Jie was confused as he did not know why Lu Yin had suddenly gone to look for his master. The two of them should not have interacted much. He hoped that his master would be a little smarter and not so straightforward. This was no longer the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, but the sect master of the above heaven, the master of the primordial space. Lu Yin had come to the goo flow zone again. He had once been apprehensive of this place, and he had needed to cure himself before he could enter. But now it posed no threat to him and he found Master Grass in a few steps. It was still in the same position, and Master Grass looked the same as when Lu Yin had first met him. He was carrying a bamboo basket as he walked through the green poisonous gas. Strange flowers were blooming within the gas. Lu Yin approached and looked at the flowers. Master Greengrass's white robe had turned gray. He stared at the flower in the poisonous gas and muttered to himself, why did it change again? There should be a regular contraction. Did I make a mistake somewhere? As he spoke, he walked around the flower. As he spoke, he looked to the side and saw Lu Yin's smiling face. Master Grass was startled. Who are you? Master, it's been a long time. I'm Lu Yin. Master Grass blinked as if he had not recovered from his shock. Lu Yin? What are you doing here? What are you doing? The goo flow zone is sick and I'm treating it. I see. You understand? Not at all. Master Grass scratched his head. Wait, why do I feel like this conversation is so familiar? Didn't we talk about this before? We did, but it was many years ago. Then why are you still asking? Aren't you still here, Master? Lu Yin countered. Master Grass thought about it and agreed. It's only been a few decades and it's not that long. He then looked at Lu Yin again. By the way, you're now the sect master of the above heaven, right? Lu Yin smiled. Master, you've finally come back to your senses. Master Grass pursed his lips. Why is an important person like you here? If you have the time to chat with me, why don't you cultivate? You're the sect master of the above heaven, but you're not even a progenitor yet. You can't intimidate outsiders. Lu Yin was helpless. I haven't been cultivating for long and it's not that easy to break through. Then why are you here? Master Grass did not understand. Lu Yin replied, I'm here to see how Master's treatment of the Gu Flow Zone is going. Master Grass was puzzled. You care about the Gu Flow Zone? I care about the treatment, Lu Yin replied. Master Grass nodded. Up to you. You can stay here and watch if you have the time. I have plenty of time anyway. He then continued to stare at the poisonous gas, where another flower bloomed. Master Grass's gaze was fixed on that flower, as if he was waiting for something. Lu Yin did not disturb him and just stood to the side, looking at the flower like Master Grass. As the petals withered, another flower bloomed, one after another. After an unknown period of time, the Grass Grandmaster sighed, another possibility of failure. Let me count, there are still 89,662 billion possibilities. Continue. Lu Yin raised his brows. How long will it take to test each possibility? It's hard to say, but there are many possibilities that can be tested together. You haven't left yet? Master Grass was shocked. Lu Yin looked at him. I want to see how Master will treat the Gu Flow Zone. Master, you said that the Gu Flow Zone is breathing and can be sensed. Master Grass pointed at Lu Yin's hand. Didn't I give you the grass? When you feel that the grass is looking at you, you will be able to sense it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2994. Master Qing Chao shook his bamboo basket. I'm just an ordinary doctor. My understanding is naturally different from that of ordinary people, and my words are also different from what ordinary people say. It's just like how some people know how much money they have just by touching their money pouch. Do you think that person is a god of wealth? The breath that I'm talking about is the result of countless years of experience. When you look at people and things, you can see sickness. That's what I mean. As for the influence that you're talking about, I don't understand it at all. Master Qing Chao spoke very seriously, especially when he looked at Lu Yin. Not only was his expression serious, but he also seemed to be doubting whether Lu Yin was sick. Lu Yin carefully sized up Master Qing Chao. No matter how he looked at him, this master was just an enlighter with a power level of around 300,000, and he wasn't even an envoy. Lu Yin opened his heaven's eye and saw the same thing. The heaven's eye could see the laws of the sequence, and it could even see through parallel spacetime. Master Qing Chao could see everything clearly. Could it be that Master Qing Chao wasn't an expert? As a doctor, I feel that everything I see is sick. As an expert Taoist Master Lu, you see everyone as an expert. Actually, this is also a kind of illness that needs to be treated, Master Greengrass said very seriously. Lu Yin sighed. There's no need to treat it. If everyone looks like an expert, then I'll be more vigilant. Master Qing Chao was surprised. That's a good idea. That's right, why didn't I think of that? Maybe this Gu Flow Zone's illness isn't an illness, but a way for it to protect itself. If I forcefully treat it, then I'll end up harming it. That's right, that's right. As he watched Master Qing Chao mumble to himself like a madman, Lu Yin did not know if what he was saying was true. Was he an expert? An expert who had lived for countless years and could see through the universe's breathing? Or was it really as he said, that he was just an ordinary doctor? Lu Yin could not see through him, and he would rather believe that Master Qing Chao was a very powerful expert who could keep him on his guard. As for Master Qing Cao's refusal to admit it, there was no point in forcing him. Master Qing Chao had already sunk into another state of thought, just like a cultivator breaking through a bottleneck. At that moment, the wireless Gu vibrated. Lu Yin glanced at it and his expression changed. Fate's daughter was about to break through? He hurriedly returned to the Heaven Sect. At this time, outside the Above Heaven Sect, the prison flood dragon and ancestral tortoise had left. Old Zen, Star Monarch, and the other ancestor realm experts were staring into the distance as if they were waiting for something. On the other side, Lu Bujing, Kat Erhen Xin, and the others who came from the Above Heaven Sect era had also gathered, quietly looking into the distance. Lu Yin returned to Lu Bujing. What's going on? Destiny's daughter is about to break through to the progenitor realm. Lu Bujing's words were complicated. No one knew better than him how difficult it was for the Lady of Fate to break through because he cultivated the three sons' ancestral chi, and one of them was fate. The fate cultivation method was not the same as the astral source cultivation method, and the ancestral breakthrough was different from the ancestral breakthrough of ordinary people. There was no way to know what kind of calamity would occur. This was also the reason why he had never dared to break through to ancestral break. Now that Fate daughter had suddenly decided to break through to ancestral break, he was very surprised. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw his Lady of Fate sitting cross-legged in space. She was surrounded by a string, one of which led to life while the other led to death. Did this woman really want to break through her ancestral seal? Why did she suddenly decide to break through? Lu Yin was curious. Lu Bujing shook his head. I don't know. She rarely interacts with others. Lu Yin looked in a certain direction and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Starsabil. When they had first found Starsabil, she had been taken away by the Lady of Fate. She had played with the Lady of Fate, and the Lady of Fate would not let her off easily. Why did the Lady of Fate suddenly decide to break through? Starsabil saw Lu Yin appear and slowly bowed. Only when fate does not appear can she replace it. Now that there are more and more powerhouses in the above heaven, who knows when fate will appear? It's better to break through now than later. Do you think she has a chance? Lu Yin looked at Starsabil. Starsabil shook her head. I'm not sure. Lu Yin looked at the Lady of Fate once again. The Lady of Fate's mysteries were unfathomable, but he could understand some of it. The so-called fate was a bridge built in the river of time. Others needed to pass through time, but fate directly passed through time and saw the future. It then used the future to calculate the present, creating the so-called fate. How could one break through using this method? He was very curious. If the Lady of Fate succeeded in breaking through, then what would she be? A new fate. How could there be two fates in the universe? The Lady of Fate's breakthrough was not something that could be accomplished overnight. She had been sitting cross-legged in space for half a month, but she still had not begun. Big Sis arrived with a solemn expression. She really plans on replacing fate? What right does she have? When Lu Yin heard her words, his heart skipped a beat. Sis, why do you say that? Big Sis replied, I've heard legends about fate. Fate did not become a progenitor on her own, but was forcefully pushed into the ranks of progenitors by someone else. Lu Yin was surprised as he did not understand what she meant. Everything in the universe cultivates, especially humans. If they want to break through, they either have to walk the path laid down by their predecessors, such as astral source cultivation, or they have to walk their own path, such as Shao Chen and the Grim Reaper from the above heaven era. However, there is a type of person who passively becomes a progenitor and takes advantage of the loopholes in the universe's laws. Fate is such a person. Guizhi once said that fate's cultivation is to get close to the laws, assimilate them and replace them. She was not the first to become a progenitor in the three realms six paths. On the contrary, she was the last to become a progenitor in the three realms six paths because she set her own fate. Only when everyone else in the three realms six paths has become a progenitor can she become a progenitor. To be honest, I don't really understand the legend of fate. Guizhi's words are a bit mysterious. I only know that for fate to become fate, it is inseparable from the three realms six paths. It is even inseparable from the progenitor. It is impossible for this Lady of Fate to replace fate. This era is far from the era of our above heaven era. Lu Yin listened in silence. Getting close to the laws, assimilating them and replacing them, was this something a person who had yet to break through could do? Passively becoming a progenitor, was there such a thing? Taking advantage of the loopholes in the laws, isn't this the same as senior brother Qingping? Big Sis looked at the stars. The universe has never been perfect. No one can say for sure how many loopholes there are. Those who can take advantage of the loopholes are all ruthless people. I don't think this Lady of Fate is such a person. She wants to replace fate? Impossible. To break through, she must replace fate because she cultivates the law of fate. However, fate cannot be replaced by her, so... At this point, Big Sis was certain. She will fail. Several days later, the Lady of Fate stood up and prepared to break through. Big Sis stared at the Lady of Fate. She wanted to see what kind of fate this Lady of Fate had set for herself. Lu Yin hoped that the Lady of Fate would succeed. Compared to the above heaven era's fate, this Lady of Fate was easier to control. No matter how mystical the law of fate was, it was still a cultivation method. Since it was on par with the Grim Reaper Wu Tian and the Lu family, it meant that it could not transcend above them. In that case it could be controlled. The Lady of Fate's attempt to break through attracted the attention of many people, including the cultivators of the Six Paths Association. The above heaven era was simply too dazzling, and the name of fate represented a certain height. Especially now that there were too many experts in the above heaven era. If the Lady of Fate broke through, how could the other parallel universes survive? Even the Eternals would find it difficult to stop them. There had already been several cultivators who had succeeded in breaking through. Would this momentum end with the Lady of Fate? Even though they were all humans, many in the Six Paths Association were more willing to see a different outcome. They did not wish to be suppressed by the Eternals, nor did they wish for a Colossus to appear beside them that could suppress them. Although the above heaven was now the strongest in the Six Paths Association, it was still far from its most dazzling state. The masters of the various parallel universes of the Six Paths Association had come out of seclusion, and they were strong enough to talk to the above heaven without being suppressed. However, it would be hard to say if a legendary powerhouse was added to the mix. The above heaven era that had once been worshipped by all races should not return. Beside the Lady of Fate, a thread constantly shuttled back and forth, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Everyone was at a loss as they did not understand what she was doing. Where were the tribulations? Where were the anomalies? There was nothing. Was this really breaking through? Luin could not see anything with his third eye. What was this woman doing? No one could understand what she was doing. As the thread continued shuttling back and forth, specks of light appeared in the void, floating and arranging themselves. Starsibyl cried out, "Karma transfer technique." Lu Yin's eyes went wide. The karma transfer technique that transferred the consequences of divination. Starsibyl's face paled and she nodded. Lu Yin's face sank and he shouted, "Lady of Fate, no matter what you plan to do, if you dare to transfer the tribulations to innocent people and cause them to die, then even if you successfully break through, I will personally kill you." Around the above heaven, everyone was shocked by Lu Yin's killing intent. Elder Chan and the rest stared at the Lady of Fate. This woman seemed pure, but her viciousness was beyond anyone's imagination. Her karma transfer technique had caused the deaths of countless people. This matter had always been weighing down on Lu Yin's heart, and it had become a thorn in his heart. This thorn would be removed sooner or later, but he had not had the time to do so yet. Now the Lady of Fate was planning to transfer the karma again. Needless to say, it was the karma of the tribulations. Who was she planning to transfer it to? In outer space the Lady of Fate looked at the above heaven. "Master Lu, this is a matter of my fate bloodline. Please do not interfere. When it comes to fate there are no innocents." After saying this, the specks of light suddenly dissipated. At the same time, Starsibyl vomited blood. Elsewhere in the above heaven, Bu Tian and Xiao Shi both vomited blood. Their auras suddenly rose sharply, as if they had forcefully raised their realms. Starsibyl's face paled. "She transferred the fate technique to us." Lu Yin looked at Starsibyl. She had not suffered any injuries, and she had only vomited blood because her body could not withstand the sudden increase in strength. This was what would happen when one's cultivation suddenly increased by too much. But what was the Lady of Fate trying to do? Big Sis could not understand either. Bu Tian's voice came from afar. "Downlord, the Lady of Fate has completely transferred the fate technique to us. She has completely abandoned it." Lu Yin looked up into outer space. So that was what had happened. The Lady of Fate had never intended to replace fate. Although she had transferred the fate technique, boundless astral source power had surged out of her body. She intended to use the astral source to become an ancestor. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.